The topography of Jiangling was that of flatness. The Yangtze River was meandering and circuitous between Hunan and Hubei. With the expansive flow of water in the east, the small boat slowly flowed along the current toward its destination. Dai Yun gazed at the horizon of both coasts and saw that he was slowly passing through small towns and villages. There were boats and sails passing by him in opposite directions. When people on the other boats saw his bloody and dirty face, they felt both curious and astounded. By the time it was close to nightfall, Dai Yun had regained some of his strength. At the same time, his stomach was growling of hunger. He got up and picked up one of the paddles on the boat and slowly steered his boat towards the northern shore, intending to buy some food at a local restaurant. To his surprise, the area was quite desolate and there was no one to be found. The boat followed the stream and made a turn. He saw that under some willow trees were 3 fishermen boats. There was smoke coming out from these boats. As he paddled his small boat towards these 3 fisher boats, he could hear the squeaking sounds of pans frying fishes, the fragrant smell rushing toward his direction. He rowed his boat forward and approached the old fisherman. "Old fisherman, would you be kind enough to sell me a fish to eat?" The fisherman saw that Dai Yun's appearance was frightening and gory and became afraid. Originally, the fisherman was not willing to sell his fish, but he also did not dare to deny this request and replied, "Yes, yes." He fetched a mackerel that he had just fried and put it on a bowl, then delivered it over to Dai Yun's boat. Dai Yun said, "If you have a bowl of white rice, I would also like to buy it." The fisherman replied, "Of course," and brought a large pot of brown rice. The rice was mixed with a large portion of a potato and some sorghum. Dai Yun ate the rice heartily and consumed the entire bowl. As he was about to open his mouth to request for more, he heard the sound of a hoarse voice coming from the shore, shouting, "Fisherman, if you have large fish, then bring some over." Dai Yun turned his head to look at the speaker. He saw a very tall and skinny monk. His 2 eyes were large and shined brightly. Dai Yun instantly became startled, as he recognized that this was one of the 5 monks who fought with Ding Dian back in prison many nights ago. After some thought, Dai Yun recalled that Ding Dian said this person's name was Bao Xiang. That night, Ding Dian managed to kill 2 of the monks, while critically wounding 2 others, and the last who escaped was Bao Xiang. Dai Yun did not dare to give this man another glance. Ding Dian told him that the martial arts of this man was very high, and further told him that should he ever encounter this man, he should exercise extreme caution. If Bao Xiang should see Ding Dian's corpse, then he would be in deep trouble. With both hands, he continued to eat heartily at his rice. Although he was not one to be afraid of death, he could not prevent his heart from pounding fast and his arms trembling. He thought, don't tremble, I can't expose my identity." But the more he wanted to remain calm, the harder it was to restrain himself. He heard the fisherman reply, "I have sold all the fish I caught today. There is no more fish." Bao Xiang angrily said, "Who said there is no fish? I am starving. Hurry and give me some fish, even if there are no large fishes. The small ones will do." The fisherman replied, "There is really no more fish. You have silver. If I had fish to sell, why would I not sell it?" As he said this, he flipped over the basket of fish and exposed its empty contents, the bottom of the basket facing the sky. Bao Xiang was extremely hungry. When he saw that beside Dai Yun was a large fish that was only half eaten, he shouted, "You, over there, do you have any fish?" Dai Yun was startled as he heard this man was speaking to him. He was afraid that if he replied he would be recognized, so he did not say a word. Instead, he lifted his paddle and pushed hard on the tree roots on the shore. The small boat began to flow down the stream. Bao Xiang was furious. "You bastard! I asked you if you have any fish, and you run away." When Dai Yun heard his angry tone, he became even more scared. He began to row even faster, his boat approaching the heart of the river. Bao Xiang picked up a piece of rock from the shore and threw it at Dai Yun. Dai Yun saw the rock approaching him and bent over. The strong and swift noise of the wind made the rock fly over his head and fell into the river, causing splashes of water to fly up the air. Bao Xiang saw that when this man dodged the rock, his movements were quite agile, definitely a person with some martial arts background. He became even more suspicious and said, "Damn it, you better row back now, or else I will take your life." Dai Yun ignored his warning and continued to paddle his boat. Bao Xiang picked up a rock with his right hand and threw it, then followed by picking up another rock with his left hand and threw that too. Dai Yun's hands were paddling the boat, but his attention was completely concentrated on the path of the rocks. He managed to dodge the first rock, The second rock approached at a low altitude at the same level as the hull of the ship and at once hit the ship at its bottom. It was only a few inches apart. All he could see was a dark object flying past him at rapid speed. The wind it emitted scraped his nose and caused pain on his cheek. As soon as he got back up, the third rock approached him, and with a loud clap, it hit the bow of the boat. Immediately, a piece of wood fell off the boat. Bao Xiang watched as Dai Yun dodged all his rocks with agility while the small boat was following the current, drifting further and further away. Immediately, he picked up 2 more chunks of rock and threw it at the boat. Had he aimed for the boat to begin with, such a small boat would most certainly sink immediately. But at this point, the distance was much too great. Although the 2 rocks hit the boat in succession, by the time it made contact, most of the power was already lost. Hence, it only managed to shatter a small fragment of the boat and its railing. Bao Xiang realized that he could no longer prevent this man from escaping, so he cursed and threw a fit of rage. From afar, he could see the wind of the river carrying the boat, causing Dai Yun's hair and facial hair to flutter in the wind. Suddenly, he recalled, "This person looks like the prisoner that I once saw. Ding Dian escaped from the prison in Jingzhou Prefecture. This news was already abuzz for a while in the realm. It is likely that from this man I could find clues to the whereabouts of Ding Dian." As he thought up to this point, he had voracious desire to follow. In a fit of rage, he yelled, "Fisherman, fisherman, quickly row me over to catch that man." However, when the fisherman of the 3 boats under the willow tree saw him assailing the other man with rocks in such a vicious manner, he had long untied the mooring rope and left with his boat following the current. Bao Xiang shouted repeatedly in an attempt to call the fisherman back to pick him up. However, with such vicious voice and mannerism, who would come back for him, in a fit of rage, he picked up several chunks of rock and threw it at one of the fishermen. One of the rocks hit the fisherman square on the head. The fisherman's brains splattered instantly and he fell into the river. The rest of the fishermen were scared out of their wits and began paddling away as fast as they could. Bao Xiang followed the shore and started sprinting in great haste. He was going at a faster pace than Dai Yun's boat. Bao Xiang continued chasing at the north bank of the Yangtze River, while Dai Yun continued paddling his boat towards the south bank. Although Bao Xiang managed to overtake him, the distance between him and the small boat was steadily increasing. Dai Yun thought, "If he manages to find a boat by the shore and starts paddling towards me, there is no way I can escape his wrath." In a moment of desperation, he hoped, brother Ding, if you are still here in spirit, please let it be that this evil monk cannot find a boat." There were many boats in the Yangtze River traveling in both directions, but fortunately within several kilometers there were no boats heading towards the north bank. With all the strength in his body, Dai Yun finally managed to row his boat to the south bank. Even though the surface of the river in this section was not wide, the trees served as good cover, and there was no hope for Bao Xiang to catch him now. Thereupon, he decided to carry the bundle around his bosom and carried Ding Dian's body with his arms, intending to travel on foot. Suddenly, he remembered something. He turned around and kicked the boat towards the heart of the river. The intention was that if Bao Xiang was to see the ship, he would think that Dai Yun was still in it and make chase. He continuously ran towards the southern direction. Not knowing where he was going, he only wanted to be as far away from the riverside as possible. After running for several kilometers, he could not help but utter a breath of stress. However, he saw a vast expanse of whiteness the color of water. The river was in front of him. It turns out that at this point, the path of the Yangtze River changes to the southern direction. He quickly turned around and saw on his right-hand side was a small abandoned temple. Immediately, he carried Ding Dian towards the direction of the temple. By the time he reached the entrance, he felt his knees were so numb that he could no longer move. He fell on the ground. He was already weakened before from sustaining numerous injuries, and now he even had to paddle a long distance to reach shore. He truly had no more energy left in his body. He tried to get up twice, but to no avail. He could only lie down on the ground and breathe slowly. He saw that the sky was slowly getting dark and felt a bit comforted. He thought, "I only have to wait until night time. Then Bao Xiang won't be able to find us." Although Ding Dian was already dead in his heart, he still treated him as his dearest friend. He lied down outside the abandoned temple for about an hour before he managed to recover enough strength to lift himself up. He carried Ding Dian's body and walked into the temple. What he saw was a temple with a petty local deity who appeared short and trifling, its appearance somewhat comical. Dai Yun was injured to the point that upon seeing this image of a deity, He revered happily and respectfully kneeled before it, giving the statue several kowtows to make himself feel better. He sat in front of the statue and blankly looked at Ding Dayan. The sky was getting darker and he gradually felt more safe and secure. He lied down beside Ding Dayan's body, just like what he used to do for the past several years back in their prison cell. Before the middle of the night, it suddenly started to rain. The sound of rain and drips of water could be heard. Sometimes the rain was pouring while other times it felt gentle. Dai Yun began to feel very cold, so he wanted to huddle together beside Ding Dayan, when all of a sudden he made contact with Ding Dayan's cold and lifeless skin. Then he remembered that brother Ding was already dead and would never have the chance to speak with him again. As he had this thought, he felt misery in his heart and tears began to drip from his eyes. Suddenly, amidst the sound of the rain, the sound of footsteps could be heard traveling towards the direction of the temple. This person was trampling over mud, but was approaching at a rapid rate. Dai Yun became startled as he heard the sound of this man approaching closer and closer. He quickly concealed Ding Dayan's body under the altar, while he hid himself behind the statue. As the sound of footsteps got closer, Dai Yun's heart was beating faster. Suddenly he heard the sound of the temple door being kicked open, followed by someone cursing. "Your mother, who knows where this old thief went, and now it is raining, causing your father to be wet all over." The sound of the voice was like Bao Xiang. It was already inappropriate for a monk to curse your mother, but he further called himself your father, which was even more preposterous. Although Dai Yun did not know much about the outside world, throughout the several years in prison he had heard many stories from Ding Dayan's adventures in the realm. He was no longer the clueless bumpkin he was back in the countryside. He thought, although this Bao Xiang is dressed like a monk, he eats meat and kills people without hesitation. He is most likely an extremely violent culprit in disguise. He continued to listen as Bao Xiang uttered more and more phrases of profanity, cursing and prancing around for a while. After some time, he sat in front of the altar, then rustling sounds were heard. Dai Yun could make out the monk was undressing all of his wet clothes and hanging it to dry in the corner. The man leaned beside the altar and began to fall asleep. Soon after, the sound of snoring could be heard as the man ventured into a deep sleep. Dai Yun wondered. This vicious monk undressed all his clothing completely, and now he's sleeping in front of the deity like this. Has he not sinned? He thought. I could take this opportunity to throw a large rock to kill him, lest I be in trouble the next day. However, he was not the type of person who could casually kill, and he also knew that the martial arts of Bao Xiang exceeded himself 10 times over. Should he fail to kill him in one hit and give him the opportunity to fight back, he was sure to be doomed. At this point he thought that he should escape through the rear doors since Bao Xiang would likely not notice. However, Ding Dayan's corpse was hidden under the altar. Should he try to take the body with him, he would definitely be discovered. He heard the continuous dripping of rainfall falling on the temple and came up with a plan. Should the rain stop tomorrow, then Bao Xiang would leave. However, the sound of rain he heard was not one that would easily stop. Should the rain not stop tomorrow, and should Bao Xiang not leave, he would likely begin to search around. Then he is certainly going to find Ding Dayan's body. Since this is the case, he could do nothing but pray for good fortune. Hopefully the rain will stop when the sky turns bright. Since the monk wants to chase after me, he's likely to leave the temple. Suddenly he thought of something else. When he came in, he yelled that he did not know where the old thief went. I am not that old. Why would he call me an old thief? Could it be the case that he is actually looking for an elder? He thought more about it, then came to a realization. Ah, of course. My hair is long and my facial hair covers my face. I have not shaven it for several years. Of course, people are likely to mistake me for an old man. He called me an old thief. He called me an old thief. As he thought up to this point, he touched the messy facial hair on his cheeks. Suddenly, he heard a bang as Bao Xiang turned his body over. Amidst his dreams, he accidentally kicked under the altar, exactly the location where Ding Dayan was hidden. He felt that the circumstances have changed, and immediately woke up in fear that someone was ambushing him under the altar. In the darkness, he could not tell how many people were ambushing him. He picked up his blade and slashed around 5 or 6 times in all directions so that his enemies dared not get too close. He yelled, "Who is it? Your mother? Thief bastard!" He cursed several times but did not get any response. He held his breath and listened closely, but no sounds could be heard. In the darkness, Bao Xiang slashed in all directions another 15 or 16 times. It was the stance of the 8 directions of night battle. He kicked with his leg, and with a loud pang, The altar fell over. He slashed away with his blade, and with a faint crack, the sound of bones being shattered could be heard. He had slashed into Ding Dian's body. Dai Yun heard everything very clearly. Bao Xiang indeed slashed Ding Dian. Although Ding Dian was already dead and cannot feel the pain, in Dai Yun's heart, he still treated him as his closest friend and brother, so this slash was as painful as if he was the one being slashed. He immediately wanted to rush out to fight a battle to the death with the culprit, but in the 5 years in prison, he had slowly evolved from the hot-headed and crass personality of his youth. He was now a youth who would think things through before he acted. He thought, if I rush out now to fight him, I will only die and nothing good will come out of that. If I cannot fulfill Brother Ding's wish of being buried together with Lady Ling, how can I ever seek his forgiveness? Bao Xiang hacked again at Ding Dian's corpse, and there was no more noise after that. In the darkness, he was hardly aware of his surroundings. The match that he brought with him had long been moistened by the heavy rain, so there was no way for him to light up a fire. He slowly retreated and backed up a few steps, his back against the wall for the fear that he may be ambushed from behind, and then paid close attention for any noise. At this point, a wall stood in the way of these two people, and besides the sound of the drizzle, nothing else could be heard. Dai Yun knew that if he so much as breathed too heavily, he would lose his life immediately. He had to micromanage his breathing, taking slow breaths in and out. In his mind, he thought, after another 2 hours or so, the sun will rise. When the monk sees Ding Dian's body, I will be in serious trouble. What can I do? He was not an intelligent person to begin with, and now for him to come up with a plan to protect Ding Dian's body from Bao Xiang proved to be an obstacle too great to be overcome. He thought long and hard, but he did not have the slightest idea of a plan. As he felt rushed, he repented and redressed at his own errors and said, Dai Yun, oh Dai Yun, you idiot, of course you can't come up with a plan. If Brother Ding was still alive, he would surely know what to do. Under much stress, he began pulling at his hair, and using a bit of strength, 6 or 7 strands fell off. All of a sudden, he had an idea in his mind. The vicious monk calls me an old thief. He saw that I had a face full of facial hair, so he thought I was an old person. If I shave off my facial hair completely, then he may not be able to recognize me. The only problem is that there is no razor nearby. How am I supposed to shave? HMPH, I'm not even afraid of death. Would I be afraid of a little pain? I'll just use my hands to pull it off. That's what I'll do. As he thought up to this point, he began to pull at his facial hair, and it started falling off slowly. But he was afraid that he may make noise and thought, even if the vicious monk will not recognize me, at most he will not kill me. But what will stop him from harming Brother Ding? Meh. One step at a time. For now I will keep myself alive, then I can get near the vicious monk and find a way to kill him when he least expects it. After he pulled out about half of his hair, he had another thought. Even if I do not have any facial hair, I still have a head full of long hair which may give away my identity. The vicious monk came chasing me from the Yangtze River, so naturally he would recognize my long hair quite clearly. As he said this, he decided to go all the way, and picked on 2 strands of hair with one of his hands and pulled. Although it did not hurt much to pull out his facial hair, to pull out his long hair cleanly definitely required a high tolerance of pain. As he continued to pull, he thought, pulling my hair out is no big deal. For Brother Ding, even if I had to cut my own hand off, I would not so much as crease my eyebrows. He thought more, this is such a stupid idea. I bet Ding Dian's spirit is laughing at me right now, but he cannot come back to tell me of a better plan. He heard the sound of Bao Xiang falling asleep again, but as he was afraid that the vicious monk would hear the sound of his breathing, he pulled out a bunch of hair and walked forward 1 step extremely slowly. It took him almost an hour to retreat all the way back to the well, and after some more time, he slowly made his way to the rear exit of the temple. With the rain dripping on his face, he began to breathe more easily. As he was now outside the temple, he was no longer afraid of being discovered by Bao Xiang, so naturally it was much easier for him to pull out his hair. Eventually, he managed to pull out all his facial hair and the hair on his head completely. The excruciating pain he felt on his head and chin was unbearable, something he had never experienced before. But upon thinking of how he lost his fingers to his enemy and how his scapula was pierced, what does it really matter? Full of desires for revenge, he no longer cared about pain. He buried all his hair under the mud for fear that Bao Xiang would get suspicious. He felt his own scalp and chin. Not only was he no longer an old thief, he was now a bald thief. Under grief and indignation, he could not help but laugh and thought, I must be a mess, my scalp and chin most likely red and bleeding, so I should wash it out for fear of revealing any marks. As he said this, he lifted his head up to let the rain drip on his face. He thought again, although I do not have any marks on my face, the vicious monk may still recognize my clothes, and that would be troublesome. But there is no clothes for me to change into. I will just copy the vicious monk and remove all my clothes. How about that? As he said this, he removed all of his outer layers. He kept the silkworm vest on him, and it became his undergarment. But as he had no pants to wear, he tore off a portion of his coat and wrapped it around his waist. But he was also afraid that Bao Xiang would recognize the silkworm vest, so he rolled around the mud to cover his entire body. At this point, even if Ding Dian were to come back to life, he would not be able to recognize him right away. Dai Yun proceeded towards under a large tree, and with his fingers dug a hole to hide his bundle of clothes. He thought, if by chance I manage to escape the wrath of the evil monk and further ensure that Brother Ding rests in peace, I will certainly return the favor of the one who helped me bandage my wounds and gave me silver and jewelries. Who is this person? The sky was slowly getting bright as morning approached. Dai Yun secretly went south, then westward for about a li. At the end of his travel, the sky was already fully bright. He saw that the rain had yet to cease and presumed that Bao Xiang would not leave the temple. He tried to look for a weapon, but where can he find one amidst the wilderness? He only had a sharp stone slab hidden around his waist area, thinking that should he be able to slash this on the monk's vital areas, it would be enough to take his life. The best-case scenario would be that the evil monk has already left the temple, which would be a blessing. When he looked at his own reflection in the water, he saw a very strange look and could not help but chuckle a bit. But at the same time, he felt a small hint of sadness. In his heart, he still longed for Ding Dian. He could not find a suitable weapon, so he decided to head east to the temple. He thought, I could pretend to be a lunatic, a rascal from the local area. As he got closer to the temple, he released his larynx and sang loudly a folk song. To the sister in the mountain, listen to me sing. If you marry, do not marry a rich man. Rich people have a bad conscience. Marry me, the bald and dysenteric Asan. Back in his hometown in Hunan, he used to sing this song by the lakeside and farming area. From the creek to the mountain, with Chi Fang, he did not know how many thousands of these songs they sang together. By the social customs of Hunan countryside, these folk songs were often seasonal and improvised. Singing whatever fits the moment, it often rhymed and was superficial. These songs were not a big difference from regular day-to-day dialect. As he sang this song, he could not help but feel sour in his heart. Since he was separated with Chi Fang, it had been 5 years since he last uttered a folk song. At this moment, the situation at hand was extremely awkward, for he was singing not for his beautiful martial sister, but a stark, naked, and vicious monk. As he further approached the temple, he adjusted his larynx to a more feminine voice and sang again. The bald and dysenteric Asan has fragrance. You wish to marry me. Lovable and pretty as a flower. Would I covet your baldness and lack of need for a comb? Would I covet? The next line of would I covet was not fully sang when Bao Xiang suddenly rushed out from the local temple. He wrapped his upper garment around his waist area and headed outside to see who it was. He only saw Dai Yun bald and singing folk songs without a care, and thought that he was actually a bald and dysenteric man. The lyrics to his song was full of self-mockery, so Bao Xiang could not help but laugh and said, Hey, bald man, come over here. Dai Yun continued to sing. What does the elder monk request me for? Do you wish for gold and silver? The bald and dysenteric Asan is lucky. The elder monk must treat me to a roast pig. He sang all the while heading towards Bao Xiang's direction, although he was exerting himself to produce a calm and composed look. His heart was actually beating at an alarming rate, and his face changed colors. Bao Xiang noticed this and commented, Bald and dysenteric Asan, if you can find something for me to eat, I will reward you greatly. Are there any fat pigs? Dai Yun shook his head and sang, In the mountain range of the wild there are no pigs. Bao Xiang scolded, Speak properly. Do not sing any more. Dai Yun thrust his lips and tried to produce a vigorous accent and said, The bald and dysenteric Asan is used to singing folk songs. In regular speech he is not as fluent. Elder monk, a half a kilometer away lies the Buba village, and after that the Buba shop. Within 5 kilometers there is no sight of anyone. Not even to mention eating a pig. Even eating some white rice and plain vegetables could be difficult. If you travel westward for 15 li, there is a large town. You can eat chicken and fish and drink wine. Whatever you want to eat you can find. Why don't you go there? He knew that he did not have the power to kill Bao Xiang to get revenge for him slashing at Ding Dian's body. But he hoped that the monk would listen to his nonsense and head westward so he has time to take away Ding Dian's body. However, the heavy rain did not cease and dripped heavily on both of them. Bao Xiang said, "You will find me something to eat. It is best if you can find meat and wine. If not, then you can slaughter a chicken or a duck, and that will work too." Dai Yun could only think about Ding Dian, so he reluctantly agreed. He went inside the temple and saw that Ding Dian's body had been pulled out from beneath the altar and his clothes were ripped apart. His body was obviously searched thoroughly by Bao Xiang. Dai Yun was full of hatred inside and could not hold it anymore. He said, there is a dead person inside. Did you kill him?" His face changed color and Bao Xiang thought that he was afraid of the dead body and laughed maliciously. "I did not kill him. Come and take a look. Do you recognize him?" Dai Yun was taken aback and felt his own guilty conscience. If it was the case that the monk has already seen through his disguise, he would not be able to protect Ding Dian and would have no choice but to run away. He came to a decision and said, "This person looks very strange. He is not from the local area." Bao Xiang laughed. "Of course he is not from your village." Then he continued in a much more serious tone, "Go find me something to eat if you don't listen to me. Are you not afraid my holy self will not take your pathetic life?" Dai Yun saw that Ding Dian's body was not in trouble for the moment, so he felt relaxed. So he replied, "Yes," and turned away to leave. He thought, "All I have to do is hide from him for half a day. Eventually he will starve and have no choice but to look for food himself. It is unlikely that he will take brother Ding along with him. As he has already searched his body thoroughly and could not find anything, he should naturally have given up." But before he even walked 2 steps, Bao Xiang yelled, "Stop, where are you going?" Dai Yun replied, "I am going to find you something to eat." Bao Xiang said, "Very good, how long will it take you?" Dai Yun replied, "It will only take a moment." Bao Xiang said, "Then go." Dai Yun turned his head to take another look at Ding Dian before leaving. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind, and with 2 claps, both cheeks were slapped. Fortunately, Bao Xiang thought that he was a countryman who did not know any martial arts, so there was not much force in these strikes. It was further fortunate that Bao Xiang's movements were surprisingly fast and hit him right away, for as Dai Yun was not so bright, if he felt that he was being attacked from behind, his natural instinct would be to dodge, and that would give away the fact that he knew martial arts. Dai Yun was startled and said, You, he thought, he must have seen through my disguise. I have no choice but to give it all I've got. But he heard Bao Xiang say, "How much money do you have on you? Take it all out for me to see." Dai Yun replied, I, Bao Xiang scolded. "Your entire body is empty. You are a poor man with your pathetic look. How are you supposed to get me anything to eat? HMPH, you claim to want to get me food, but is it not just a ploy to escape?" When Dai Yun heard his reply, he felt comfort, he thought. So he only exposed the fact that I was lying about getting him food. That is not a big deal. Bao Xiang continued, "Your bald head said that within 10 li there is not a person in sight. So how can you get me food and come back in just a moment? Aren't you clearly deceiving me? HMPH, you better speak the truth. What do you want?" Dai Yun stammered a reply. I was afraid of Elder Monk and wanted to go home." Bao Xiang laughed heartily and pounded his chest full of long, dark hair. He said, "What are you afraid of? Afraid that I'll eat you?" As soon as he said the word eat, his stomach growled and he felt even more hunger. He had already searched the temple thoroughly and knew there was no food around. The few words he said earlier, "What are you afraid of? Afraid that I'll eat you?" came back to him, and his eyes filled with violence and stared intensely at Dai Yun. Dai Yun felt all the hairs in his body straighten as he saw the look of the monk. He had already guessed the monk's intentions. Indeed, the monk was thinking, the meat of a person does not taste bad at all, and a person's heart and liver tastes even better. In front of me is a person not much different from a pig. Perhaps I could eat him alive. Dai Yun felt consistent bitterness in his heart. If he kills me, it is no big deal, but from the evil monk's expression, he must want to cook me alive, and that would be much too violent. I will fight to the very end. However, as soon as he fights back, he would certainly be killed, and after he dies, he would still be eaten. So is there really a difference? Dai Yun saw as Bao Xiang's eyes were fierce and laughed maliciously as he slowly approached. Dai Yun could only watch as Bao Xiang moved forward. With every step, his expression became more sinister and frightening. Dai Yun backed away a few steps. Bao Xiang laughed. "You skinny man. You probably don't taste very good. That dead body has a much fuller build than you. Unfortunately, there is toxic in a corpse, so I cannot eat him. Oh well, even though I can't eat a fat pig, the skinny pig will have to do." He extended his arms to grab Dai Yun by the shoulder. Dai Yun used his strength to struggle. But how could he? The anxiety and dreadfulness he felt in his heart was indescribable. After so many years of torture and pain, he had already forgotten his fear of death. But the thought of being eaten alive by this evil monk sent shivers down his spine. Bao Xiang saw that Dai Yun had no way to escape and thought that maybe he should tell him to boil the water first before killing him. Unfortunately, a person would not willingly kill himself and boil himself into a big bowl of red meat and hand himself over. He said, "There are 2 ways I could kill you and eat you. The first way is to cut off the flesh in your legs, then cut and slash all over your body so you will suffer immense pain. The second way is to kill you with a simple slash and cook you into a stew. Which method do you prefer?" Dai Yun bit his teeth and replied, You want to kill me? You evil monk." He wanted to curse at him, but was afraid that should he anger the monk that he would be tortured even more. Just as he was about to utter out his curse words, he swallowed it back in. Bao Xiang laughed. "Correct. It is good that you know this. The more you listen to me, the easier you will die. The more you refuse, the more pain you will suffer. HMPH, bald and dysenteric Asan. I order you to find a cauldron in the kitchen and fill it with hot water." Dai Yun knew that it was used to cook himself, but he could not help but ask. "Why?" Bao Xiang laughed. "You don't need to ask. Just go," Dai Yun said. "To boil water, it is best to do it in the kitchen. If I take out the cauldron, it is not as convenient." Bao Xiang replied, "The kitchen is full of dust and spider webs. If my holiness goes in there, I will definitely sneeze. If I don't keep a close eye on you, you will find an opportunity to escape." Dai Yun insisted. "Then I will not run away." Bao Xiang scolded. "You will do whatever I tell you to. Do you dare to disobey me?" As he said this, he released his fist and punched Dai Yun hard on the left cheek, then followed with a hard kick. Dai Yun fell on the floor, then suddenly he thought, "He is telling me to boil water. This is an opportunity. I just have to wait until the water boils. Then I will splash the entire cauldron over his body. He is naked. Would he not be burnt to death at once?" He kept this idea in his heart and did not feel any fear. He went into the kitchen and fetched a worn-out cauldron. He saw that the upper part of the cauldron was damaged and could only hold about half of its capacity. This half may not necessarily be enough to burn down the monk. But he thought even if it wasn't good enough to kill him completely, to burn him half to death and leave him suffering is not a bad idea either. He took the iron cauldron to the well in front of the temple and wiped away the leaves and rain water before filling the cauldron completely. Bao Xiang complimented. Very good, bald and dysenteric Asan. I am really unwilling to part with you. You are very efficient in your work. You could help me make a good stew." Dai Yun forced a bitter smile and replied, "Thank you for Elder Monk's compliments." Then he picked up 7 or 8 bricks and placed it beneath the cauldron. In this broken temple, there were many broken legs of chairs and tables. Dai Yun was anxious in engaging a fight to the death against Bao Xiang, so he rapidly collected the materials and placed it under the cauldron. However, to find a kindler was not an easy task. Dai Yun opened up his hands and gave out an expression of having no alternative. Bao Xiang asked, "What's wrong? You don't have a kindler. I remember there's one on his body." He pointed to Ding Dian's corpse. Dai Yun had already seen Ding Dian's legs being cut up by Bao Xiang, and it was a complete mess. He could already feel the grief rush out from his heart. When he stared back at the ferocious look of Bao Xiang, he only wished he could throw himself at him and bite him. Bao Xiang resembled a cat that caught a mouse. He wanted to toy with the mouse before eating it, so he did not take notice to Dai Yun's anger and frustration. He sneered, "If you can find it, then it is for the better. If you cannot make a fire, this monk is fine eating raw meat." Dai Yun searched Ding Dian's body, and suddenly in his coat pocket he felt 2 pieces of hard material. One was a flint and the other was a fire knife. He thought, "When the 2 of us were back in prison, Brother Ding did not carry these 2 things with him, so where did he get it from?" He turned over the fire knife and saw a brand name on it that said, "Jingzhu Old Quan's Iron Shop" in the past. Dai Yun had been to an iron shop with Ding Dian to remove the iron chains from their body. It was precisely the name of this shop. Dai Yun held tightly to the knife and flint and thought, "Brother Ding has planned thoroughly. He took this knife and flint from the iron shop as a mean to assist me in my adventures in the realm. Alas, it had not even been used once, and he has already passed away." As he held on to the knife and flint, he could not help but become teary. Bao Xiang thought that Dai Yun was grieving because he knew that he would be dead not long after he built a fire. He laughed. "This monk's body is worth 1,000 pounds of gold. You must have done good deeds in your previous life. For this life you can use my intestines as your coffin, and my belly as your tomb. You are truly most fortunate. Now quickly light the fire." Dai Yun did not reply and found an extremely old piece of yellow fortune paper and placed it beside the knife and flint. As he started the fire, it slowly began to burn the yellow paper, and the text that was originally covered by dust could now be seen. It was a negative phrase which said, "Beg for status and you shall not receive. Your love life will be disastrous. Your journeys will be detrimental, and your sicknesses will not be cured," and many other phrases. In a short time, the flame burnt away a good half of the paper. Dai Yun thought, "My entire life is full of misfortune. I do not need a fortune paper to tell me this." The water inside the cauldron slowly began to boil. Dai Yun knew that the water would fully boil within the time it took to burn one incense stick one. He felt increasingly nervous as he stared at the pot of water, then at Bao Xiang's stomach. He knew that the difference between life and death would be determined in the next few moments, and involuntarily his hands began to tremble. Finally, the water in the cauldron began to boil as it began to bubble and steam was rising out of the pot. Dai Yun stood up straight, picked up the iron cauldron with both hands, and walked forward to splash the pot of boiled water at Bao Xiang. However, when Dai Yun stood up, Bao Xiang already took notice, and with 10 fingers extending outwards, he grabbed Dai Yun by the wrist and shouted, "What are you doing?" Dai Yun did not want to make an excuse, and he used his strength to try and splash the water at Bao Xiang's direction. However, his wrist was holding the iron hoop on the cauldron and was grabbed by Bao Xiang. It would not budge any further. If Bao Xiang wanted to splash the water at Dai Yun's direction, all he needed to was simply use his arm's strength, and it would be done. However, if he were to waste half the bucket of water to burn this bald and dysenteric assassin to death, he would have to boil the water again himself, and that would be too much of a hassle. He used strength in both his arms and forced downwards, placing the iron cauldron in its original spot, and yelled, "Let go!" Dai Yun could do nothing but drop the cauldron with both hands. Immediately, Bao Xiang kicked forward and with a loud pang, kicked Dai Yun straight away. He slammed head first into the altar. Bao Xiang thought, "This bald man's arm strength is not bad. I should be more careful." Then he said, "Your daddy wants to kill you. You should be good and remove all your clothes so that your daddy does not have to put any effort." Dai Yun reached for the sharp stone slab that he hid around his waist, intending to rush out and fight to the death against the monk, when suddenly beside one of the legs of the altar he saw 2 mice with their stomachs facing the sky, their bodies unable to move, half dead. Then all of a sudden across the darkness of his thoughts came a flash of white light, and he said, "I will catch a few mice for you to eat first. Is that okay? The taste of mice is more fresh and pleasant than that of dog meat." Bao Xiang replied, "What mice? Is it dead or alive?" Dai Yun was afraid that the monk would not eat a dead mouse, so he quickly replied, "Of course it is alive, it is still moving, only that I strangled it half to death." Then he reached and grabbed the 2 mice beneath the altar and showed it to him. Bao Xiang has eaten mice in the past and knew that its meat tasted not much different from that of thin pork. In front of him he saw 2 mice that were not big, but in this broken temple there was nothing else to eat. He muttered to himself and could not come to a decision. Dai Yun suggested, "Elder monk, I will skin the mouse for you and prepare a big bowl of soup. I promise it will taste good and be ready in no time." Bao Xiang was a very lazy person by nature. For him to kill and wash and cut up the food, just the thought was enough to make him agitated. When he heard that Dai Yun would voluntarily prepare mouse soup for him, it was in line with his original intentions, so he replied, "2 mice will not be enough for me to eat. You must go and catch some more." Dai Yun thought, "My martial arts abilities have been lost and my limbs cannot move readily. How can I catch a mouse?" But it was fortunate for him to find a way out of being eaten, so he could not let go of this opportunity and immediately replied, "Elder monk, I will first prepare these 2 mice for you as an appetizer. Then I will catch some more." Bao Xiang nodded his head. "This is not a bad idea. If I can eat until I'm full, I will spare your life. How about that?" Dai Yun crawled out from beneath the altar and said, "I need to borrow your knife for a moment so I can cut off this mouse's head." Bao Xiang did not take this bald man from the countryside seriously at all, so he pointed at his blade and said, "Go ahead." Then he added, "If you have the guts, try and cut off your daddy's head." Dai Yun originally had the intention of taking the blade, then turning over to cut his head off. But his plan was already exposed, so he could not make any reckless moves. With 2 slashes, he cut off the mouse's head and opened its belly, putting the intestines and other organs of the mouse to be washed by the rain water. Then he put it inside the cauldron. Bao Xiang nodded his head several times. Good. Very good, you can actually make some decent mouse soup. Now go and catch me some more. Dai Yun replied, of course. I will go right now, and turned his body to walk towards the exit. Bao Xiang said, if you think about escaping, I will rip the flesh off your body piece by piece and eat you alive. Dai Yun replied, if I cannot catch a mouse, then I will catch a frog. In the river there are plenty of fish and shrimp to eat. I will serve Elder Monk until he is completely full. If Elder Monk is so satisfied, why is there any need to eat me? The bald and dysenteric Asan has skin ulcers and scabies all over. If you eat me, you will be sick for sure. Bao Xiang said, HMPH, do not let me wait until I become impatient. Hey, you cannot leave this temple, do you understand? Dai Yun agreed at once and crawled around the floor, imitating the movements of trying to catch mice. Slowly, he crawled his way out the back door until he could stand up straight. He looked in the east and westward direction in hopes of finding a place to hide. He looked outside the back door and saw on the left-hand side there was a small pond. At once he ran to the pond as fast as he could, recklessly relying on a hopelessly optimistic forecast. He slowly sank into the pond, and only his nose and mouth was above water so he could breathe. He further grabbed a pile of grass and stuck it in his nose. Since he grew up by the riverside, naturally he was good at swimming. Unfortunately, he was much too far from the river, otherwise he could fall into the Yangtze River and follow the current, and Bao Xiang would have no way of catching him. After a while, he heard Bao Xiang compliment. Good soup, mouse soup is indeed not bad, too bad there are too few mice. Hey, Asan, have you caught any mice yet? He called out several times, then followed by cursing several profanities. Dai Yun's right ear was above the water so he could listen to Bao Xiang. All he heard was a mouthful of profanities and extremely vulgar expressions. He trampled on the floor and kicked the mud as he rushed outside. He took a few strides before he reached the tip of the pond. Dai Yun did not dare to reveal any part of himself, his entire body submerged underwater. Fortunately, this pond was filled with green duckweed and various aquatic grasses. Whoever was above water could not see him at all. However, he could not breathe underwater. He held his breath until he could no longer hold it. Then he had no choice but to slowly lift his head above the surface and take a breath. He only managed to take half a breath before he was caught by a large hand pulling him from behind. Bao Xiang scolded, if I do not cut your bald head into 17 or 18 pieces, your daddy I will not be considered a person. How dare you try and escape? Dai Yun flipped his hand to grab Bao Xiang's arm and tried to drag him down to the pond. Bao Xiang did not expect that Dai Yun would dare to counterattack, so he slipped on the mud beside the pond, and with a plop, he fell into the pond. Dai Yun was excited at the turn of events and exerted all his strength to push Bao Xiang underwater. However, the pond was too shallow and Bao Xiang was too tall and built. The water did not even go over his head. Once Bao Xiang's feet hit the bottom of the pond, he countered by turning his hand over and grabbed Dai Yun's wrists. Then with his left hand, he put his head underwater. Dai Yun had already put his life aside, even though he was underwater. He maintained his grip on Bao Xiang and would not let go at any cost. At that moment, Bao Xiang could not immediately struggle himself free and cursed loudly. He was careless and accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls of dirty water, which fed his anger even further. He raised his fist and hit Dai Yun hard on the back. Dai Yun felt the force of Bao Xiang's strike landing on his back. However, as his body was underwater, the power of this attack was greatly reduced and was less painful. However, if he were to take another few of punches, he would definitely pass out. He had no way of retaliating. The only thing he could do was ram his head into Bao Xiang's chest. They continued to struggle with each other when all of a sudden Bao Xiang screamed, "Ayo!" and let go of his hold on Dai Yun. The fist he raised remained in midair, not attacking its target, and slowly drifted downwards. Then followed that his entire body became stiff and he fell underwater. Dai Yun felt exceedingly strange at the turn of events and struggled to pull himself back to surface. He only saw that Bao Xiang did not move at all, as if he was dead, as he was still in a panic state. He did not dare to make contact with his body and only stood at the side of the pond and observed. He only saw Bao Xiang continue to sink until his entire body was at the bottom of the pond and did not move at all. After a while, it appeared that the monk was really dead. Dai Yun was still not confident, so he threw a few pieces of rock at his body. When he saw that the body did not move at all, he realized that he was not faking his death. Dai Yun made his way back to the surface and could not figure out how the evil monk died all of a sudden for no apparent reason. In his mind, he had a glimmer of hope. Is it possible that my abilities in the heavenly glow possess such formidable strength that even I don't know about it? When I rammed my head hard against his chest, was that enough to take his life? He tried to channel his energy, but only felt the Jusho Yangdan channel reached the 5 Li acupoint on his thigh. No matter what, it could not work. He also tried Shaoshao Yang Sanjiao meridian and channeled it to the Qing Leng Yuan acupoint, but it also clogged up. In fact, he felt even worse than when he first left prison. It must be because in the last several days he could not maintain focus and had to put aside his training. Evidently, to complete the training of the heavenly glow, he still has a very long distance to cover. He stood quietly at the side of the pond and stared blankly. He could not believe the events that had just occurred. But he saw the raindrops gradually fall into the pond, causing ripples. With Bao Xiang's body at the bottom of the pond, with no signs of life, he was dumbstruck for a while before he returned to the temple. He saw that the fire of the iron cauldron was already extinguished. On the side of the cauldron were 2 dead mice, with their stomachs facing the ceiling, its ears and foot showing brief signs of movement. Dai Yun thought, so it turns out that Bao Xiang also caught 2 mice but did not have the fortune to experience it, and was consequently killed by me. He saw inside the cauldron there was still some residue of mouse soup. It must have been left behind by Bao Xiang. Dai Yun was very hungry too, so he lifted the iron cauldron and opened his mouth to drink the remaining of the mouse soup. All of a sudden, there was a very strong scent of strange fragrance. He felt a bit stunned and supported the cauldron with both hands and withdrew it from his mouth. He pondered, "What is this pleasant smell? I have smelled this before, but cannot make out what it is." He smelled the strange fragrance in the mouse soup again and immediately came to a conclusion. He exclaimed, "Good fortune," and with both hands he threw the iron cauldron inside the well. As he turned around to look at Ding Dian's body, he could hardly contain his tears. "Brother Ding, even after your death, you have saved your brother once again." During this matter of life and death, in a flash he finally realized the true cause of Bao Xiang's demise. The poison that Ding Dian contracted was that of the golden ripple flower, and consequently his entire body was toxic. Bao Xiang used his blade to slash Ding Dian's corpse, and this same blade was used to kill the mice. The poison was smeared on the mice. Hence, when Bao Xiang drank the mouse soup, he also contracted this poison. During their struggle in the pond, Bao Xiang suddenly died of toxicity. The 2 mice in front of him right now also died as a result of drinking the poisonous mouse soup in the cauldron. Dai Yun thought, if not for the essence of the golden ripple flower containing such a strange and fragrant smell, and if I could not come to this realization quickly enough, I too would have drunk this poisonous soup. He also thought, the first time I smelled the scent of the golden ripple flower was back at Lady Ling's funeral hall, when Magistrate Ling smeared this poison on his daughter's coffin. Brother Ding has smelled and contracted this poison once in the past. How did he not realize this the second time? It must be that upon seeing Lady Ling's coffin, Brother Ding's mind was in a state of turmoil and he could not think at all. In the past, Dai Yun was completely disheartened and had given up on everything in life. He no longer wanted to live. But at this moment, he survived by the skin of his teeth, and he could not help but feel that it was indeed a fortunate occurrence. The sky was full of layer upon layers of dark clouds and pouring with rain, yet in his heart he felt a sense of radiance. He felt that at the very least he saved his own life, which could be considered an experience of boundless joy. He took a moment to regain his composure, then carefully placed Ding Dian's body upright in the corner of the room. Then he went to fetch Bao Xiang's body from beneath the pond. He dug a hole in the ground and buried the body. When he returned to the temple, he saw Bao Xiang's garments were placed on the altar, and on top of that was a tarpaulin packet which contained about a dozen taels of silver. His curiosity got the best of him, and he opened the packet. Inside was another layer of oil paper. He unwrapped the oil paper and saw that a small yellow paper book was wrapped inside. The text written on the seal was curved and meandering. These characters did not look like actual characters, nor did they look like drawings. He could not make out what they were. He turned the book over and opened it. On the first page was a drawing of a really thin and naked man with one finger pointing at the sky and another finger pointing on the ground. The appearance of this man was sly and awkward. On the side, text shaped like tadpoles were written in red and green. Dai Yun looked at the drawing of the man and saw that he had a profound sight and a hooked nose. His forehead slightly curved. The appearance was somewhat odd and did not look like a figure from the mainland. In addition to this strangeness, there seemed to be some sort of attraction embedded in the drawing, as if one could not help but be swayed to look at it. He turned to the second page. There was another drawing of a naked man just like before, but in a different position. His left foot was standing firm while his right foot was extended forward. The two hands were placed behind his back, his left hand touching his right ear while his right hand touched his left ear. He continued turning the pages in this book. In each page was a drawing of the same naked man, his disposition becoming more and more bewildering. The position changes were limitless. Sometimes his hands would push against the ground, while other times it would leap in midair. Even more, sometimes his entire body would be upside down. With the top of his head on the ground, the lower half of his body gave birth to 6 imaginary limbs. In the latter half of the book, the man wielded a curved saber. He returned to the first page and paid close attention to the expression on the man's face. He saw that his tongue was faintly extended from the left corner of his mouth. At the same time, his right eye was opened wide while his left eye was closed, an extremely odd appearance. Dai Yun became curious and tried to follow the expression of this man, also extending the tip of his tongue. His right eye was opened while his left eye was closed. As soon as he did this expression, he felt his face became very relaxed and comforting. He continued to look at the drawings. He could faintly see that in the man's body there were several strips of extremely mild gray threads drawn by various meridians in his body. Dai Yun thought, of course, the reason that the man in this drawing did not wear any clothes was to express the meridians in his body. During the time when Ding Dian taught him the heavenly glow in prison, he had once explained in rigorous detail the various directions a person's meridians can take. In order to learn the most profound internal energy techniques, this was the underlying concept. He already memorized this thoroughly, but at this moment, when he looked at the drawing of the pathways of the meridians, he could not help but begin to channel his internal energy in accordance to the directions of the drawing. He thought, the direction that this meridian takes is exactly opposite from what Brother Ding taught me. I'm afraid this is incorrect. But he thought further. I will try it anyway. What harm will it do me? And at once he channeled his energy along the paths of the drawing. In a short moment, his entire body felt a sensation of relaxation and briskness that he could not describe. When he practiced the heavenly glow, he had to concentrate his energy completely. It would move upwards only 1 inch or 2 inches at a time and was very challenging. Yet when he channeled his energy according to the drawing, in an instant his energy was flowing like the current of a river. He did not even need to exert the slightest bit of strength, and his interior flowed naturally. He felt both startled and pleased. How does my interior have such meridian pathways? Could it be that even Brother Ding doesn't know about it? Then he thought, this manual belonged to the evil monk, and the text and drawings written on it are extremely nefarious and strange. It is unlikely to be orthodox. I would be best not training with it anymore. However, once his interior channels were in motion, he did not want to abruptly stop practicing. He thought, very well, I will only practice this once. Next time I will not practice it. Slowly he began to feel carefree and relaxed. The blood in his body felt warmer. After another while he felt light as a feather, as if he just finished a full meal with alcohol. He could not help but start dancing around, and then he began to utter faint humming sounds. His mind drew a blank and he fell unconscious. After that he did not know what happened. After a long while, he finally regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, and the brightness of the sky made him slightly uncomfortable. It turns out that the rain had already stopped, and the sun was shining at the direction of the temple. He jumped up at once and felt invigorated, as if his entire body was full of energy. He thought, is it possible that the techniques in this manual have some sort of benefit? No, I should just follow the methods that Brother Ding taught me. This manual is unorthodox. Should I continue training with it? The effects may be irreversible. He grabbed the manual with the intent of ripping it apart, but thought about it some more and felt it was mysterious and was unwilling to part with it. He tidied up his garments but saw they were already ragged, and it was difficult to cover his body. He saw that Bao Xiang's monk garment and pants were still hung on top of the altar, so he decided to wear those instead. But as he put on this evil monk's attire, he felt uncomfortable. He could barely move around in it. Furthermore, the trousers had 17 or 18 holes in it. He could not even hide his buttocks from plain view. He took the manual along with the dozen or so silver taels inside the packet. Then he went to the tree where he hid the various jewelries and silver and dug those out of the mud. He carried Ding Dian's body with him and left the temple. After traveling for a kilometer or so, he saw a farmer approaching his direction. When the farmer saw that he was carrying a dead body with him, he immediately became startled and slipped on the mud. His entire body was covered with mud as he got up. He could barely maintain his balance as he struggled to run away. Dai Yun knew that if he were to continue traveling in this direction, he may cause many unnecessary incidents, but at this moment in time he could not come up with a good plan. Fortunately, this region was somewhat desolate, and it would be unlikely for him to encounter anyone along the way. He continued to carry Ding Dian and thought, "Brother Ding, I cannot bear to part with you. I cannot part with you." Then he heard the voice of 7 or 8 farmers singing folk songs as they carried a shovel on their back. Dai Yun sprinted quickly and hid amidst the tall grass fields. Waiting for the farmers to pass, he thought, "If I do not burn Ding Dian's body, I will never be able to fulfill his wish of being buried together with Lady Ling." He arrived at a trough in the mountain area and fetched for some dried sticks and firewood. He clenched his teeth and set a fire ablaze and burnt the sticks around Ding Dian's body. As the tongue of the flame engulfed Ding Dian's hair and clothing, Dai Yun felt as if the flame was burning his own skin and flesh. He threw himself on the ground and bit on the grass, his tears dripping into the grass and earth. He carefully picked up Ding Dian's ashes and solemnly wrapped it around oil paper, then added another layer of tarpaulin. This oil paper and tarpaulin was exactly what Bao Xiang used to wrap the yellow manual. After he had carefully wrapped the paper around the ashes, he placed it by his waist, then scooped out a bit with his hands, causing the remaining ashes to fall in the pit. Then he covered up the ashes with mud and paid his respects. He got back up and wondered what he should do next. The only close person he had left in this world was his teacher, so he suddenly thought, "I will return to Jiangling to find my teacher." Teacher had wounded Wan Zhenshin and escaped. It was unlikely that he would return to his residence in Jiangling. It is likely that he created a new identity for himself and lived in a remote area. But besides returning to Jiangling to take a look, Dai Yun could not think of anywhere else he wanted to go. At once he followed the path down until he arrived at a village. He asked a local, and it turns out that the name of this place was called Tashi Dock, a place in Jiangling County in Hubei. This place could be considered to be within the territories of Hunan. The river banks were desolate. Dai Yun made his way to Tashi Dock and took out some silver to buy food to eat. When he left the restaurant, he heard some loud rackets in the distance. There were many people gathered and much hubbub. Then he heard loud shouts and clashes as if there was a battle going on. Dai Yun became curious and went to see what was causing all the excitement. He saw in the middle of the crowd of people there were 7 or 8 built men attacking an elderly man all at once. This old man wore green clothes and a cap while the built men were barefooted and wore short sleeves. On the side was a small basket of fish. They were obviously fish merchants. Dai Yun thought that it was just ordinary street fighting that wasn't worth spectating, so he was about to leave when suddenly the elderly man unleashed a flying kick that sent one of the built men flying, turning a few somersaults before landing on the basket of fish. It turns out that this old man knew some martial arts. He became curious and wanted to figure out the reason behind this fight. He saw that the elderly man was single-handedly battling the majority, and at once he knocked out another 3 fish merchants. There were also a few fish merchants among the audience, but at this time none of them dared to step forward to do battle. All of a sudden, a fish merchant yelled out, "The boss is here! The boss is here!" Dai Yun turned and saw from the riverside approach 2 fish merchants in rapid speed. A 3rd fish merchant followed close behind. Dai Yun observed their movements and saw that their steps were calm and steady, and he could tell at once that they knew martial arts. The 3 of them approached the scene. The one in front was a man around 40 years of age with a candle-like complexion. He gave a glance at the fish merchant on the floor and asked, "Who are you? Whose axe are you carrying to dare to pick fights with people from Tashi Dock?" He asked these questions directed to the old man, but he did not even look in his direction. The old man replied, "I only want to buy fish with money. How am I picking on anyone?" The fish boss asked the fish merchant on the side. "Why did you start fighting?" The fish merchant said, "This elderly man wants to buy our pair of gold carps. I told him that gold carps are difficult to find and it is used for boss to brew medicine. This elder insisted on buying the carp at any cost and we would not allow it. So he resorted to stealing." The fish boss turned around and gave a few looks to size up the elder. Your friend has been hit by the blue sand palm." As soon as the old man heard this, he changed expression. "I do not know what of red sand palm or blue sand palm. The master of my family only wants to eat carp and drink wine and ordered me to buy carp for him. In this world there is no fish that is not for sale. What kind of logic are they using to not sell the carp to me?" The fish boss sneered. "Is there any reason to lie in front of your face? May I ask what your honorable name is? If you are a good person, not only are we willing to spare these 2 gold carps, but I will personally give you the jade flesh pill that will cure the injuries of the blue sand palm." The expression on the old man's face filled with more uncertainty and hesitation. After a while he said, "What is your honorable name? How do you know about the blue sand palm, and how is there a jade flesh pill? Could it be?" The boss replied, "You are correct. I am the son of the master of the blue sand palm, so I definitely have a close relationship with it." The old man did not reply, then he turned and grabbed the fish basket. His actions were extremely fast and nimble. The boss sneered, "It won't be that easy," and with a loud pang, he attacked the man from behind with his palm. The old man returned a palm strike, and borrowing the momentum and force of his opponent's palm, he was sent flying several dozen feet away while grabbing hold onto the fish basket. Then he ran away in quick haste. The fish boss did not expect the old man to have such skills. He saw that he would not be able to catch up, so he pulled up his sleeve and revealed a hidden weapon and shot it at the old man's back. When the old man got hold of the fish, he focused all of his efforts on running away and did not expect that there would be a hidden projectile coming his way. The weapon that was unleashed was an earthenware dart made of steel. He used much force in his throw and sent the dart flying away. Dai Yun saw that the old man was unaware of the incoming projectile, so he decided to lend a hand by throwing a fish basket to deflect the path of the dart. As Dai Yun had lost all his martial arts, he did not have formidable arm strength. However, he was standing in a good position. He heard the sound of the steel dart pierce into the fish basket. Then the fish basket flew forward several meters before falling on the ground. The old man turned around when he heard sounds coming from behind. All he saw was the fish merchant pointing at Dai Yun and scolding, "You bald thief! Which temple produces such untamed monks? How dare you interfere with members of the Iron Net sect of Yangtze?" Dai Yun stared blankly at the man and thought, "Why is he scolding me as a bald thief?" He saw that the man was impetuous and had much influence, and also said something about Yangtze Iron Net sect. He remembered that Brother Ding often told him that there were many clans and sects in the realm that should be avoided so as to stay away from trouble. He did not want to cause trouble for himself for no reason, so he apologized. "It is little brother's fault. Little brother asks for elder brother's forgiveness." The fish boss shouted, "Who do you think you are to refer to me as a brother?" He pointed in the left and right direction and instructed one of the fish merchants, "Capture these 2 for me." All of a sudden, the sound of jingling bells could be heard approaching. 2 horses came from the riverside west heading eastward. The old man was delighted and said, "My master is here. You can speak with him yourself." The fish boss became nervous and asked, "Is it the twin knights of Bell Sword?" Immediately after, he continued, "So what if it is the twin knights of Bell Sword? It is not in their right to show off their abilities in around the Yangtze." Before he even finished speaking, the 2 horses arrived at the scene. Dai Yun felt brightness in his eyes and saw that there were 2 horses, one yellow and one white. Both were full of spirit with a remarkable saddle. On top of the yellow horse sat a young man aged around 25 or 26 who was tall and skinny and wore a yellow garment. Sitting on the white horse was a young girl around 20 wearing a white garment. A red silk flower hanged on her left shoulder. Her complexion white and delicate, and she gave off an appearance of beauty and intelligence. Both of them carried a long sword around their waist and held onto a horsewhip. The 2 horses were shaped like regular horses, but the impressive part was that the yellow horse was completely yellow, and the white horse was completely white without a single trace of mixed fur. A golden Luan bell was attached on the neck of the yellow horse, while a silver Luan bell was attached to the white horse. Jingling sounds would be emitted as soon as the horse moved its head even slightly. The sounds were especially crisp and clear. It could be said that the horses and its masters were a perfect match. In Dai Yun's entire life, he had never seen such an impressive display of beauty and elegance. He could not help but think to himself, "So beautiful." The young man looked at the direction of the old man and asked, "Shui Fu, have you found the carp? Where is it?" The old man replied, "Young Master Wang, I have indeed found the gold carp, but they refused to sell it to me and even resorted to violence." The young man saw the dart that was stuck to the fish basket on the side and said, "HMPH, Who uses such a vicious weapon?" He extended his whip and fetched the blue silk cloth attached to the tail of the steel dart. He said to the girl, "Shangmei, look at this. This is a scorpion tail dart from a bark cloth tree," the young girl asked. "Who was the one who used this dart?" Her voice was clear and bright. The fish boss let out a cold laugh, his right hand holding on tightly to the blade around his waist area. "In the last few years, the twin knights of Bell Sword have made a name for themselves. Do not think that the Iron Net sect of Yangtze does not know this. However, if you intend to bully us to submission, I'm afraid it won't be so easy." The way he spoke gave out a hint of weakness covered by strength. It was clear that he was unwilling to come into conflict with them. The young girl replied, "This type of scorpion tail dart is capable of eroding one's heart and decaying one's bones. It is much too violent. My father had said that nobody is allowed to use this, have you not heard? Fortunately, you did not use it to attack others and only practiced with a fish basket, but it is still unacceptable." Shui Fu said, "My lady, that is not what happened. This person attacked me with the dart. It is thanks to this young monk who blocked the path of the dart with the fish basket. Otherwise, I would have lost my life." As he spoke, he pointed at Dai Yun. Dai Yun was bewildered. "One calls me a monk. The other calls me a bald thief. When did I become a monk?" The young girl looked at Dai Yun and nodded and gave a faint smile of acknowledgement. When Dai Yun saw her smile, it looked as pretty as a blooming flower and was truly touching. He could not help but feel shy as his face flushed red. When the young man heard Shui Fu's words, he immediately became angry and strict. He looked at the fish boss and asked, "Is this true?" Without even waiting for an answer, he twirled his horsewhip and sent the dart flying at an intense speed. The sound of wind could be heard, and with a loud clap, it was pinned to a willow tree more than 100 feet away. His arm's strength was astonishing. The fish boss remained resolute. "Are you trying to show off?" the young man shouted. "I am trying to show off." He lifted his horsewhip and aimed it at his opponent's head. The fish boss unleashed his blade to counter. However, he did not expect that the whip would suddenly slant downwards and roll on the ground, its movements fluctuating irregularly and aimed to attack the lower half of his body. The fish boss tried to evade the whip, but the whip twirled upwards and wrapped itself around his right leg. The young man gently pushed his foot downward on the horse's stomach, and at once the yellow horse rushed forward. The fish boss's technique in the lower half of his body was actually not that bad, even though the whip was coiled around his leg. The young man may not necessarily be able to pull him down. However, the young man strategized by first causing him to leap in midair so that he would lose his balance, then followed by whipping his leg. When the yellow horse rushed forward, the force was that of 1,000 caddies. Even if the fish boss's strength was greater, he would not be able to handle it. The yellow horse pulled his body upward and he was suspended in midair. The rest of the fish merchants all gasped and shouted. 7 or 8 of them rushed in as reinforcement. The yellow horse went forward several dozen feet, turning the horse whip into the shape of a bowstring. Then the young man, borrowing the momentum, slung the whip with his arm and hit the fish boss, sending him soaring into the distance. The fish boss had good martial arts, but in midair he could not unleash any of it, and could not help but fall towards the river. Everyone on shore was startled and gasped at once. With a loud plop, the fish boss splashed into the water and disappeared into the river. The young girl applauded and chuckled. Then she unleashed her horsewhip amidst the crowd of fish merchants and began whipping left and right. The fish merchants scattered away in every direction. The fish basket was also knocked down, causing live fish and shrimp to run about. As the fish boss grew up near the river, he was very good at swimming, so he made his way to the opposite shore. He had already swum several hundred feet and began to curse profusely, but did not dare to go back for another fight. Shui Fu picked up the basket containing the gold carp and opened it. "Young master, look at those red lips and gold scales, and it is very fat," the young man replied. "Return to the inn quickly and give it to old Master Hua so he can use it as a cure." Shui Fu replied, "Yes," then walked toward Dai Yun and bowed. "I thank this little monk for saving my life. May I ask for little monk's Buddhist name?" Dai Yun heard this old man call him a little monk many times, causing him to get goosebumps. He did not know how to answer immediately. The young man said, "Go quickly, this task cannot be delayed." Shui Fu replied, "Yes." He did not wait for Dai Yun's reply and left. Dai Yun saw that these two young people were both righteous and elegant with impressive martial arts. He felt a sense of envy and admiration. He had the intent of forming a friendship with them, but they did not dismount from their horses. He wanted to ask for their names, but did not want to be embarrassed. As he hesitated to ask, The young man fetched out a gold ingot from his bosom and said, "Little monk, thank you for saving the life of our old servant. This gold ingot will be for little monk's incense oil expenses." He gently threw the ingot toward Dai Yun. Dai Yun caught it with his left hand, then threw it back at the young man and said, "That is not necessary. I would like to ask for your honorable names." The young man saw the way Dai Yun caught the gold ingot and concluded that he knew martial arts. He did not wait for the ingot to fly toward him before twirling and wrapping it around his horsewhip. Since little monk is a man from the martial world, he has most probably heard of the twin knights of Bell Sword. Dai Yun saw the way the young man brandished the ingot with his horsewhip, causing it to dance around frivolously. "Just now, I heard the fish merchants call you two the twin knights of Bell Sword, but I do not know your honorable surname." The young man became angry and displeased. He thought, "If you know that we are the twin knights of Bell Sword, how can you not know my name?" He groaned but did not reply. Suddenly, a wind from the river blew over Dai Yun and revealed a corner of his monk garment. The young girl was startled. He is a Blood Sabre monk from the dark Qinghai cult." The young man's expression was filled with hatred. "That's right, HMPH. Get lost," Dai Yun was startled. He took a step forward and asked the girl, "Lady, what are you talking about?" The young girl's face was filled with hate and fright and said, You, don't get near me, go away." Dai Yun was at a loss and asked, "What are you talking about?" He walked forward another step. The young girl grabbed her horsewhip and slashed it in midair. Dai Yun did not expect that the girl would attack. He turned his head to dodge, but he did not react fast enough. The whip slashed him right across the face, from the upper left of his forehead to the bridge of his nose, then to the right side of his temple. Dai Yun was angry. Why are you hitting me?" He saw the girl attack again, and he tried to grab the whip from her, but he did not expect her whip techniques to change. When he tried to grab the whip with his right hand, he was already slashed in the forehead. Then he felt a great pain from his back. He was kicked by the young man from behind. Dai Yun could not keep his balance and fell over. The young man pressed forward with his horse and ran him over. Dai Yun rolled outward, and in a daze he could only hear the tinkling sound of silver bells as the white horse kicked him in the chest. He could not understand what was happening, but he knew that if the horse kicked him in a crucial spot, he would lose his life immediately. He curled up his body and heard a crack. His vision was filled with dancing stars, and then he passed out. He slowly regained his consciousness. He did not know how much time had passed. In a daze, he tried to pick himself up, but there was an extreme pain on his left waist, and he nearly fainted again. Then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He turned his head around and saw that his right leg was covered in blood and bent sideways. He was startled and wondered, "What happened to my leg?" After a while, he understood. The young lady's horse trampled over my leg and broke it. He felt completely exhausted, and the pain in his leg and back was unbearable. In that moment, he again had the intention of giving himself up in despair. "I no longer want to live. I will just lie here and wait for my death." He did not groan and only wished for a quick death. However, even dying was not easy. After lying down for a while, he realized it wasn't going to happen and thought, "Why can't I die? Why can't I die?" After a very long time, he thought, "I have no animosity toward them, nor have I wronged them in any way. We were just having a conversation. Why did they treat me like this?" He pondered deeply but did not have a clue. He thought aloud, "I am so stupid. If Brother Ding came back to life, even if he could not help me, he could at least provide a reasonable explanation to this incident." As he thought about Ding Dian, he remembered, "I promised Brother Ding that I would bury him together with Lady Ling. This wish has not been fulfilled yet. I cannot die." He felt his waist with his hands and realized that the package containing Ding Dian's ashes did not break apart and breathed a sigh of relief. He tried to get up again and felt a sensation surging up his throat. It was blood. He knew that the more blood he spat out, the weaker he would become. So he channeled his energy and suppressed his blood pressure. But he felt a weird sensation in his mouth, and he spat another mouthful of fresh blood on the ground. The most painful part of his body was his broken leg. It felt as if several hundred knives stabbed constantly at his leg. Eventually, he crawled his way to the shade of a willow tree and thought, "I cannot die. I have to stay alive at any cost, and to stay alive I have to eat food." He saw on the ground the fish and shrimp that fell off the basket earlier. They had died a long time ago. He picked up a few shrimps and stuffed it in his mouth. "I will first fix my broken leg. Then I will figure out a way to get out of here." He looked in all four directions and saw various items left behind by the fish merchants scattered about. He crawled forward and grabbed a small paddle and a fish net. He slowly ripped apart the fish net and put it around his leg. Then he put the paddle against his leg for support and tied it all together with a rope. He rested for a while. Every time he wanted to get back up, the pain would knock him out. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply and waited to recover his energy before getting up again. He thought, "It will take at least 2 months for my leg to fully recover. Where can I find a good place to rest?" In a flash, he saw on a row of boats by the river bank and thought, "I will rest on the boats. Then I don't have to move." He was afraid that the vicious fish merchants would return, so with all his strength he crawled his way to the boats without rest. He untied the ship's hawser, picked up a paddle and began rowing toward the river. He looked down and saw that a corner of his monk gown was flipped over, exposing a red and bloody short blade embroidered by red thread. On the tip of the blade, the red thread gave the illusion of 3 spots of what appeared to be blood dripping down. The shape of the blade looked lively and frightening. Then he came to a realization. "Oh, yes, this gown belongs to the evil monk Bao Xiang. Those two must have thought I was also from the same clan." He extended his hand and felt his own bald head. He then realized why the old man constantly called him a little monk and why the Iron Net sect of Yangtze called him a little bald thief. He had long dressed himself up as a monk and he did not even realize it. The corner of my gown was flipped over. The lady must have mistaken me as a Blood Sabre monk from the dark Qinghai cult. This bloody saber of mine is frightening. The monks from this sect must commit unimaginable misdeeds. I already know this much. Using Bao Xiang as an example. His leg was broken for no good reason. At first, he was extremely angry and wanted to figure out the reason behind this incident. But now, he removed his animosity against the twin knights of Bell Sword and furthermore, felt that the 2 knights were heroic for trying to eliminate evildoers. However, the 2 of them were profound in martial arts and each had a strong moral character. Even if this misunderstanding was resolved, he did not feel worthy of making friends with them. After the boat was slowly paddled about a dozen li, he saw a small town on shore. He gazed from far away and saw that there were many people in town. "I should not wear this gown any longer as it can cause me a lot of trouble. I should change into new clothes as soon as possible." As soon as the boat made its way to shore, he took the paddle and used it as support. He walked slowly and struggled his way, limping on land. The people in the town gave him strange looks when they saw this young monk crippled and face covered in blood. This feeling of suspect and coldness did not bother him in the least bit, as he had suffered much worse throughout the years. He slowly made his way down the street. He saw an old clothing store and went in to buy a long, dark gown and a new set of clothing. He had to change into his new clothes, so he undressed and covered himself in the long, dark gown while he changed. Then he bought a felt hat to cover his bald head. Afterwards, he went to buy food at a local restaurant to replenish his energy. He waited sitting on the table and nearly fainted of exhaustion. Then he spat out another 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. The server brought him a plate of tofu with fish and a plate of meat mixed with black bean sauce. Dai Yun became more alert as he smelt the scent of rice and fish. He picked up his chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice, then a piece of meat. As he was chewing, he heard the sound of jingling bells coming from the west, a wave of Luan bells approaching. He did not fully swallow the piece of meat as he thought. "The twin knights of Bell Sword are coming again. Should I go out and clear up our misunderstanding? They trampled my leg with their horse, but I am actually innocent. If I do not explain myself, they will think I'm guilty." However, in the past few years, he had already suffered endless counts of misfortunes and was already getting used to it. So he thought, "I have already suffered so many injustices in my life. What does it matter if I suffer again?" The sound of bells was approaching closer and closer. Dai Yun turned around facing the wall and did not dare to make contact with them. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder and laughed. "Little monk, you have done good deeds. Our master wishes to drink with you." Dai Yun was startled. He turned around, saw 4 officers. 2 were holding iron chains and the other 2 were holding blades. All 4 of them looked extremely cautious. Dai Yun let out an interjection of surprise. He stood up and grabbed the plate of meat on the table and threw it at one of the officers. Then he used his elbows and flipped the table over, causing the tofu, white rice, and soup to splash in the direction of the second officer. He thought, "The officers from the Jingzhou prefecture have come after me. If I end up in the hands of Ling Tuisi, how can I keep myself alive?" 2 of the officers were burnt by the splash of food and soup and moved back quickly. Dai Yun took the opportunity to run away, but he only made 1 step before he fell on the floor. In his haste to escape, he forgot that his left leg was broken. The 3rd officer lifted his saber and was about to slash him. Although Dai Yun lost his martial arts, He was still more than capable of overcoming one officer. He grabbed the officer by the wrist and took hold of the blade. The 4 officers saw that he was now wielding a weapon and shouted loudly, "This perverted monk resists arrest." Another said, "The evil Blood Sabre monks have committed another crime." Another said, "The perverted monk who killed the lady of the official is here." As they shouted, many citizens of the small town gathered at once and saw Dai Yun covered with scars and bruises all over his face. They did not dare to get too close. Dai Yun heard the yells of the 4 men and thought, could it be that these people aren't from Jingzhou Prefecture? Then he shouted loudly in defense, "What are you talking about? Who is the perverted monk?" The sound of bells fast approached. A yellow horse and a white horse made its way to the scene. The twin knights of Bell Sword rode their high horses in arrogance and had seen the entire incident. The 2 stared blankly at Dai Yun for a moment and thought that he looked familiar. Then at once they recognized that he was the evil Blood Sabre monk. They thought that he was wearing a disguise in order to conceal his features. An officer said, "Hey, big monk, if you wish to be romantic and lascivious, that is fine. But why do you have to kill the lady afterwards? A good man will stand up to the consequences of his actions. Come with me to the county prefecture and we will fight in court." Another officer said, "You bought yourself a new disguise, but we saw through it. There is no way you will escape today. Just give up peacefully." Dai Yun scolded, "You people speak nonsense and declare an innocent man guilty." An officer replied, "There is no unjust treatment here. 3 nights ago you snuck into the Li residence and murdered 2 ladies of the family in cold blood. I saw this very clearly. The features of your eyes, eyebrows, nose, and mouth match exactly. That person was definitely you." The twin knights of Bell Sword reined their horses and watched from the side. Bio 3. This monk's martial arts is not impressive. If we did not consider the fact that he saved Shui Fu's life, we would have killed him already. It turns out that he is such an evil person. The young man replied, "I also think this is strange. It is said that this evil monk has done many indescribably evil deeds on both sides of the Yangtze in the last few days, taking the lives of dozens. The officials could do nothing to stop him. However, the heroes of Lianghu need not be startled or afraid. Judging by the little monk's martial arts, his martial brother or teacher could not be that impressive either. It could be the case that one of them has profound martial arts. Else why would the heroes of Lianghu request my father for assistance? And why would they further ask for the help of Uncle Lu, Uncle Hua, and Uncle Liu? HMPH. The heroes of Lianghu must have lost their minds. Is there anyone under heaven who would require the combined forces of the 4 heroes known as Luohua Liushui 5 in order to be subdued? He. To ask for the combined forces of the twin knights of Bell Sword sounds more appropriate. Bio my 6, go on ahead and wait for me. I will take care of this bald thief by myself. I will watch from inside. No, do not stay inside. In the future, when the people of the martial world bring up this incident, they will say that I Wang Xiaofeng fought alone and killed the evil monk and implicate the heroine Shui Sheng also. You know how much nonsense people talk in the realm. Right. You have thought this through? I am not as careful as you. When about 5 minutes, Tue Luan is a mythical bird related to the phoenix. 3 an older male cousin from the female line. 4 referring to Hubei and Hunan. 5 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Luohua Liushui is a group of 4 martial artists in the realm. There is no good way to translate this phrase, so I have left it as is. 6 younger female cousin from the female line. Dai Yun saw as more and more people gathered around and knew that his chances of escaping were slim to none. He raised his blade and said, "Get out of my way," with his left underarm supported by a paddle. He headed eastward. The bystanders on the streets shouted and dispersed in all directions. The 4 officers yelled, "Perverted monk, where do you think you're going?" They boldly ran after him. Dai Yun tilted his blade slightly, and with the flip of his wrist he wounded the arm of one of the officers. The officer said, "This murderer resists arrest! This murderer resists arrest!" Shui Sheng prompted her horse to move away. Wang Xiaofeng followed through with his horse. He unleashed his horse whip and twirled it around Dai Yun's blade, then flung it away. Dai Yun did not have any strength on his hand, so the blade flew away instantly. Wang Xiaofeng stretched his left arm forward and grabbed him by the collar, picked him up and said, "Perverted monk, you have committed many crimes in Lianghu. You do not deserve to live." Then with his right hand he unsheathed his sword with a flash, intending to behead Dai Yun. The bystanders cheered in unison. "Excellent, excellent, kill this perverted monk." Dai Yun was suspended in midair and could not resist in any way. He sighed deeply to himself and thought, "I am destined to be treated with injustice. There is nothing that can be done." He saw Wang Xiaofeng's long sword was already raised, and he laughed bitterly. "Brother Ding, it is not that I did not try, only that I am much too unfortunate." Suddenly, from the distance came an old and withered voice that said, "Stay your hand, do not hurt him." Wang Xiaofeng turned around and saw a monk dressed in a black robe. This monk was extremely old, and his face was covered with wrinkles. The texture and color of the monk garment he wore was exactly the same as Dai Yun's. Wang Xiaofeng's expression changed for the worse as he knew that this person was a Blood Sabre monk from the dark Qinghai cult. Then followed that he raised his sword to slash Dai Yun's neck, intending to first kill the perverted monk, then deal with the older monk. The tip of the sword was within a foot of Dai Yun's neck, when suddenly he felt his right elbow became numb. He had already been hit at an acupoint by a hidden weapon. The sword on his hand fell forward. Although there was not much energy to this fall, the edge of the sword was still sharp, and left a scar on Dai Yun's left cheek. The old monk's figure was like that of the wind. He came close, and with one palm he knocked Wang Xiaofeng off his horse. With his left hand he grabbed Dai Yun, and with the help of his right leg he got on top of the yellow horse. Usually, when someone gets on a horse, they set their left foot on the left stirrup and then use their right leg to climb on the horseback. However, this old man did not jump or use the stirrup. He simply lifted his right leg and got on the saddle. He moved the horse towards Shui Sheng's direction. When Shui Sheng heard Wang Xiaofeng's cry of alarm, she immediately reined her horse. Wang Xiaofeng said, "Biome, get away." Shui Sheng hesitated, then turned around with her horse, but the old man had already caught up with the yellow horse. He put Dai Yun behind the white horse's saddle and released, with the intention of throwing Shui Sheng off the horse. However, Shui Sheng already readied her long sword and prepared to stab at his head. When the old monk saw her beautiful appearance, he stared blankly and said, "Very pretty," and with his arm he sealed the acupoint on her waist. Shui Sheng's sword missed its target, and she felt as if she had no energy left in her entire body, and at once the sword fell on the ground. She was startled and frightened. She wanted to get off the horse but felt numbness around her waist, and she could not move her legs. The old man pulled the reins of the white horse with his left hand, and with both legs he coerced both the white horse and yellow horse. The sounds of jingling bells could be heard as he got away. Wang Xiaofeng was on the ground and yelled, "Buyer oh my, buyer oh my." He looked helplessly as her cousin was captured by the too perverted monk. He knew the consequences would be severe. However, his entire body was numb, and even though he exhausted all the energy in his body, he could not even move an inch. He heard the officers yell, "Capture the perverted monk." Another said, "The evil Blood Sabre monk has escaped." Another said, "They are denying arrest." Dai Yun was on the horse, and the ride was shaky and unstable. Naturally, he grabbed onto something. It felt like a soft tentacle. He looked down and saw that what he grabbed was Shui Sheng's garment on the back of her waist. Shui Sheng was startled and reprimanded, "Evil monk, let go of me." Dai Yun was also startled and immediately released his hold and grabbed onto the saddle. But he sat behind Shui Sheng, and the two of them could not help but make bodily contact. Shui Sheng shouted, "Let go of me, let go of me." The evil monk was fed up with her complaints and extended his hands to seal her speech acupoint. From then on, Shui Sheng did not utter another word. The old monk was on the yellow horse and constantly found himself staring at Shui Sheng's face and body. He praised, "Very beautiful, extraordinary, this old monk has been blessed with good fortune." Although Shui Sheng could not speak, she could still hear. She was so afraid of his words that she was spooked out of her mind and nearly passed out. The old monk followed the road heading westward, trying to find the most secluded place. After traveling some distance, he felt that the jingling noises of the Luan bells on the horses were hurting his ears, and may also lure people to chase after them. So he ripped off each gold bell one by one from the horse. These bells was made from gold and silver threads and hung around the horse's neck. He pulled it all away and put it in his bosom piece by piece. The old monk did not allow the horses to rest and continued to travel until night. They reached a riverbank on top of a hillside by a precipice. He looked all around and saw that the area was desolate and without buildings, so he carried Dai Yun down the horse and let him rest on the ground. Then he took Shui Sheng down as well, and then pulled the two horses under a huge tree. He looked at Shui Sheng in great detail and sneered, "Wonderful, this old monk has good fortune." He sat down at the direction of the river, closed his eyes and began to channel his energy. Dai Yun was sitting opposite of Shui Sheng and thought, "There were sure many strange occurrences today. Two benevolent people wanted to kill me, and this old monk saved me." This old monk most likely belongs to the same clan as Bao Xiang, so he is definitely not a good person. If he violates this young lady, what am I to do? The sky was gradually getting darker, and the sounds of the river flow and wind blowing against palm trees could be heard. The nocturnal birds began chirping. Once in a while, when he lifted his head, he could see the old monk with the expression akin to that of a corpse, and his heart started beating faster. He looked to the side and saw a corner of silk clothes exposed. Shui Sheng had passed out. He wanted to speak out to the old monk several times, but upon seeing his solemn expression while channeling his energy, he did not dare to disturb him. After a long time, the old monk stood up gently and raised his left foot, the sole of his foot facing upwards while his left foot remained on ground. Both his hands spread out to the bright moon above the mountains. Dai Yun thought, "Where have I seen this position?" Right. It was from Bao Xiang's little booklet. There was this odd diagram. When he saw the old monk stood this way like a statue without the slightest sign of movement, after a while he heard a shout. The old monk jumped up and turned his body around. Both his hands on the ground, and with a push, the top of his head on the ground and his two hands stretched evenly, his two legs against each other in the air. Dai Yun thought this was interesting and took out the booklet from his bosom. He searched for the diagram, and under the moonlight he saw that it was exactly the position of this old monk. He realized, this must be the cultivation method of their sect. When he saw that the old monk had his eyes closed and his complete attention focused on his training, with each and every stance becoming more intense, he knew that it would be some time before his training would be completed. He put the booklet back in his bosom and thought, although the old monk saved my life, he belongs to an evil sect and harbors malicious intentions toward the young lady. I should take the chance to escape with the lady on horse while the monk is focused on his training. He knew that this endeavor was extremely risky, but he could not allow a benevolent lady like Shui Sheng to be taken advantage of. At once he turned around and quietly crawled away. Back in prison, he used to train with Ding Dian a lot. He knew that during training, whenever one was meditating like that, one would have to focus their complete attention, and their senses would be reduced. As long as this old monk is focused on his training, he should be able to rescue the lady without being noticed. When Dai Yun turned around, his broken leg hurt so much that it was unbearable. He could only use the energy of his body on his hands and slowly crawl in the grass. Fortunately, the old monk indeed did not notice. His head was lowered, and the moonlight precisely shone on Shui Sheng's face. She opened her eyes and saw a pair of round eyes in front of her. She was very afraid. Dai Yun was afraid of alerting the old monk, so he did not speak up, but with a gesture indicated that he was here to rescue her. Dai Yun extended his arm to help her up. He pointed to the horses by the tree with the intention of escaping with her. Shui Sheng felt weak all over and did not know what to do. If Dai Yun had recovered from his leg injury, he could have carried her, but he could barely manage to get there by himself. There was no way he could take her with him. The only way was to wait for her acupoint to unseal itself. She did not know how to unseal her own acupoint. All he could do was give her gestures, pointing at the various pressure points in her body, hoping that she would understand how to unseal her acupoint. When Shui Sheng saw that he was pointing at various acupoints in her body, she could not help but feel ashamed and resentful. This evil monk must be trying to torture me with some weird techniques. As soon as I am able to move, I will ram my head against the wall to prevent their harassment. Dai Yun saw that her expression was strange and thought, most likely she doesn't understand what I'm doing. But besides having her unseal her acupoint, there was no second option to escape. However, he could not say a word and hinted, "Young lady, I am only trying to help you escape. Please forgive my rudeness." And at once he extended his hand and massaged several parts of her back. He massaged her back several times, but it did not unseal her acupoint in the least bit. But Shui Sheng's was alarmed and became even more angry. Her cousin Wang Xiaofeng had practiced martial arts together under her father since they were small. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. Her father had long suggested to betroth her to her cousin. The two of them traveled the realm together and treated each other with utmost respect. They did not even hold hands. When Dai Yun touched her like this, tears began to fall from her eyes. Dai Yun was startled by her reaction. Why is she crying? It must that when I touched her sealed acupoint it caused her pain. That's why she cried. I will try to unseal the acupoint on her waist instead. As he said this, he moved his hand to the back of her waist and gently began to knead it. Shui Sheng began to cry even more, and Dai Yun became anxious and perplexed. So it turns out that the acupoint on her waist is causing her pain as well. Then what should I do? He knew that females valued their sanctity the most. He did not even dare to look at her chest or legs or neck, much less touch it. I have no good way of unsealing her acupoint, and if I try arbitrarily, that could have negative consequences. I can only carry her downhill and attempt to escape. At once he held both her arms, intending to carry her on his back. Shui Sheng was extremely furious at his actions and nearly fainted several times. When she saw him move his hands, she thought he wanted to remove her clothing. She was so mad her breath was stuck in her chest and would not exhale. Dai Yun put her arms together and was about to move her body when the congested breath of air rushed out of her chest. Her mute acupoint was unsealed, and she immediately shouted, "Villain, let go of me, don't touch me." When she shouted so abruptly, Dai Yun was startled. He let go of her and she fell on the ground. He could not balance himself and fell on top of her. Her shout also caused the evil monk to awake at once. He opened his eyes and saw the two of them on top of each other, and heard Shui Sheng yell, "Evil monk, just kill me, let go of me." The old monk grinned. "Little scoundrel, why so impatient? You dare taste your senior's ladies." He came forward and grabbed Dai Yun from behind, moved back a few steps and put him down on the ground and sneered. Very good, very good. I admire the courage of young men such as yourself. Even though you broke one of your legs, you do not care about the pain. You only want woman. Wonderful, wonderful, you have guts. Your style suits my appetite. Dai Yun's intentions were misunderstood by the two of them. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, if I speak the truth, the evil monk can easily kill me in one strike. I should improvise and find another way to escape with the lady. The old monk said, "You are the newest disciple of Bao Xiang, are you not?" He did not wait for Dai Yun's answer and continued, "Bao Xiang must like you a lot. He even gave you his Blood Sabre monk garment. Did he give you the Blood Sabre Sutra?" Dai Yun thought, "I wonder what this Blood Sabre Sutra is." He trembled and took out the yellow booklet from his bosom. The old monk browsed through it and gave it back to him. He gently patted him on the head and said, "Very good, what is your name?" Dai Yun replied, "My name is Dai Yun." The old monk replied, "Very good, has your teacher taught you the techniques of self-cultivation?" Dai Yun replied, "He has not." The old monk said, "That is not a problem. Where is your teacher now?" How would Dai Yun dare to tell him that Bao Xiang was not his teacher, much less tell him that he was already dead? He only uttered, He is traveling on a ship." The old monk asked, "Has your teacher told you the name of your grand teacher?" Dai Yun replied, "No," the old monk replied. "My name is the Blood Sabre Elder. You little scoundrel have won my delight if you follow your grand teacher. I can promise that you can get your hands on any beautiful woman you want in the world." Dai Yun thought, so he is Bao Xiang's teacher, and asked, "They called you the evil Blood Sabre monk Grand Teacher. We belong to this sect," the Blood Sabre Elder replied. He. That little scoundrel Bao Xiang sure is tight with words. He did not even tell of our clan's history to his beloved disciple. We are a branch of the dark Qinghai cult called the Blood Sabre clan. Your grand teacher is the 4th-generation leader of the clan. You should focus on practicing your martial arts. Who can say? Maybe the position of 6th-generation leader will fall into your hands. So your leg is broken. No big deal, I will fix it for you. He inspected the Dai Yun's injury carefully and adjusted his leg tendons. Then he fetched a porcelain bottle from his bosom and produced some medical powder and smeared it on his wound. "This medicine is produced by our clan, and it is used to treat these kinds of injuries. Within a month, your broken leg should fully recover. We will go to Jingzhou tomorrow. Your teacher will be there as well." Dai Yun became startled. "I cannot go to Jingzhou." After the Blood Sabre Elder finished bandaging Dai Yun's wounds, he turned to look at Shui Sheng and sneered. "Little scoundrel, this little girl is pretty. Not bad. Truly not bad. She declares herself what twin knights of Bel's sword. Her father Shui Dai belongs to a righteous sect and considers himself to be a top and renowned figure in the martial world. But he overestimates his capabilities and dares to cross paths with the Blood Sabre clan. Yesterday, he killed one of your martial uncles. Damn it. He would not have guessed that I have now captured her beloved daughter. We will tarnish the reputation of her father. Let us strip this girl of all her clothes and put her on the horse and take a tour around the city. Let everyone see what the daughter of the great hero Shui really looks like." Shui Sheng's heart began to beat at an alarming rate and she nearly vomited. She thought, the young monk is vicious, but the older monk is even more vicious. How can I kill myself to preserve my chastity and my daddy's prestige? Suddenly the Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "As soon as you speak of Cao Cao has arrived one. People are here to save her." Dai Yun felt pleased and asked, "Where are they?" The Blood Sabre Elder replied, "They are within 5 li, he. There are 17 of them in total." Dai Yun listened closely for any sounds, and he could faintly hear the sound of horses approaching from the southeast direction. But the distance was so great that even these sounds were barely audible. It was impossible to distinguish the number of riders in total. But the old monk only needed to listen once and was able to point out exactly how many people there were. His attentiveness was startling. The Blood Sabre Elder said, "Your broken leg has been applied with medicine. Within 6 hours you cannot move, otherwise you will be crippled. However, within the distance of 100 or 200 li, I did not hear of any profound people. These 17 people are coming after me on horses. I will kill them all." Dai Yun was unwilling to let him kill members of righteous sects, so he hurriedly said, "If we just stay here and remain quiet, they may not be able to find us. They are the majority. Grand Teacher, you should be more careful." The Blood Sabre Elder was delighted by his remark and said, "You little scoundrel have a good heart. It is indeed hard to come by. Your Grand Teacher, I really like you." He reached for his waist and pulled out a flexible steel saber. The blade of the saber trembled violently like that of a serpent. The moonlight reflected the gloomy red color of the edge of the blade. The distinct hint of blood could be seen. It was quite disturbing. Dai Yun shivered and asked, This is a blood saber?" The Blood Sabre Elder replied. "On the night of the full moon, this precious blade must be used to behead people as an offer of sacrifice. Otherwise, its sharpness will diminish and would be unfavorable to its owner. Tonight is the night of the full moon, and these 17 people are coming just at the right time to be sacrificed for my blade. O precious saber, tonight you will be able to eat your fill of human blood." Shui Sheng listened as the sound of horses gradually drew closer, and she rejoiced. But when she heard the Blood Sabre Elder's words, she felt guilty, as if anyone who came would meet certain death. However, she did not believe it entirely and felt concerned. She wondered, "Did my daddy and Bioj come too?" After a while, the moonlight shone as horses approached up the mountain path. Dai Yun counted the number of people, and it indeed totaled 17. But the 17 riders were traveling in great haste and rapidly passed through the sloping path of the mountain, not bothering to come up the mountain to take a look. Shui Sheng raised her voice and yelled, "I am over here, I am over here." When the 17 riders heard her voice, they immediately turned around. One man shouted, "Baya oh my, Baya oh my." It was none other than Wang Xiaofeng. Shui Sheng wanted to cry for help again when the Blood Sabre Elder, with a flick of his finger, sent a piece of rock flying her direction and sealed the speech acupoint on her body. The 17 people got off their horses and got together for a discussion. The Blood Sabre Elder suddenly reached for Dai Yun and helped him up. He said in a very clear voice, "The 4th-generation clan leader, the Blood Sabre Elder, and the 6th-generation disciple Dai Yun of the Blood Sabre clan of the Dark Qinghai cult are here." Then he bent over and grabbed Shui Sheng's clothes from behind and shouted, "Shui Dai's little girl has become my grand disciple Dai Yun's 18th concubine. Whoever wants to drink at their wedding feast can come up here. Ha ha, ha ha." He intentionally displayed his profound internal energy. His laughter vibrated across the valley and could be heard from far away. All 17 riders were overwhelmed with shock and turned pale. Wang Xiaofeng saw that his cousin was at the hands of the evil monk without any ability to resist, and even heard him say that she had become the 18th concubine of his grand disciple Dai Yun. He was afraid that she had been violated, and his insides began to burn at the thought of this. He roared loudly and rushed up the hillside with his long sword in hand. The other 16 all shouted, "Kill the evil Blood Sabre monk! Rid the realm of this villain! Such a savage and perverted monk cannot be forgiven." Dai Yun watched as he knew a battle was about to ensue. He felt completely awkward and embarrassed and thought, "These people treat me as a monk belonging to the Blood Sabre clan. Even if I had 100 mouths, I would not be able to justify myself. I can only hope that they can kill the old monk and rescue Lady Shui. But, if the evil monk dies, then I will perish as well." On one hand, he wished that the heroes of the Central Plains would kill the monk, but on the other hand, he wanted the monk to win as well. He did not know which side to root for. He glanced over at the Blood Sabre Elder and only saw him laugh coldly, not in the least bit worried about the overwhelming majority. He carried a person in each hand with the blood saber across his lips, giving off a sinister appearance. When the majority was within a distance of 200 feet or so, he gently put Dai Yun aside, being careful not to damage his legs. After another 100 feet or so, he put Shui Sheng beside Dai Yun. still biting on the blood saber with both his hands pushing against his waist. The night wind blew against his oversized monk garment. Wang Xiaofeng shouted, "Bai oh my, are you all right?" Shui Sheng wanted to yell out for her cousin, but how could she speak out? But as she saw her cousin was getting closer and closer, she felt a mixture of emotions: happiness, worry, regret, and gratefulness. All she wanted to do was be embraced and cry heartily. She wanted to explain to him the suffering and humiliation she had been through. Wang Xiaofeng focused his complete attention on finding his cousin. Looking in all directions, he slowed down his pace and saw 7 or 8 people caught up to him. Under the moonlight, he saw the Blood Sabre Elder up at the highest part of the hill in a fierce composure. When the majority reached within 50 or 60 feet, they all stopped at once. The two parties opposed each other, then with a loud shout, 2 men rushed forward together. One wielded a gold whip while another wielded twin sabers. The 2 men rushed forward several dozen feet. The one who wielded the twin sabers was agile and quickly arrived behind the Blood Sabre Elder. 1 on each side. They shouted loudly and attacked together in unison. The Blood Sabre Elder turned his body to evade the twin sabers, dodging left and right. His blood saber still remained in his mouth. Suddenly, with his left hand, he grabbed the handle of the saber, and with a slash he cut the head of the gold whip user in half. After he killed this man, he immediately put the saber back in his mouth. The one wielding the twin sabers was extremely frightened and sad. His twin sabers danced around like snowflakes as he rushed forward. The Blood Sabre Elder intercepted the 2 sabers with his bare hands. Then unexpectedly with his right hand, he took the own saber out of his mouth, and with one slash, he cut his opponent from the top of his head down across to his waist. The majority was startled at this performance and retreated several steps. They saw the saber filled with fresh blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Although they were all afraid of the Blood Sabre Elder, their hearts were still filled with desires of revenge. With a loud shout, 4 more people attacked from the left and right sides. The Blood Sabre Elder ran westward, and the 4 of them shouted in pursuit. They followed for a few dozen feet, and the speed of each individual could be differentiated as the Blood Sabre Elder came to a halt. 2 people attacked from the front while 2 attacked from behind. The Blood Sabre Elder turned around and rushed forward, and with a red flash, the 2 people in front of him were killed immediately by his saber. The 2 people behind him hesitated for a moment before they were immediately killed by a slash across the neck. Dai Yun hid behind the bushes and saw that the monk had already killed 6 people. His craftiness and technique was very violent. It was truly unfathomable, he thought. With the way things are going, the remaining 11 people will be killed in no time at all. What can I do? Suddenly he heard someone shout, buyer oh my, where are you?" It was Wang Xiaofeng of the Twin Knights of Bell Sword. Shui Sheng was lying beside Dai Yun. Because her speech acupoint was sealed, she could not speak out. But in her heart she called, "Bioj, I am over here." Wang Xiaofeng scurried around searching through bushes relentlessly. Suddenly the mountain wind fluttered and revealed a corner of Shui Sheng's garment. Wang Xiaofeng shouted, "She's over here." Shui Sheng was so happy that she shed tears. Her entire body was trembling. Wang Xiaofeng shouted, "Bio oh my." He rushed forward and embraced Shui Sheng tightly. When the 2 of them reunited under such circumstances, formalities and etiquette was hardly a concern. Wang Xiaofeng asked, "Bio oh my, are you all right?" He saw that Shui Sheng did not reply and became suspicious. He put her down and noticed that her feet were on the ground and she was facing upward. Wang Xiaofeng knew the technique of sealing acupoints but was not proficient at it, though he did practice the fundamentals. He immediately extended his hands and reached for the 3 acupoints located on her waist and back. Releasing them at once, Shui Sheng shouted, Biode. When Dai Yun saw Wang Xiaofeng approach, he knew that his life was in jeopardy. He slowly crawled away as Wang Xiaofeng released her acupoints. Shui Sheng heard the rustling sounds of bushes and recalled the humiliation that the vicious monk gave her. She pointed at Dai Yun and said to Wang Xiaofeng, "Quick, kill that vicious monk for me." As soon as he heard this, Wang Xiaofeng unsheathed his sword at once and rushed towards Dai Yun. When Dai Yun heard Shui Sheng's cries, he knew that he was in trouble. He did not wait for the sword to approach him and quickly rolled away. Fortunately, he was on an incline and took the opportunity to roll downhill. Wang Xiaofeng followed and tried to stab Dai Yun. Just as he was about to reach him, he suddenly heard a loud voice as his vision was blurred by a red flash. In extreme urgency, he reacted with the 9 stances of Peacock Spreads Its Tails, and his sword danced like a ray of light as he struck in self-defense. He heard the sound of jingling bells, the clashing sound of sword and saber like a string of pearls. In an instant, it had collided more than 30 times. Wang Xiaofeng's swordplay had already received the true teachings of his teacher Shui Dai. This technique of peacock spreads its tails, tossed and turned relentlessly, and consisted of 9 stances in total. He had practiced this thoroughly during his training. However, at this moment it was a matter of life and death, and his opponent's stances were executed with extreme speed. How could he simply block every stance as it came his way? Therefore, he could only execute the 9 stances out of a sense of urgency and necessity. The Blood Sabre Elder attacked him 36 times with his saber, each strike faster than the last. Unexpectedly, all his attacks were deflected by his opponent. The other fighters watched and were dazzled by this brilliant display of speed. At this time of the 17 people, 9 were already killed by the Blood Sabre Elder, including Shui Sheng. Only 9 people remained. Everyone's hands were drenched in cold sweat, and they all had the same thought. The twin Knights of Bell Sword live up to their reputation. Only he is able to withstand the lightning-fast attacks of the Blood Sabre Elder. In actuality, all the Blood Sabre Elder had to do was reduce the speed of his attacks, and within a dozen stances or so, Wang Xiaofeng would most certainly lose his life. However, the Blood Sabre Elder did not consider this at the moment, and his opponent's technique of self-defense was merely a result of extremely well-practiced swordplay. He thought, HMPH, little fellow, let us compete. Let's see who's faster. And with that he increased the speed of his attacks. The others wanted to jump in to assist to kill the Blood Sabre Elder, but the speed of the 2 fighters was much too fast. How could they find an opening to attack? Shui Sheng was worried for her cousin's safety. Her arms became sour and her legs became numb. She could not wait any longer. From a nearby corpse she grabbed a long sword and rushed forward to attack. Whenever she and her cousin would join forces against an opponent, their attacks were coordinated very well. Wang Xiaofeng focused on obstructing the Blood Sabre Elder's attacks, while Shui Sheng aimed to attack her opponent's vital areas. As the Blood Sabre Elder could not defeat Wang Xiaofeng in several dozen stances, he became impatient. Suddenly, he let out a huge roar, and with his right hand he brandished his blood saber, and with his left hand he grabbed his long sword. Wang Xiaofeng was startled and increased the speed of his attacks, hoping to sever his fingers. But he did not expect that the Blood Sabre Elder's left hand was not afraid of his sword and even managed to reduce more than half of his sword stances. At this point, Wang Xiaofeng and Shui Sheng were surrounded by perils. One of the old men amongst the remaining fighters saw that things turned for the worse and knew that tonight the twin Knights of Bell's Sword would lose their lives. Under the assumption that they would all die today, he shouted in desperation, "Everyone, we will fight together to defeat this evil monk." Suddenly, from the northwest direction, a shout could be heard, "Luo Hua Liashui." Then from the northeast direction, someone shouted, "Luo Hua Liashui." The 2 words, Luo Hua, was not finished when from the southwest direction another voice said, "Luo Hua Liu Shui." These 3 people came from 3 different directions. Their voices were loud and profound and melodious. Each tone was different, but it was full of energy, and one could tell that they had profound internal energy. The Blood Sabre Elder was startled. Where did these 3 experts come from? Judging by their voices, the martial arts of each individual are not below mine. If the 3 of them fight together, it would be difficult to handle. He tried to come up with a plan to meet the attack while his saber stances did not slow down in the least bit. All of a sudden, another voice was heard from the southern direction, shouting, "Luo Hua Liashui." The sound of the Shui character was extended and relentlessly traveled to their direction like the expanse of the Yangtze. This voice was closer than that of the other 3. Shui Sheng was delighted. "Daddy, Daddy, come here quickly." All the fighters in the group were delighted and shouted, "The 4 elders of Jiangling are here, Luo Hua Liashui." Ha! They could only utter a ha when they were immediately cut down by the blood saber, fresh blood spurting from their stomachs. The Blood Sabre Elder heard as another person was approaching, and it was Shui Sheng's father. He suddenly recalled, "My disciple Shan Yang once told me of the greatest martial artists in the Central Plains. Apart from Ding Dian, there is what is known as the 4 marvels of the South and the 4 freaks of the North. The 4 freaks of the North are called Fengu Yun Long Tu, while the 4 marvels of the South are called Luo Hua Liashui. At that time when I heard this, I told him to get lost, a nickname of Luo Hua Liashui. How can they have any sort of decent background? But now that I hear the echoes of their voices, it seems that they do have a bit of tricks up their sleeves." He did not come to a decision, yet when the four men from the distant all yelled out, Luohualiashui, from all four directions. The vibration of their sounds echoed in the valley. The Blood Sabre Elder heard that these four voices were some distance apart from each other, the furthest one within a distance of 5 li. If he were to finish off the remaining fighters and the four of them team up against him, it would be very hard for him to escape. He thrust his lips and whistled. Luohualiashui, I will kill you until you are Luohualiashui 3. With a flick of his finger, he aimed for Shui Sheng's sword. She could not keep a good hold of her sword, and it was flicked out of her hands and cast into the distance. The Blood Sabre Elder ordered, Dai Yun, get ready to mount the horse. We have to get out of here. Dai Yun could not immediately comply with his demand. He felt a sense of difficulty in his heart. If he were to escape with him, he would be digging an even deeper hole for himself of never being able to prove his innocence. Yet if he remained here, he would most certainly be killed without so much as a chance to explain himself. He heard the Blood Sabre Elder call out again, Grand Disciple, get on the horse. Dai Yun began to have second thoughts. He reasoned, the most important thing is to preserve my life. Have I not been falsely accused enough times in my life already? Why should I still care what others think of me? By the time the Blood Sabre spoke out the third time, he agreed at once. He picked up a short spear on the ground and used it as a crutch and made his way to the horses by the tree. A club-wielding fat person yelled, Oh no, the evil monk wants to run away. I will go and chase him. He lifted his club and rushed forward to attack Dai Yun. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed at his remark. Ha! If you chase after him, I will chase after you. With a swipe of the Blood Sabre along with the club, the fat person was sliced into 4 pieces. The others saw how violently this person died and cried out in terror. The truth was that the Blood Sabre Elder wanted to take the opportunity to scare away the remaining fighters. He extended his arms and carried Shui Sheng and ran to the direction of Dai Yun. Shui Sheng shouted, Evil monk, let go of me. She began pounding his back with her fist. Although her sword techniques weren't bad, her fists were powerless, and furthermore, the Blood Sabre Elder was a man of strong build, so he hardly felt her attacks. With one stride of his legs, he could cross a distance of 5 feet. In no time at all, he was beside Dai Yun. When Wang Xiaofeng executed the 9 stances of Peacock Spreads Its Tails in a daze, he could not immediately withdraw his attack and executed the stances of Brocade Feather Spreads East, Jade Feathers Pick West, Colorful Sun Sets South, and Morning Wind Returns North in succession. When he saw Shui Sheng being carried away, he scurried forward. The long sword in his hand remained brandished relentlessly. The Blood Sabre Elder set Dai Yun on top of the yellow horse and put Shui Sheng in front of him. He whispered, Whatever these 4 devils are called, they are formidable opponents and can't be taken lightly. This little girl is our hostage. You cannot let her get away. As he said this, he got on the white horse and rode east. The sounds of the men chanting Luohualiashui drew closer and closer. Sometimes it was chanted by one person, while sometime 2 or 3 or 4 chanted altogether. Shui Sheng yelled, Bioj, daddy, daddy, save me. However, she could only watch as her cousin once again trailed behind the horse. The yellow horse and white horse of the twin Knights of Bell's Sword were prized steeds picked from Daeyuan amongst thousands of horses. During peaceful times, the 2 of them were arrogant, always bragging about how the speed and strength of their 2 steeds could not be matched by a 3rd horse in this world. Who would have thought that these horses would now be used by their enemies? These creatures were ignorant and could only gallop forward. The faster the horses were, the farther Wang Xiaofeng trailed behind. Wang Xiaofeng saw that he could not catch up to the horse. He could only yell out, Bio-oh-my, one shouted Bioj, while the other shouted Bio-oh-my, their voices filled with immense sorrow. When Dai Yun heard of this tragedy, he could not bear to keep Shui Sheng on the horse and wanted to knock her off. But upon recalling the Blood Sabre Elder's words of, These opponents are formidable and cannot be taken lightly. This girl is our hostage. You must not let her get away. He knew that if he released Shui Sheng, the Blood Sabre Elder would be extremely furious. This monk was incredibly vicious and ruthless. For him to kill someone would be no different than slaughtering a chicken. He further knew that should Shui Sheng's father and the other heroes catch up, he would lose his life for sure. He hesitated and did not know how to act. Upon hearing Shui Sheng's sad voice calling for a cousin, his heart became sour. The 2 of them are deeply in love, yet they were separated by force. Yet me and my martial sister, me and my martial sister, did we not suffer the same fate? However, the way she treats me, can it be compared with the way Lady Shui treats her cousin? As he thought up to this point, he grieved deeply and thought, "Go then," and pushed her off the horse. Even though the Blood Sabre Elder was focused on running away, he still paid attention for any activity behind him. When he no longer heard the cries of Shui Sheng, followed by an Ayo. As she fell on the floor, he knew that since Dai Yun had a broken leg, he could not keep good hold of her, and immediately turned the horse around. Shui Sheng fell on the ground, but immediately jumped up and continued running towards Wang Xiaofeng. The two of them were separated a distance of over 500 feet. One was traveling from west to east, while the other was heading east to west, and they drew closer together. As they ran, one yelled out Bioj, while the other yelled out Bioma. It was truly a sight of happiness that could not be described. The Blood Sabre Elder smiled faintly and reined the horse after her. He saw Wang Xiaofeng and Shui Sheng were now only separated by a distance of about 200 feet and increased his pace. Dai Yun was startled and prayed, "Run faster! Run faster!" The remaining fighters all shouted, "Run faster! Run faster!" as they saw the Blood Sabre Elder chasing after her, saber in mouth. Shui Sheng heard as the sound of horseshoes drew closer. The two of them ran as fast as they could, and the distance between her and Wang Xiaofeng was ever closer. She ran so fast she felt that her heart was about to explode. Her knees were bent and weak and felt as if she would slip at any time. But she managed to endure and continued to run. All of a sudden, she felt the breath of the white horse right behind her, and she heard the Blood Sabre Elder sneer. "You think you can get away?" Shui Sheng extended her hands forward to grab Wang Xiaofeng. The two were within a distance of 20 feet when the Blood Sabre Elder grabbed her by the shoulder. She cried out in alarm and could not hold the tears in her eyes, when all of a sudden a familiar and affectionate voice called out, "Shenger, don't be scared, Daddy is here for you." When Shui Sheng heard this, she knew that her father had arrived. She was so delighted that her spirits abruptly increased, and she gathered up the strength in her legs, and with all her might she leapt forward several dozen feet. Originally, the Blood Sabre Elder had already caught her by the shoulder, but unexpectedly she got away. Wang Xiaofeng pushed forward, and the two of them held their left hands together. He thought, "Heaven has pity. Teacher arrived just in the nick of time. We no longer need to be afraid of this evil monk." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed coldly and unleashed his blood saber. Wang Xiaofeng hurriedly rushed forward to block with his own sword, but all he could see was a sparkling red flash heading towards him and making a turn. It followed the momentum from the edge of his sword and slashed downwards, the tip of the saber aiming towards his fingers. Had Wang Xiaofeng not immediately released his sword, his hand would have been crippled immediately. This move was incredibly fast. His palm stuttered as the long sword flew out of his hands toward his opponent. The Blood Sabre Elder flicked the sword westward with his left finger. The sword pierced in the direction of one of the old fighters. With the blood saber on his right hand, he rushed forward to chop down Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng had no choice but to release his hold on Shui Sheng in order to avoid the attack. The Blood Sabre Elder's left arm made a turn, and in one fell swoop, he once again grabbed Shui Sheng and put her on the saddle. He did not bother to turn the direction of his horse and rushed forward to attack the other fighters at the scene. The remaining fighters who watched him rush forward all yelled out at once and split to two sides. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed as he cut one of them down, then circled once with his horse and rushed towards Dai Yun. All of a sudden, a gray flash approached from the left, the long sword reflected by the dazzling moonlight. A cold and threatening sword flash heading to his chest. The Blood Sabre Elder countered with his own saber. The two weapons clashed and vibrated violently. The web between his thumb and forefinger felt slightly numb. The Blood Sabre Elder thought, "Very profound internal energy." At this time, another long sword approached from the right. The stance was somewhat unusual. The tip of the sword rotated in a circular motion, and he could not see clearly which direction his opponent intended to strike. The Blood Sabre Elder was startled as he thought, "The renowned Taiji sword practitioner is here." Channeling energy to his right arm, the Blood Sabre Elder too brandished his saber in a circular motion. The two weapons clashed. Ting, 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 ting. The weapons sparkled upon contact, splashing in all directions. His opponent complimented, "Excellent saber techniques." The Blood Sabre Elder looked to the side and saw a Taoist dressed in a yellow gown and replied, "Your swordplay is remarkable as well." The person on the left-hand side shouted, "Let go of my daughter." On one hand he struck out with his sword, while with the other he attacked with a palm. Two forces unleashed simultaneously. From afar, Dai Yun saw that the Blood Sabre Elder had held Shui Sheng captive once again and was now being attacked on both sides. The man on the left-hand side was old and majestic, his appearance slivery white, giving off an elegant and delicate appearance. This man said, "Let go of my daughter," so naturally he must be Shui Sheng's father. He saw that every time the Blood Sabre Elder blocked a stance, his body would tremble slightly, which suggested that his internal energy was slightly inferior. Dai Yun saw another two men were approaching up the hill. Their movements were quick as the wind, obviously extremely powerful fighters. Dai Yun thought, once the other two arrive as reinforcements and the four of them attack at once, there is no way the Blood Sabre Elder can handle it. He will most certainly die. I should run for my life while I still can. But he reconsidered. If not for him, I would have died by the sword of Wang Xiaofeng a long time ago. For me to only care about myself would be being ungrateful, a much shameless and despicable act. The Blood Sabre Elder shouted, "Take your daughter back," and threw Shui Sheng high up in the sky over Shui Dai's head, then rushed to Dai Yun. This move came as a surprise to everyone, high up in the air. Shui Sheng cried out in alarm, and the onlookers all exclaimed at once. Dai Yun saw as Shui Sheng flew towards his direction, the momentum strong and swift. If he did not support her, she would most likely fall on the ground and sustain injuries, so he opened his arms to catch her. The force of the fall was quite strong. Fortunately, Dai Yun was still on the horse, and a good portion of the force was alleviated by the horse. When the Blood Sabre Elder threw Shui Sheng, he had already sealed her acupoint, so all she could do was cry out in alarm without any way to retaliate. She yelled, "Little monk, let go of me!" The Blood Sabre Elder attacked Shui Dai twice with the saber, then fiercely attacked the old Taoist with another 2 strikes of the saber. These attacks were reckless without any intent of self-defense. It was extremely severe. He shouted, "My good son Dai Yun, get away now, you don't have to wait for me." Dai Yun was at a loss and did not know what to do. He heard as Wang Xiaofeng and the other fighters rushed forward, declaring, "Kill the little perverted monk," while the Blood Sabre Elder shouted again, "Run away, run away." Immediately, he reined the horse and rushed outward. Originally, the Blood Sabre Elder and he intended to head east, but under such extreme urgency, he had no time to think and headed west instead. The sword of the Blood Sabre Elder increased in speed the more he attacked. Circular movements of red flashes enveloped around his body. He laughed. "I have to spend time with your good daughter now. Not an old fellow like you?" He soared into the air and landed squarely on the white horse. Shui Dai was anxious to save his daughter and was unwilling to tangle with him. At once, he executed the lightness martial arts, rising duckweed passes through the water. His body felt as if it was floating on water, rushing rapidly towards Dai Yun. However, the horse Dai Yun was riding was a remarkable steed purchase that he had purchased for 500 taels of silver many years ago. The speed of the horse was unmatched. Apart from the white horse that the Blood Sabre Elder was currently riding, in the present age there is unlikely to be a horse which could compete. Even though there were 2 riders on the yellow horse, Shui Dai could still not overtake them. Shui Dai shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Although the horse recognized his voice, Dai Yun had a strong hold on its reins and it could not stop easily. Shui Dai declared, "Vicious little monk, if you do not get off this horse, this old man will cut you into 17 or 18 pieces." Shui Sheng yelled out, "Daddy, Daddy!" Shui Dai felt the pain in his heart as if it was being cut apart. He yelled, "My child, don't be scared." In an instant, Shui Dai had chased the horse for over a li. Although Shui Dai's lightness martial arts were impressive, he was after all getting old and did not have as much stamina. The yellow horse ran farther and farther away from him. Suddenly, a shout was heard, a blade striking him from behind. He flipped his hand over to counter the Blood Sabre Elder's attack with his sword. A gust of wind swept past him. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed heartily as the white horse galloped into the distance. The Blood Sabre Elder and Dai Yun ran for a good while. When the Blood Sabre Elder saw that they were much too far away for their enemies to catch up, he was afraid of overworking the horse and ordered Dai Yun to hold its reins and walk slowly. He could not find the words to praise Dai Yun's good conscience. He knew that the situation was critical, yet Dai Yun did not leave him behind. Dai Yun smiled bitterly and gave a sideways glance at Shui Sheng. He saw that her expression was filled with fear and hatred and knew that she loathed him greatly. He decided that he would never be able to explain himself at this point. So he thought, "You can think whatever you want. Call me a vicious and perverted monk. Curse me to your heart's content." The Blood Sabre Elder said, "Hey, little girl, your father's martial arts is really not bad, hee. But your grandfather, I have scored a victory over him. He exerted all his strength but still could not catch me." Shui Sheng glared at him in contempt but did not reply. The Blood Sabre Elder continued. Who is the one who uses a sword? Which member of Luohualia Shui is he? Shui Sheng decided that no matter what he asked, she would not pay any attention. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. My grand disciple, what is the most valuable asset of a woman? Dai Yun was taken aback by his question and his heart skipped a beat. He thought, oh no, the old monk wants to tarnish the lady's purity. How can I save her? He replied, I don't know. The Blood Sabre Elder said, the most valuable asset of a woman is her face. Since this little girl won't talk to me, I will cut across her face horizontally 7 times and slash vertically 8 times. This technique has a name. It is called 7 horizontals and 8 verticals. Hee, don't you think it's great? As he said up to this point, he pulled out the blood saber from his waist and held it firmly in his hands. Shui Sheng had long cast away her life. She no longer harbored any hope of returning alive, but the thought of her faultless face being disfigured by the monk sent shivers down her spine. But she thought that if she were to be disfigured, she would likely be able to keep her purity, which could be considered a fortunate event amongst unfortunate events. The Blood Sabre Elder flashed the saber beside her face a few times and threatened, I ask you, who is that old Taoist? If you don't answer me now, I will slash you across the face. Answer me. Shui Sheng spat in disgust and said, just kill me. The Blood Sabre Elder slashed with his right hand. A flicker of red light flashed in front of her as it swiped down her face. Dai Yun let out an ah and turned his head around. Not daring to look, Shui Sheng passed out immediately. The Blood Sabre Elder burst into laughter and urged his horse forward. Dai Yun could not help but turn around to look at Shui Sheng. He saw that her face was unaffected without a single scar and was delighted. He knew that the Blood Sabre Elder's saber techniques had reached the stage of being able to do whatever he pleased with the precision of a thousandth of a point. The edge of the saber barely grazed her cheeks, and only managed to cut off very minuscule strands of hair on her temple. Her skin was unaffected. Shui Sheng eventually woke up, tears dropping out of her eyes. When she saw Dai Yun's smile, she became even more furious and scolded. You take joy in calamity and delight in disaster. You are really an evil person. She had originally intended to scold him with a much harsher phrase, but she was not used uttering profanities, so she could not immediately come up with something malicious to curse. The Blood Sabre Elder raised his saber again and said, if you don't answer, I will slash you again. Shui Sheng decided that since she had already been slashed once, it would not make a difference even if she was slashed a few more times, and replied, just kill me now, kill me now. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed maliciously. Do you think it's that easy? As he said this, he swiped the blood saber across her face once again. This time, Shui Sheng did not pass out. She felt the saber sweep across her face, yet she did not feel any pain, nor was there any blood dripping from her wound. She realized that the monk only meant to scare her and that her face remained intact. She rejoiced and exhaled a breath of relief. The Blood Sabre Elder said, my clever grand disciple, what do you think of your grandfather's 2 strikes? Dai Yun replied, your saber technique is extremely profound. Truly impressive. He really meant this from the bottom of his heart. The Blood Sabre Elder asked, do you want to learn it? Dai Yun thought, just when I could not come up with a way to protect the girl's chastity. If I learn the techniques of this old monk, as long as he teaches me without any malicious intentions, I may be able to save her, but to do this I must get on his good side. He replied, your grand disciple shows utmost respect for your saber techniques. If you teach me several stances in the future, if I encounter petty foes like her cousin, I will not be bullied, so as to prevent grandfather's reputation from being tarnished. In his whole life, he had hardly told a lie, but at this point, in order to save the girl, he could not help but feel corny and his face flushed red when he called him grandfather. Shui Sheng scolded, bah, have you no face? You are shameless. The Blood Sabre Elder was delighted and laughed. My profound blood saber techniques cannot be learned in such a short time. Very well. I will begin by teaching you the stance of slicing paper, scraping tofu. When you practice, find 100 pieces of tissue and fold it into a group and put it on the table. Slash horizontally across the pile, slicing the first piece of paper without moving the second. Then slice the second piece of paper without moving the third. Continue to do this until you finish all 100 pieces. As Shui Sheng was still a brash youngster, she could not help but interrupt and scoffed. Yeah, right. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. You think I'm bluffing? We can try it for ourselves. He reached for her head and pulled out a strand of hair. Shui Sheng felt a slight pain and asked, what are you doing? The Blood Sabre Elder ignored her and placed the strand of her on the tip of her nose and began reining the horse. The acceleration caused Shui Sheng's body to curl up and recline in front of Dai Yun's horse. She felt a slight tickle as the strand of hair was placed on her nose. She did not know what he was trying to do, and was about to open her mouth to blow away the hair when the Blood Sabre Elder said, "Don't move, watch carefully." He reined the horse and turned it back around. The horse slightly rubbed against the other horse as it passed through. Shui Sheng saw a flash of red light, and her nose felt a slight cool sensation, following which the strand of hair placed on her nose disappeared. Then she heard Dai Yun exclaim, "Amazing! Amazing!" The Blood Sabre Elder extended his blood saber, and she saw the strand of hair placed firmly on the edge of the blade. Both the Blood Sabre Elder and Dai Yun were bald, so this strand of hair definitely belonged to her. Shui Sheng felt both startled and impressed by this display of brilliancy. She thought, "This old monk's martial arts is really impressive. Had his saber been raised higher by even half an inch, the strand of hair would not have been sliced from my nose. If the saber was lower by half an inch, then my entire nose would have been cut off." Furthermore, he was riding a horse, which makes his feat is over 100 times more impressive than simply practicing on a stationary target. Dai Yun intended to get on the Blood Sabre Elder's good side and wanted to utter words of flattery, but he was clumsy and slow with words. He tossed and turned and could only say, "Your saber technique is very good. I have never seen something as impressive before." Shui Sheng had personally witnessed the technique of the Blood Sabre Elder, and even upon hearing the compliments of Dai Yun, she did not feel it was excessive. However, she thought that since he was quite despicable for stooping to such low levels of flattery only to get on his grand teacher's good side. The Blood Sabre Elder turned his horse around toward Dai Yun and said, "As for the part about scraping tofu, you must place a piece of tofu on top of a wooden board and scrape it into thin pieces with your saber. A 2-inch long tofu must be scraped into 20 equal pieces, each piece completely intact. If you can do this, then you have successfully completed the preliminaries." Dai Yun said, "That is only the preliminaries?" The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "Of course, think about it, what is harder, to slice a piece of stable and stationary tofu, or to slice off a strand of hair on the girl's nose while galloping on your horse?" Dai Yun flattered. "Grand Teacher is naturally gifted. Such a feat cannot be replicated by the average person. If your grand disciple, I can learn even a tenth of your skills. I would be completely satisfied." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed out loud while Shui Sheng scolded, "Fulsome, despicable." At first, it was not easy for an honest person like Dai Yun to give such excessive compliments of flattery, but once the first phrase was uttered, the rest followed naturally. However, the Blood Sabre Elder did indeed possess martial arts abilities that could not be matched by the ordinary person, so these compliments were not necessarily false. It's just that Dai Yun was naturally not the type of person to say these kinds of things. The Blood Sabre Elder said, "Your martial arts aptitude is not low. If you put in the effort, you can definitely complete this. Well then, give it a shot." As he said this, he pulled another piece of hair from Shui Sheng and placed it on top of her nose. Shui Sheng was startled and immediately blew away the piece of hair. She complained, "This little monk does not even know the technique. How can you simply let him try?" The Blood Sabre Elder said, "If he does not practice, how will he learn it? If he does not get it the first time, he will try it a second time. If he does not succeed the second time, then he will try 10 times. As he said this, he pulled out yet another piece of hair and placed it on top of her nose and passed the blood saber to Dai Yun, saying, "Give it a try." Dai Yun took the blood saber and gave a glance at Shui Sheng, her face full of resentment and her eyes full of fear. She knew that Dai Yun had never practiced this type of saber technique. If he were to attempt to replicate what the Blood Sabre Elder did, the best-case scenario would be that her nose would be sliced off. In the worst-case scenario, her entire head would be sliced in half. She thought, maybe this is not so bad. Just let the vicious little monk kill me. It is much better than having to suffer their humiliations. She held on to this thought and no longer feared her impending death. Dai Yun did not dare to strike so rashly, so he asked, "Grand Teacher, how much energy do I need to use for this attack?" The Blood Sabre Elder answered, "The lower back channels energy to the shoulder, and the shoulder channels energy to the arm. Your arm must be without energy, and your wrist must be without strength." Then he explained what he meant by the lower back channels energy to the shoulder, and how the waist channels energy to the arm. Then he fetched the blood saber and demonstrated what he means by overcoming power without power and exuding strength without strength. As Shui Sheng listened to his profound martial arts philosophy, She could not help but nod in approval. Dai Yun listened attentively and nodded repeatedly. Then he said, "Unfortunately, your grand disciple, I was wronged in the past. My scapula was pierced and my tendons have been severed. I cannot exert any strength in my arms." The Blood Sabre Elder asked, "Why was your scapula pierced? How are the tendons in your arms severed?" Dai Yun replied, "Your grand disciple, I suffered many injustices during my time in prison." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed heartily, their horses next to each other. He asked Dai Yun to undo his shirt and expose his shoulder. Indeed, he saw that Dai Yun's shoulder was subsided. His scapula on both sides had a hole pierced through by an iron chain. The wound did not close yet, and furthermore, all the fingers on his right hand were sliced off, and the tendons in his arm were cut off. In terms of effectiveness in practicing martial arts, it could be said that he was useless. And even more, his leg had been trampled over by a horse. Although it did not wound him internally, the Blood Sabre Elder could not help but laugh at the sight of this. Dai Yun thought, "I have suffered so much, yet you still find a way to be amused." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "Gee, how many women did you harass? Ha ha. Little child was horny and luscious without a care for his own well-being and failed in one of his attempts, am I right?" Dai Yun replied. "No," the Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "Be honest now. The reason you were in prison was because of women doing you injustice. Am I right?" Dai Yun was stumped for words, but he thought, "I was framed by the concubine of Wan Zhenshin who said I stole money and wanted to kidnap her. So it is indeed true that women caused me injustice." He clenched his teeth and angrily replied, "Correct. This caused me so much pain. The day will come when I take my revenge." Shui Sheng could not help but scold. "You have done so many terrible deeds, yet you say other people implicate you. Of all the shameless people in this world, you little monk must rank at the top." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "You wanted to call him a little horny monk, but you could not utter the word horny, am I right? This little doll has some nerve. My child, why don't you strip off all her clothes and expose her completely? We will show her how horny we really are. Let's see if she ever dares to insult us again." Dai Yun could only vaguely agree to his demand. Shui Sheng scolded, "Little thief, do you dare?" At this moment she could not move a single muscle in her body. If Dai Yun really did what the Blood Sabre Elder asked him to, how could she get away? The words "you dare" were uttered as a desperate attempt to intimidate him. Dai Yun watched as the Blood Sabre Elder gave a dirty laugh while he stared at Shui Sheng constantly. He thought, "How can I make him change his mind about harassing the girl?" Then he asked, "Grand Teacher, your grand disciple, I am completely crippled. How can I still practice martial arts?" The Blood Sabre Elder said, "How is it not possible? Even if both your legs and arms were crippled, you can still practice the techniques of my Blood Sabre clan." Dai Yun replied, "That is good to hear." He said this with utmost sincerity and joyousness. The two of them discussed together and eventually rode their way to a large road. Suddenly, the sound of gongs could be heard, followed by an entire band of instruments. A group of escorts for a bride was heading their direction. There were about 40 or 50 people in total surrounding a marriage sedan. Behind the sedan, a man was draped in red silk with flowers, appearing fresh and bright. That person was the groom, and he was riding a white horse. Dai Yun pushed his horse to the side to make way. He was worried that they would all be killed by the Blood Sabre Elder. The majority yelled, "Hey, get out of the way. What are you doing, stinking monk? This is a happy occasion. If you don't move away, would you not be wishing bad luck upon us?" The Blood Sabre Elder rushed forward and stopped 20 feet in front of the escorts. He pushed against his waist with both hands and asked, "Hey, that bride of yours, is she pretty?" From the group of escorts emerged a large person who fetched a pole from the sedan and declared, "You bald bastard, are you tired of living?" This pole was even thicker than his arm and was over 10 feet long. The man held it sideways with both hands and demonstrated impressive power. The Blood Sabre Elder looked at Dai Yun and said, "Look closely at this technique." Then he moved forward and unleashed his blood saber, which slithered like a serpent and went past the sedan pole. Then he put the sword back at its sheath and laughed. Amongst the bride escorts, one yelled out, "You old bald thief, are you blind? Now's not the time for your prayers." This person did not even finish reprimanding him when the big man approached and, with sedan pole in hand, let out an alarming scream. Cracking sounds were heard in succession. The sedan pole was cracked in half and fell on the ground. What he held in his hand was only 2 pieces of several-inch thick wooden block. It turns out that in that instant when the Blood Sabre Elder attacked, the 10-feet-long sedan pole was already sliced into more than a dozen pieces. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed out loud and unsheathed his blood saber once again. Immediately, He rushed forward and cut the large man into 4 pieces and declared, "You should feel honored to let me take a look at the bride. Why are you so worried?" When everyone saw how vicious this man was in broad daylight, they were completely terror-stricken. The braver ones shouted back before running away. More than half of them felt their legs tremble as they dispersed in 4 directions. Some people were so scared that they pissed or shit themselves on the spot without even moving. The Blood Sabre Elder swung his blood saber and cut down the curtains in the front of the marriage sedan. He grabbed the bride by the chest with his left hand and pulled her out. The bride screamed and yelled for help but could not struggle free. The Blood Sabre Elder raised his saber and pricked in front of her face. The bride was so frightened she turned ghostly pale. When he saw that this bride was only 16 or 17 years old with an ugly appearance and the figure of a child, he spat out in disgust on her body and yelled, "Such a clown of a girl, how dare you become a bride?" Dai Yun had acted the role of the Blood Sabre monk all along, firstly because he was afraid, and secondly because this old monk did save his life, so he was grateful. But when he saw how he could be so vicious even against people he had never met before, he felt resentful and angry. He shouted, You! How can you willfully slaughter the innocent like this? What have they ever done to you?" The Blood Sabre Elder turned his head and laughed. "I have always loved slaughtering innocents, if only the guilty can be killed. How many people are guilty in this world?" As he said this, he raised his saber and with one slash, splattered the brains of another escort. Dai Yun rushed forward with his horse and demanded, You must not kill any more." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "Little child, you are afraid of seeing blood, aren't you? Then what use are you?" At this precise moment, sounds of approaching horses could be heard. Over a few dozen people were approaching from afar. One shouted, "Blood Sabre monk, let go of my daughter and we will let the matter drop, else even if you escape to the remotest of places, I will chase you to the ends of the earth." The sounds of horses were still somewhat distant, yet Shui Dai's voice was clear and distinct. Shui Sheng was delighted and yelled, "Father is here." Another 4 people were heard chanting at once. "Liuo Hua Lia Shui, Ah Shu Liu Liu, Liuo Hua Lia Shui, Ah Shu Liu Liu." The voice of each person was distinct, somewhat old but powerful and majestic. The sounds were drawn out and reverberated through the air. In terms of internal energy, they were each profound in their own way. The Blood Sabre Elder creased his eyebrows and yelled, "Bastards of the Central Plains trying to overwhelm me with the majority." He heard Shui Dai reply, "Even if your martial arts were higher, it would be a disaster to face the 4 marvels of the South, Luo Hua Lia Shui, at the same time. Let go of my daughter. An honorable man is true to his word. I will not pursue you." The Blood Sabre Elder contemplated. "I had just witnessed the martial arts of Shui Dai and that old Taoist. In a one-on-one battle, I do not have to fear. If they attack 2-on-1, I will lose most of the time and have no choice but to escape. If they attack 3-on-1, I will lose miserably without even a chance to escape. If all 4 of them attack, I will die without a burial site. Ha! These bastards of the Central Plains, how can their words be trusted? If I keep this little doll with me as hostage, I would still have some leverage, but if I let her go, they will have complete control of the situation." At once he whipped Dai Yun's horse to speed westward. He gathered his internal energy and yelled out, "Old Shui, 2 monks of the Blood Sabre clan have become your son-in-law. The 4th-generation clan leader has become your son-in-law, and the 6th-generation disciple is your son-in-law as well. The father-in-law chases the son-in-law. Excellent, excellent." As soon as Shui Dai heard this, he felt as if his heart was about to explode of anger. He already knew that the vicious monks of the Blood Sabre clan were notorious for committing adultery and arson and murder. With the 2 monks together with her daughter, not even considering the possibility that what the Blood Sabre Elder said was true, even if it was a hoax, he would still be overwhelmed with vast and limitless obscenities. For the daughter of a renowned hero of the Central Plains of several dozen years to suffer such a fate, if he did not swear to slash the 2 Blood Sabre monks into 10,000 pieces, how could he ever have any face again? He immediately pursued with his horse. At this point, besides the 3 elders Lu, Hua, and Liu who shared the name of the 4 marvels of the South, with him, there were additionally another 30 or so fighters consisting of experts, constables, or fighters of various societies. In recent times, the many vicious monks of the Blood Sabre clan had turned the heaven and earth upside down with their deeds. Without even a care to separate right from wrong, they offended members of both righteous and criminal societies. When the various martial artists of the martial world were notified, they were outraged and acted as reinforcements. not only to help Shui Dai rescue his daughter, but also to kill the two vicious monks of the Blood Sabre clan. There was no one in the martial world who did not detest these Blood Sabre monks. The majority journeyed together to chase after the monks. Whenever they reached a small town, they would switch horses and continue pursuit. They ate and drank while riding and pursued in great haste. Although the Blood Sabre Elder tried to act leisurely, sitting on the horse in high spirits, they would only stop by a restaurant to replenish themselves and take a short rest. They did not dare to spend the night. Because the various fighters of the martial world were in hot pursuit, Shui Sheng managed to retain her chastity over the days. After many days, they had pursued from Hubei to the borders of Sichuan. The martial artists of Lianghu and Bashu had always been on good terms, so when they received the news, they joined the pursuit as well. When they reached the area of Yu Province, the heroes in that area, although were not personally involved in this affair, decided that the battle was a guaranteed victory and decided to get in on the action to meet new friends as well as to look honorable and brave. By the time they crossed Yu Province, there were at least 200 or 300 people chasing them. The martial artists of Sichuan were wealthy and had large quantities of horses and supplied the majority with rations. However, by the time these martial artists received the news, the Blood Sabre Elder, along with Dai Yun and Shui Sheng, had already headed westward and they could not intercept in time. When the martial artists of West Sichuan heard that the monks passed through, they expressed their sympathies to the majority and sighed. If we knew this beforehand, we would have obstructed their path and not let those two perverted monks escape at any cost, as well as rescue Lady Shui. Shui Dai expressed his thanks, but in his heart he resented. What's the use of speaking this trash? Judging by your capabilities, do you honestly think you can stop the two monks? By now, the chase had lasted over 20 days. Several times, the Blood Sabre Elder had to change his path to cast away his pursuers. But from amongst the majority, there was a horse thief from Guangdong who was adept at pursuit. No matter where the Blood Sabre Elder twisted and turned, he would still be able to follow relentlessly. However, because the Blood Sabre Elder kept changing his course, the majority was reduced as they branched off in different directions. Furthermore, he had reached the ranges of Mount Chang in western Sichuan. The majority knew that the Blood Sabre Elder was planning to return to his home in Qinghai. Should he be successful, there would be many Blood Sabre monks compounded by a clique of traitors and obscene friends. Their power would be quite formidable. If that were to happen, even if the warriors of the Central Plains battled against them, it would be a case of the fierce dragon being unable to overcome the local serpent. The outcome of the battle would be indecisive. After another 2 days, it suddenly started to snow. At this time, they had reached the border area of western Sichuan and continued to travel west towards Qinghai. This location was in the range of the Bayankala Mountains. The terrain was high and steep, and the ice and snow caused the roads to be slippery and wet. The cold was felt to the bone, and even breathing proved to be difficult. Unless one had especially high internal energy, one would feel weary all over and would have no choice but to rest for several hours. However, the majority that chased after them could all be considered formidable people who had made a name for themselves. No one dared to show any signs of weakness for fear of ruining their reputation. Nonetheless, in the past few days, the majority had been reduced greatly, with many suggesting that they abandon the pursuit altogether. Over half of the group had returned home, especially members from eastern Sichuan and central Sichuan. There were also some honorable and strong men from wealthy families with decent martial arts who could endure the suffering. Others saw that the terrain was dangerous and used that excuse to fall behind. Furthermore, some people simply sneaked out of the majority and ran home. One mid-afternoon, as the majority chased them to a precipitous road by the mountain, they saw a yellow horse lying dead on a pile of snow. It was the yellow horse of Wang Xiaofeng. Shui Dai and Wang Xiaofeng cheered. The villain has lost one of his horses. If we make haste, the perverted monk won't be able to escape. The majority was delighted and inspirited by this news and cheered loudly as they pursued. However, amidst their cheers, they saw on the mountain peak on the west side, a large pile of snow was slowly coming down. One old man from western Sichuan shouted, "No good. An avalanche is coming. Everyone get away." He did not even finish speaking when the distinct thunderous sound of snow rushing down from the mountains gradually increased in volume. The majority was confused. What's the big deal about an avalanche? Everyone get away. Faster, faster. Let's cross this mountain ridge first and then talk. In a moment, The faint, thunderous sounds of snow became rumbling roars deafening to the ear. The majority became scared. At first, the avalanche was still quite some distance away and gradually fell from the peak downward. Along the way, there was a lot of snow accumulated which hindered their path. The force of the avalanche increased to half the mountain. If the entire mountain were to erupt like a raging tide, the consequences would be unthinkable. It had long been the case that many people in the group had ran away, but now when they heard the thunderous sounds of an approaching avalanche, it felt as if the sky was about to fall on them. They became so frightened and lost all courage. Many turned their horses and sprinted away. Some horses were so shocked it could not even move, and their riders had no choice but to get off and exercise their lightness martial arts to escape. However, the speed of the avalanche was much quicker than that of horse or human. In a split second, it had already tumbled down the mountain. The ones who were too slow were immediately buried by an ocean of snow, and their cries could not even be heard. Even if their martial arts were higher, there would be no chance for them to escape. The remaining people crossed the hillside and saw that the accumulation of snow caused by the avalanche hindered their path, but did not accumulate further. Everyone ran their separate ways dozens of feet before stopping. When they saw the snow was rising like an exploding mountain flash flood or a bursting dam. In a flash, the entire mountain path and valley was covered in snow, towering several dozen feet tall. The ground became steep like the mountain peak. The majority felt blank and disgust amongst themselves and said that the two Blood Sabre monks were strung through and filled with evil and were likely buried by the avalanche, and decided that although it was a happy occasion, they died too easily without punishment for their deeds, and even worse, the flower and jade-like Shui Sheng had to suffer the same fate. There were some people that expressed their sympathy for those who died in the avalanche. However, as the survivors just escaped a natural disaster, their thankfulness and delight greatly exceeded the pain they suffered from the loss of their comrades. In a panicked state, it was counted that 12 people were missing, including the twin knights of Bell Sword, Wang Xiaofeng, and the 4 members of Luohua Liashui. Shui Dai cared greatly for his daughter, and Wang Xiaofeng missed his lover dearly so naturally they were at the front of the pack in pursuit. The other 3 marvels followed an account of their friendship with Shui Dai and did not lag behind. It was hard to imagine that despite the peerless martial arts of the 4 marvels of the south, they were buried by the avalanche on the snowy mountain between Sichuan and Qinghai. The majority sighed and decided it was time to go home. It was agreed that the snow, over 1,000 feet tall, would not melt before the summer of next year. If the family members of the deceased wanted to reclaim the corpses, they would have to wait over half a year. Some people also held onto a thought that they dared not speak out. The 4 marvels of the south and the twin knights of Bell's Sword were the most renowned martial artists over many years, strutting around with insufferable arrogance. They deserved to die. The Blood Sabre Elder ran westward with Dai Yun and Shui Sheng. Their enemies accumulated, but he was not far from his nest in Qinghai. However, as the result of traveling endlessly for days compounded by wind and snow as far as the eye could see, and the mountain range was rugged, even if the 2 horses were more powerful, it would not have done them any good. One day, the yellow horse died on the side of the road, and White Horse was crippled on one leg and knew that it would soon suffer the same fate as the yellow horse. The Blood Sabre Elder creased his eyebrows and thought, "I could escape by myself without difficulty, but my grand disciple is crippled on one leg and cannot move easily. And if I let them take this beautiful doll, that would be such a pity." As he thought up to this point, he became enraged and turned around at once. He held Shui Sheng in his arms and wanted to tear off her clothing. Shui Sheng shouted in alarm, "What? What are you doing?" The Blood Sabre Elder scolded. "Your daddy, I will not take you with me. Do you understand?" Dai Yun shouted. "Grand Teacher, our enemies are approaching," the Blood Sabre Elder yelled. "Why are you so troublesome?" Suddenly, the sound of a distinct trembling noise could be heard from the top of his head. He looked up and saw that the accumulated snow on the mountain peak was about to fall on them. The Blood Sabre Elder was from Qinghai and had seen many vicious avalanches in the past. Even if he was 10 times more perverted, he would not dare to go against this natural disaster, and shouted, "Let's go, let's go!" He looked around and saw that only the southern valley had a mountain peak that may not be affected by the avalanche. In such a critical situation, he had no time to think and pulled the White Horse towards the southern valley. Even though he was undisciplined and out of control, he too turned pale at the sight of this. The valley on the mountain peak on the side was also accumulated with snow. The snow could not withstand the vibrations and started the avalanche, causing the peaks in all four directions to come down as well. The Blood Sabre Elder used his lightness martial arts to travel, while Dai Yun and Shui Sheng traveled on the half-crippled white horse making its way to the valley. At this time, the sound of the avalanche increased in volume. The Blood Sabre Elder looked at the mountain peak on the side and realized that their fate could only be submitted to the will of heaven. There was nothing he could do. If the snow on that mountain peak were to come down as well, then it would be all over. Then the avalanche came to halt. In only the span of time it took one to drink a cup of tea for, the Blood Sabre Elder, Dai Yu, and Shui Sheng were deathly pale and stared at each other blankly, their eyes revealing extreme fear. Shui Sheng did not even remember that only a while ago she wanted to kill herself to prevent herself from being humiliated by the monks. She only knew that at this point circumstances were different, and she had no choice but to rely on the Blood Sabre Elder and Dai Yun for support in order to escape this disaster. All of a sudden, a small piece of rock slipped down from the mountain peak. Shui Sheng was startled and yelled out in alarm. The Blood Sabre Elder immediately covered her mouth with his left hand and gave her 2 hard slaps with his right hand. Both cheeks of Shui Sheng were immediately swollen red. Fortunately, this mountain peak was facing south and was affected the most by sunlight, and the snow was not thick. After that piece of rock fell from the peak, there was no more activity and the avalanche gradually halted. The Blood Sabre Elder withdrew his hand from Shui Sheng's mouth and together with Dai Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Sheng covered up her face with both hands. Not knowing if she should be relieved, angry, or afraid, the Blood Sabre Elder reached the mouth of the valley and inspected before returning. An angry expression stretched across his face as he sat down on a large piece of rock without saying a word. Dai Yun asked, "Grand Teacher, what is the situation outside?" The Blood Sabre Elder reprimanded. "What? It is all your fault." Dai Yun did not dare to question him further as he knew that the situation was not good. However, after a long while, he could not help but ask, "Is our enemy guarding the entrance to the valley? Grand Teacher, you don't have to worry about me, you can leave by yourself." In his whole life, the Blood Sabre Elder associated with treacherous and malicious people. Not only has he never made a friend he sincerely cared for, even his very own disciples like Bao Xiang, Shan Yang, or Sheng Dai, who although treated their teacher with utmost respect on the outside, it was nothing but mutual deception. Their relationship consisted of nothing more than personal gain at the expense of others. At this point, when he heard Dai Yun tell him to leave by himself, he could not help but feel gratified and revealed a smile on his face. "My good child, you really have a good conscience. It is not the case that our enemies are guarding the entrance, just that the accumulation of snow has sealed the entrance. The snow is several hundred feet high and several thousand feet wide. There's no way we can get out of here before the snow melts next season. And what is there to eat in the valley? How can we survive until spring?" As Dai Yun heard this, he realized that the situation was critical, but at least the most dangerous crisis had already passed, so that was fortunate. He said, "Don't worry. The boat will be straight by the time it reaches the bridge. Even if we starve to death, it is better than being tortured to death by our enemies." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "My good child, you speak true words." Then he fetched the blood saber from his waist, stood up, and walked towards the white horse. Shui Sheng was startled and yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" The Blood Sabre Elder grinned. "Take a guess." Obviously, Shui Sheng already knew that he wanted to kill the white horse for food. But the white horse grew up with her, and she treated the horse as her best friend and shouted, "No, no, the horse is mine. You can't eat it." The Blood Sabre Elder replied, "After I'm done eating the horse, I'll eat you next. Your daddy, I can even eat human flesh. What does a horse mean to me?" Shui Sheng said, "I beg you, please don't hurt my horse." Without any other options, she turned to Dai Yun and pleaded, "Please beg him to not kill my horse." Dai Yun could not bear to see her pitiful appearance, but desperate times call for desperate measures. There really is no other choice. After they eat the horse, they will probably have to cook and eat the saddle as well. He was unwilling to look at Shui Sheng and turned his head around. Shui Sheng cried, "I beg you, please don't kill my horse." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "Very well, I won't kill your horse." Shui Sheng was delighted and said, "Thank you, thank you." But at that same moment, she heard the sound of something drop on the ground. The Blood Sabre Elder had already sliced off its head, fresh blood spurting in all directions. Shui Sheng had already become weary after the chase, and now she was so shocked that she passed out. After a while, she woke up to the aromatic smell of roasted meat. She had been starving for a long time, and her natural instinct was to be delighted that there was food. But as she became more conscious, she remembered that it was her most beloved horse being cooked. As she opened her eyes, she saw Dai Yun and the Blood Sabre monk sitting on top of a rock, each eating away at a large piece of cooked yellow meat. On the side was a fire, and on top of a thick firewood dangled a horse leg being roasted on the fire. Xu Sheng was overcome with grief and cried out silently. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed and asked, "You want to eat some too?" Xu Sheng cried. "You two vicious fellows killed my beloved horse. I will definitely take my revenge." Dai Yun felt very apologetic and said, "Lady Xu, there is nothing to eat in this snow valley. If we don't eat the horse, we will starve to death. If you are looking for a good horse in the future when we get out of this place, you will be able to find one." Xu Sheng cried, "You are a little vicious monk who pretends to be a good person. You are even worse than the older monk. I hate you. I hate you." Dai Yun was at a loss for words. If he did not eat the horse, he would have suffered starvation. He thought, "You can hate me all you want, but there's no way I'm not eating this horse." As he said this, he opened his mouth and swallowed a piece of horse meat. As the Blood Sabre Elder chewed on his piece of horse meat, he fixed his gaze on Xu Sheng and said, "The taste is not bad, really not bad. Hey, in a few days when we cook the little doll to eat, she may not be as aromatic as the horse." He thought further, "After I eat the little doll, I will have no choice but to eat my beloved grand disciple as well. This person is kind-hearted, what a pity. Meh, to save him for last could be considered doing him a favor." After the two of them finished their horse meat, they added more branches to the fire and slept on the rock. Amidst his dreams, Dai Yun heard the continuous sobs and sniffles of Xu Sheng. He felt a slight pain in his heart as he thought, "She cries continuously over the loss of her favorite horse. Yet I am alive in this world and nobody cares about me. When I die, I won't even be able to compare to a beast. Nobody would shed a tear for me." One in reference to Cao Cao, a renowned ruler during the Three Kingdoms period. Two Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Literally Wind Tiger, Cloud Dragon 3A play on words. The original text. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. When translated means to be utterly defeated. So he is mocking them by saying he would beat them until they are utterly defeated. For the time it takes to drink a cup of tea is the time it takes before the tea gets cool. Around 10 minutes, 15 minutes. In the middle of the night, Dai Yun was suddenly awoken by 2 taps on the shoulder. The Blood Sabre Elder whispered, "Someone is coming." Dai Yun was startled but delighted at the same time. He thought, "If someone can come in, that also means we can go out." Then he asked, "Where are they?" The Blood Sabre Elder pointed south and replied, "Hide over there and don't make any noise. Their martial arts are very powerful." Dai Yun listened attentively for anyone approaching, but did not hear a sound. The Blood Sabre Elder held his blood saber in hand and crouched down, then rushed outside without making a noise. His shadow made a turn on the hillside and disappeared. Dai Yun was impressed as he thought, "This person's martial arts is truly impressive. If Brother Ding was still alive, I wonder who would be better." As he thought about Ding Dayan, he felt the package of ashes on his bosom was still fully intact. Although the valley was extremely cold, when his fingers touched the package of ashes, he felt a warm sensation inside. In the quiet of the night, the sounds of swords clashing were suddenly heard. After 2 noises, it became silent again. It was silent for a long time before another 2 clashes were heard. Dai Yun guessed that the Blood Sabre Elder was discovered by his opponent, and the two were now fighting. Judging by the sound of the sword clashes, his opponent's martial arts were at least as good as his. Another 4 clashes were heard. Now even Xu Sheng was awoken by the noise. The view outside the valley was covered in snow as far as the eye could see, shining a tint of silver under the moonlight reflecting the white clouds. It was approaching daybreak. Xu Sheng glanced over at Dai Yun and moved her lips as if she had something to say, but she loathed him greatly and thought that he may not answer, so she did not speak out. The sounds of sword clashes grew louder and more intense. Dai Yun and Xu Sheng both raised their heads to follow the direction of the sound. Under the moonlight, 2 shadows could be seen spiraling around. A saber and sword collided with intensity in the upper northeast section. The cliff was arduous and steep with a large accumulation of snow. It was difficult to get up there. However, the two fought intensely without stopping in the least. The luminous luster of the sword and saber was reflected by the valley as they battled each other on top of the cliff. Dai Yun looked closely at the cliff and saw that the man fighting with the Blood Sabre Elder wore a Taoist garment and wielded a long sword. It was one of the members of Luohua Liushui. Dai Yun did not know how this person managed to venture into the valley after the avalanche covered the mountain. At the same time, Shui Sheng saw the Taoist as well and was overcome with joy. She blurted, "It is Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu Chengfeng is here. Daddy, Daddy, I'm over here." Dai Yun was taken aback and thought, "The Blood Sabre Elder and this old Taoist are closely matched. It will be hard to say who will come out on top. If her father hears her voice and comes for her, wouldn't he kill me immediately?" Then he hurriedly said, "Hey, don't yell. If the avalanche comes down on us again, we will all die," Shui Sheng retorted. "I am trying to get you killed along with me." Then she yelled again, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm over here." Dai Yun reprimanded, "If the avalanche comes down, your father will die too. You want him to die?" Shui Sheng realized that what he said was true and did not yell out again, but she thought, "How can my father's abilities be compared? Anyone who escaped the avalanche would have run home, yet Uncle Liu Chengfeng rushed into the valley. If Uncle Liu is here, then naturally my daddy is here as well. Even if an avalanche comes down, the worst that can happen is that I die, but my father will be unharmed. This old vicious monk is so formidable, if he kills Uncle Liu, I will have to suffer." Then she yelled again, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm over here." Dai Yun did not know how to stop her from yelling. He looked up at the Blood Sabre Elder again and saw that he was in a critical moment of battle against the Taoist Liu Chengfeng. The Blood Sabre Elder danced around like a gloomy red magnificence, prancing and spiraling about in the vastness of white snow. Liu Chengfeng did not execute his sword stances with remarkable speed. Instead, he fought rather cautiously. As these two formidable opponents clashed, Dai Yun could not figure out who would be victorious. However, as he heard the constant yell of Shui Sheng for her daddy, and then switching to yelling for her bioj, he became distraught with anxiety. He warned, "Little girl, if you don't shut up, I'm going to cut off your tongue." Shui Sheng replied, "I insist on yelling, I insist on yelling." Then she yelled, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm over here." But she was afraid that Dai Yun would really take action, so she grabbed a large piece of rock in self-defense. After a while, she saw him sit on the ground without saying a word, and suddenly recalled, "This vicious monk had his leg broken by my bioj. If the old monk had not rescued him, he would have been killed a long time ago. He can't even move, what do I have to be afraid of him for?" Then she thought further, "I am really stupid. The old monk is preoccupied in battle. Why can't I just kill the little monk?" Then she raised the large piece of rock over her head and approached Dai Yun, intending to smash his head. Dai Yun had no way of resisting and could only roll away. The rock scraped past his face, narrowly missing its target. Shui Sheng saw that she failed in her first attempt and bent over to pick up another piece of rock. This time, she hit her target on the stomach. Dai Yun tried to roll away, but his broken leg was ineffective. He screeched as he was hit on the calf. Shui Sheng was delighted and immediately picked up another piece of rock to throw. Dai Yun knew that he was powerless to resist her attack and was hit 7 or 8 times consecutively. How could he keep himself alive? Immediately, he picked up a piece of rock and shouted, "If you hit me again, I'm going to crush you to death first," but only saw her launch another rock at him and immediately rolled to evade the blow. Then, with all his might, he threw the rock in hand toward her. Shui Sheng dodged to the left. The rock flew past her ear and scraped some skin and flesh off her face. She was taken aback and did not dare to hurl another rock at him. She turned around and picked up a twig, then executed a stance of push the boat along the current and aimed to stab at Dai Yun's shoulder. Her sword skills were taught by her family and were somewhat brilliant. Even though she only held a twig in hand, if she were to attack, even if Dai Yun was fully recovered in terms of swordplay, he would not be her match. As he saw the approaching twig, he slanted his shoulder to evade the attack, but Shui Sheng had already changed stances, and at once his forehead was stabbed. If it was a real sword, Dai Yun would have lost his life right then and there. However, that was after all just a twig, but Dai Yun was still in so much pain that his vision was filled with gold stars. Shui Sheng scolded, "You vicious monk has been torturing me this entire time and even wanted to cut off my tongue. Why don't you cut it off and show me?" She lifted her twig and began smacking him hard on the shoulder and forehead and yelled, "Tell your grand teacher to come save you. I will kill you, you vicious monk." As she said this, her attacks became faster and more intense. Dai Yun was powerless to resist and could only shield face with his shoulder. In an instant, he was beaten so badly that it was as if his flesh was lacerated from corporal punishment, blood splattered everywhere. He was both startled and in pain. Then he exerted all his strength to grab the twig and threw it to the side. Shui Sheng was taken aback by this move, but she moved back a few steps and reached behind to grab another twig to attack again. In the case of such an emergency, Dai Yun suddenly recalled the scoundrel technique that country folks would use after losing a fight. He shouted, "Stand there! Move another step and I'll take off my pants!" With both hands he held onto his pants and made a gesture as if he was about to pull them off. Shui Sheng was alarmed and immediately turned her head around, both her cheeks flushed red. She thought, "This evil monk is really not above any crime. He is resorting to such a despicable method to humiliate me." Dai Yun said, "Move away 5 steps, the farther the better." Shui Sheng's heart was thumping intensely, and sure enough, she really did move away 5 steps. Dai Yun was delighted and shouted, "I have taken off my pants. If you still want to hit me, then go ahead." Shui Sheng was so shocked that she ran away several dozen feet, her heart beating rapidly. She accidentally stumbled over the slippery ground, but hastily got up again and ran. She did not dare to turn around to look and ran all the way to the rear of the hillside. Dai Yun did not actually take off his pants. He thought it was funny, but also sighed at his own misfortune. To be still alive yet still suffering beatings, he was hit 30 or 40 times and his calf was also smashed by the rock, causing him excruciating pain. He thought, "Had I not resorted to this tactic, I would have most likely been killed already. Dai Yun could be considered a gentleman, yet today I have to resort to such despicable means. I am really unfortunate." He turned his attention to the battle on the overhanging cliff between the Blood Sabre Elder and Liu Chengfeng. As a piece of rock fell from the top of the cliff, judging by the wind, he could tell that it was at least 700 or 800 feet high. From afar, he could only see the slippery ice on the ground and the snowfall. It was evident that should any one of the two slip and fall, no matter how high their martial arts were, their bodies would be torn and their bones would be crushed. Dai Yun could make out the movements of the two fighters. The sleeves of their garments fluttered in the air like that of two supernatural entities soaring amongst the clouds. In the sky were 2 eagles soaring through the wind. In comparison, the movements of the two fighters were very much faster. From the back of the hillside, Shui Sheng yelled, "Daddy, Daddy, come quickly!" She yelled several times when suddenly from the southeast an old voice responded, "Is it niece Shui? Your father suffered some minor injuries. He will be here soon." Shui Sheng heard that this was the voice of the second member of Luohua Liashui, Hua Taigen. She was delighted and shouted, "Uncle Hua, where is my daddy? How badly is he hurt?" In an instant, Hua Taigen made his way towards Shui Sheng and said, "During the avalanche, a large piece of rock fell on your Uncle Lu. Your father deflected the rock away with his palm, but the rock was really heavy and hurt your father's upper arm, but it is only a minor injury." Shui Sheng said, "There's a vicious monk hiding over there." He took off his. "Uncle Hua, kill him quickly." Hua Taigen said, "All right, where is he?" Shui Sheng pointed at the direction of Dai Yun, but she was afraid that she would catch a glimpse of his naked body and accidentally pointed forward a few extra steps. As Hua Taigen was about to kill Dai Yun, suddenly the clang of metal sounds were heard from the overhanging cliff. He looked up and saw the Blood Sabre Elder and Liu Chengfeng engaged in battle. Neither of them made a move, as if they were suddenly frozen. He knew that at this point of the battle they had to resort to an internal energy struggle, and thought, "This Blood Sabre Elder is very fierce. Brother Liu may not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand. If I do not rush in for support, then when will I? Even though I have made a prestigious name for myself in the martial world, I am still unwilling to share this title with others." When the heroes of the Central Plains chased after the 2 Blood Sabre monks on such a large scale, this news had spread everywhere. If I kill the Blood Sabre Elder personally, I will most definitely see a substantial increase in my reputation. It would be enough to offset the dishonorable act of having to win 2 against 1. He held on to this thought, and at once he turned around and made his way up the cliff. Shui Sheng was confused and asked, "Uncle Hua, what are you doing?" But she already knew the answer. She saw Hua Taigen climb up the cliff silently, his right hand holding a pure steel spear, the tip of the spear attached against the wall of the cliff for support, which allowed him to jump a surplus of 10 feet every leap. When he dropped, he would use the spear for support. He made his way up the cliff a lot faster than when the Blood Sabre Elder and Liu Chengfeng fought their way up there. When Dai Yun heard that this person's footsteps was becoming more and more distant, he became more relaxed, but he saw that the man was leaping his way up the cliff and could not help but yell out in surprise. At this point, the only hope would be that the Blood Sabre Elder could kill Liu Chengfeng before Hua Taigen reached the top of the cliff. Then he could focus his attention on Hua Taigen. Otherwise, if he were to face them 1 against 2, he would most certainly be defeated. Dai Yun thought, Liu Chengfeng and Hua Taigen can both be considered honorable heroes. The Blood Sabre Elder is clearly a thoroughly cruel and evil person, yet I am hoping that this evil person will kill these good people. AI, this is really immoral. He blamed himself, yet he was full of worry. His heart was jumping around in a state of confusion. Then Hua Taigen reached the top of the cliff. The Blood Sabre Elder channeled his energy to compete with Liu Chengfeng, both increasing their internal energy layer by layer, like the great waves of an ocean, pushing forward one after another. Liu Chengfeng was a renowned practitioner of Taiji. In his life, he had studied meticulously into the idea of using softness to conquer strength. While the Blood Sabre Elder's internal energy rushed forth like that of a flood, he channeled his internal energy into a circle in an attempt to dissolve the offensive energy of his opponent. He first wanted to secure an invincible position before focusing on attack. The Blood Sabre Elder's force was remarkable. When his internal energy pushed forward, it dissipated into various directions of his opponent, fluctuating irregularly. However, after being deadlocked for such a long time, he was eventually going to be defeated. By now, they had focused their attention completely on the fight, and had long turned a blind eye to external distractions. They could not hear nor smell. When Hua Taigen leapt his way to the top of the cliff, it was not completely without sound, only that they could not hear it. Hua Taigen saw that steam was rising from the top of their heads, and knew that their internal energies had already been stressed to the max. He stealthily made his way behind the Blood Sabre Elder and raised his steel spear, gathering energy on both his arms ready to strike. The tip of the spear flickered under the light, and its momentum was supported by strong winds as he stabbed him on the back. The tip of the spear was reflected by the icy walls of the cliff and emitted a flash of light. The Blood Sabre Elder took notice of this as he felt a very strong wind coming from behind. At this time, his blood saber was in the middle of a clash with Liu Chengfeng's long sword. It was difficult for him to even move forward an inch, much less change stances and protect his back. His thoughts changed rapidly as he pondered. I will die either way. Better to fall to my own death than let my opponents kill me. He bent both knees, then slanted to the side and pounced outward, intending to jump off the cliff. Hua Taigen had intended to kill the Blood Sabre Elder with a single spear strike and executed a stance of conquering the 4 barbarians, using his utmost power into this attack. How would he have guessed that the Blood Sabre Elder, in such a critical moment, would decide to jump off a cliff? A loud piercing sound was heard. The tip of the spear had pierced completely through Liu Chengfeng's chest and came out on the other side. Hua Taigen did not have time to relinquish his attack, nor did Liu Chengfeng ever expect something like this would happen. As the Blood Sabre Elder fell off the cliff in midair, he propelled himself forward and with a loud scream, raised his saber and slashed downward, precisely stabbing on top of a large piece of rock. With a loud bang, the Blood Sabre stabbed into the piece of rock but did not break. The Blood Sabre Elder borrowed the momentum to lift himself upward. With both hands he brandished his surroundings, cracking the nearby ice and snow, then followed that he rolled more than a dozen times on the ground. He tried to stop himself with repeated slashes and palm strikes. After 18 flips, he managed to stop the downward force and landed firmly on the snow as he burst into laughter. All of a sudden, from behind someone shouted, "Watch my saber!" The Blood Sabre Elder recognized the sound of a saber. He did not turn around but flipped his saber over to defend from behind. With a loud clang, the 2 sabers clashed dead on. He felt his chest was in pain, and the saber nearly flew out of his hands, which was definitely no small matter. He thought, this person's internal energy can actually be so powerful. He turned around and saw a tall and sturdy old man who appeared a light white shade and gave off a bold and powerful appearance. This man wielded a thick, square-headed ghost-head saber. The Blood Sabre Elder jumped backwards and retreated. Amidst his haste, he did not realize that he had already used up over half his internal energy as a result of fighting Liu Chengfeng for over half a day. Furthermore, he managed to survive the fall of the cliff thanks to exerting his arm's strength to stab against the rock. He tried to channel his energy, but felt that his pubic region had a distinct pain. He could no longer channel any more internal energy. From the left side, a person shouted, "Brother Liu, this perverted monk killed Brother Liu, we must must." The one who spoke was Hua Taigen. He accidentally killed Liu Chengfeng and was filled with grief and indignation. He climbed down the cliff in great haste and was determined to engage in a fight to the death with the Blood Sabre monk. As it turns out, the leader of the Four Marvels of the South, Lu Tianchu, arrived at this precise moment, and it was going to be a battle of 2 against 1. The Blood Sabre Elder saw as Hua Taigen approached to his direction. He could not even handle Lu Tianchu in his current state. What more of an additional expert? The only way was if he were to hold Shui Sheng hostage so that they would not dare to attack, then come up with another plan. He kept this thought in his mind. Lu Tianchu brandished his ghost-head saber and slashed forward. The Blood Sabre Elder ducked and swiped the lower half of his opponent's body twice. Lu Tianchu was naturally tall and sturdy. The lower half of his body was also firm and steady, although his legs were quite long, and at once he moved his saber to defend his lower half. The 2 swipes of the Blood Sabre Elder were actually false attacks. However, in false attacks were also a sense of truth. Had Lu Tianchu been even slightly careless during his defense, this false attack could have become a real attack and would have been capable of taking his life at once. When the Blood Sabre Elder saw that Lu Tianchu defended so remarkably without any sign of weakness, he immediately rushed forward a big step, then all of a sudden leapt backwards. Such a technique of misdirection enabled him to break away from the range of the ghost-head saber. He sprinted his way toward Dai Yun, and Shui Sheng was nowhere to be found. He immediately asked, "Where is that little doll?" Dai Yun replied, "She's over there," as he pointed toward her direction. The Blood Sabre Elder was enraged. "You let her get away, why didn't you catch her?" Dai Yun said. I could not catch her." The Blood Sabre Elder was extremely furious. He was already a very rude and unreasonable person by nature. Now, in a situation of life and death, he vented his anger to its utmost extreme and with his right leg kicked Dai Yun hard on the waist. Dai Yun groaned bitterly and was immediately sent flying outward. They were currently in a deep valley of a peak, yet this valley composed of yet smaller valleys. When Dai Yun was sent flying outward, he fell straight down below the valley. Shui Sheng heard the noise and turned to look and saw that Dai Yun was falling to the bottom of the valley. She was startled as she saw the Blood Sabre Elder pounce himself towards her. At this precise moment, someone shouted, "Shenger!" Shenger, her father, had arrived. Shui Sheng was delighted and shouted, "Daddy, Daddy!" At this moment she was still somewhat far from her father, and the Blood Sabre Elder rushed forward in great haste. He was about 30 feet or so away from her. Had she not just yelled out in delight upon seeing her father, she definitely would have turned around and ran towards him, which would have furthered the distance between her and the Blood Sabre Elder. However, she still lacked experience, and amidst her joyous shouts of "Daddy," she forgot that she was being pursued by the Blood Sabre Elder. Shui Dai yelled, "Shenger, come over here quick!" Shui Sheng immediately woke up and began running forward. Shui Dai ran forward as well. The Blood Sabre Elder said to himself, "No good." He immediately rushed to the entrance, bent over and made a snowball in each hand. He channeled his energy and with his right hand threw the first snowball toward Shui Dai while he threw the second snowball toward Shui Sheng at the same time. Shui Dai raised his sword to block the snowball, which impeded his movement slightly. The second snowball hit Shui Sheng right on the linked acupoint and sealed it. The sound of wind blowing could be heard as a sharp spear made its way toward the scene. Hua Taigen had arrived. Hua Taigen had reached the utmost extreme of grief and repentance for accidentally killing his sworn brother Liu Chengfeng. At this point, he no longer cared for Shui Sheng's safety and attacked with his spear in both arms with utmost intensity. The Blood Sabre Elder raised his saber and slashed. Then a loud sound was heard as the blood saber was repelled. It turns out that Hua Taigen's pole and tip of the spear were both made of the finest of steel and could not be broken even by precious sabers or swords. The Blood Sabre Elder cursed, "Damn it!" and grabbed Shui Sheng and retreated one step, but saw that the ghost-head saber of Lu Tianchu was about to strike. He was surrounded by his enemies and could go forward. His eyes glared across the scene in search of an exit. He caught a small glimpse of Dai Yun sitting at the bottom of the valley and thought, "The snow down there is so deep, and that little kid did not even fall to his death." Immediately, he extended his arm to grab Shui Sheng and jumped down. Shui Sheng let out a sharp cry as the two of them fell to the bottom of the valley. The accumulation of snow in the valley was more than 100 feet thick, and the snow down there had frozen to ice, but the outermost layer was soft and served as a cushion. The two of them did not sustain the slightest bit of injury from this fall. The Blood Sabre Elder came out of the pile of snow and looked around. He stood on a large piece of rock, raised his saber, and laughed. "If you have the guts, come down here and we will fight to the death." The piece of rock that the Blood Sabre Elder was standing on was stationed right at the entrance. If Shui Dai and the others were to come down, they would definitely have to make their way past this rock, and they would most certainly be cut in half should they try to do so. While they were suspended in midair, even if their martial arts were 10 times more superior, they still could not glide with the freedom of a bird. Lu Tianshu, Hua Taigen, and Shui Dai had gone to such lengths to chase after the Blood Sabre monk. To let him get away would be utmost unforgivable. Furthermore, Shui Dai's daughter was being held hostage by the perverted monk, and Hua Taigen was further enraged from mistakenly killing his sworn brother. The three of them got together for a discussion. Lu Tianshu's nickname was Righteous Saber Lu. Hua Taigen's nickname was Jiangling Undefeated, dominating the martial world with his Jiangling spear. Shui Dai's nickname was Cold Moon Sword, and together with Liu Chengfeng, whose nickname was Soft Cloud Sword, together they were known as Luohua Liushui. What is so-called Luohua Liushui is actually Lu Hua Liu Shui, each character representing their ranking and respective surnames. Although in terms of martial arts, Lu Tianshu may not necessarily be considered number one in the group, he was the eldest and most popular. Hence, he was also the leader of the four marvels of the South. His temperament was like that of a raging inferno, and hated anyone who was unjust or offended public morals greatly, which was further accentuated when he saw the Blood Sabre Elder standing on top of the rock, trying to show off his power while Shui Sheng's body was reclined next to Dai Yun. He did not know that Shui Sheng's acupoint was sealed, and could not move, and thought that her personality was chaste or upright, that when she fell into the hands of the Blood Sabre monks, she did not even resist. Under extreme anger, he picked up several pieces of small rock and threw it at them. His heavy arm strength was further supported by the long distance to the bottom of the valley. When he threw the rock, it gained more speed and energy as the downward force increased. A loud crashing sound echoed through the four walls of the valley, snowflakes splashing around at the bottom. The Blood Sabre Elder bent down and pulled Dai Yun and Shui Sheng behind the large rock. At this moment, he was temporarily out of danger, so he no longer felt angry at Dai Yun. He straightened himself and stood firm on top of the large rock. He pointed at his three enemies above and began to curse profusely. Whenever they threw a rock at him, he would simply dodge it. How could they damage him? From the distance, he saw Liu Chengfeng motionless on top of the overhanging cliff and recalled their battle. He inferred that it must have been Hua Taigen who accidentally killed his comrade with his failed sneak attack. Dai Yun saw that the walls behind the large rock had a depression which looked like a cave. The large rock blocked the entrance, and inside the cave there was not much snow and could be considered a safe haven. He further saw that rocks kept falling towards them from above and feared that one of them would hit Shui Sheng. At once he carried her sideways and placed her inside the cave. Shui Sheng was alarmed and shouted, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" The Blood Sabre Elder laughed and shouted, "My good grand disciple, your grand teacher will stay outside and hold back our enemies. Go in the cave and satisfy your lustful desires." Shui Dai and the others above heard his words very clearly and became so mad that their chest almost exploded of anger. Shui Sheng thought that Dai Yun really intended to rape her, so she was extremely frightened. She saw that his clothes were hardly intact and barely fit him. She recalled how he claimed to have taken off his pants and realized that it was a lie in order to scare her away. As she thought of this, her face flushed red and she yelled, "Deceiving vicious monk, stay away from me." Now that Dai Yun placed her inside the cave, she would no longer risk being injured by any rocks, so he moved out of the way. However, his thigh was still broken and his calf was still damaged. How could he walk? He could only crawl his way out. The three men on top and the Blood Sabre Elder had been deadlocked for some time, and it was the middle of the night. The sky gradually brightened. The Blood Sabre Elder made use of this time to gradually recover some of his energy. He wondered, "How can I get out of this place?" In front of him were three people whose martial arts could be considered to be on par with his. As soon as he moves away the large rock, he would no longer have the advantage of position, and would have no way of defending himself against their combined attack. He could not think of a way to escape and remained on top of the rock, punching and prancing around in awkward positions so as to make fun of his enemies and amuse himself. Lu Tianshu became increasingly enraged as he watched and cursed profusely. Hua Taigen suddenly came up with an idea and whispered, "Brother Shui, head to the east and pretend to slide down the valley. I will head west and pretend to attack to lure the monk out of the way. Brother Lu can take advantage of this and jump down." Lu Tianshu remarked. "This is a wonderful idea," Shui Dai said. "If he does not come forward to defend, then we will really fall down the valley." At once, the he and Hua Taigen ran off in their respective directions. In the vicinity of over 1,000 feet, they were surrounded by cliffs. If one were to actually slide down the valley, one would first have to travel a full circle and a long distance. The Blood Sabre Elder saw the two of them headed in opposite directions, clearly trying to take a roundabout route into the valley. However, he could not immediately come up with a way to stop them and thought, "Damn it, this is not good. The two of them are trying to enter through a roundabout, but the circumference is very long and it will take them upwards of 2 hours before they get here. If I do not run away now, when can I find a better opportunity? If they can turn a circle to attack me, then I can turn a circle to escape." Immediately, without even notifying Dai Yun, he quietly slipped down the rock. Lu Tianshu watched as his two brothers went their separate directions. When he lowered his head to look, the Blood Sabre Elder was nowhere to be found, but he could see a path of footprints heading toward the northwest direction. He yelled, "Brother Hua, Brother Shui, the evil monk is trying to escape. Come back!" The two of them heard this and immediately turned around. In great haste to pursue his opponent, Lu Tianshu rushed forth and jumped down the valley and was immediately drowned by the large accumulation of snow. However, when he jumped, he had already held his breath, but he felt as if he was constantly sinking down until his foot touched the ground. Then immediately he exerted his strength and jumped back up. As the top of his head made its way out of the pile of snow, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He was ambushed by his opponent. Taken aback and completely startled, he immediately unleashed his saber and began slashing around mindlessly. He felt as if he had wounded his enemy. However, his enemy only suffered minor injuries and beneath the snow slashed forward with his saber. It turns out that the Blood Sabre Elder heard Lu Tianshu's yell and knew that he would drop down the valley to pursue him. Therefore, he turned around and hid himself in the pile of snow behind the large rock. Not only were Lu Tianshu's martial arts high, he also had much experience. To be able to set up a sneak attack on him like this was extremely unlikely. However, at that moment he fell down into a pile of snow over 100 feet deep. It was a scenario which he had never experienced before. Naturally, he concentrated his attention completely on breathing and exerting energy so as to not hurt himself. He definitely saw the Blood Sabre Elder run off. How would he have guessed that his enemy would conceal himself in the pile of snow? It was truly a case of an unexpected occurrence amongst unexpected occurrences. But nonetheless, he was still a figure in the martial world of the Central Plains and could be considered cream of the crop. Although he was wounded in the chest, he was still able to counterattack and slashed out 3 times in succession inside the pile of snow. He knew that the Blood Sabre Elder was incredibly sneaky. In a match against him, he could not afford to relax his efforts in the slightest. So even though these 3 slashes were executed mindlessly in self-defense, it still harbored great strength. After the Blood Sabre Elder was wounded, he increased his efforts further. He backed up 1 step but did not realize that where he was standing, the snow had yet to be frozen to ice, so it felt a bit hollow, and he began to sink down. Lu Tianshu had executed 3 slashes consecutively without the slightest hint of allowing his opponent any leisure. Then he followed with another 3 slashes. He knew that under the force of 6 slashes, his opponent would have no choice but to retreat, and immediately pressed forward to attack. However, he felt his feet began to sink into the pile of snow. The two of them were currently in the most strange and unlikely situation, with nothing but snow covering their entire vision. Furthermore, they could not even hear the wind or distinguish the sound of weapons. Effectively both blind and deaf, they could not even utilize their martial arts that they normally could in the darkness of the night. As soon as their feet touched the bottom of the ground, the two of them began to execute the greatest sword stances that they had ever learned. The pile of snow covered them over 100 feet deep. Besides one killing the other, neither of them dared to venture back to surface. Whoever held back even slightly would immediately be slashed and lose their life immediately. Dai Yun heard loud shouts from outside, the cave followed by silence, and was curious and took a peek outside. The Blood Sabre Elder was nowhere to be found, and the pile of snow beside the large rock had faint signs of fluctuation. He was curious, and after watching for a while, realized that inside pile of snow was an intense battle. He looked up and saw Shui Dai and Hua Taigen standing on the side. looking at the bottom of the valley with an anxious expression. Since the two of them were up there, the one fighting inside the snow must be Lu Tianchu. Shui Sheng extended her head outside and saw her father's expression of undivided attention. They were separated by a great distance, and she did not dare to yell. The two on top of the valley both wanted to join in the battle but were hesitant. Shui Dai said, "Second brother Hua, I will jump down now." Hua Taigen said, "You can't do that. If you sink inside the pile of snow, how can you fight? You can't see anything down there, you might accidentally hurt brother Lu." He did not dare to say that he was the one who accidentally killed his close brother Liu Chengfeng and felt really sorry. However, Shui Dai did not know this. In such a situation, there was no way for Shui Dai to offer his assistance. If he went inside the snow, besides slashing around mindlessly, how could he differentiate friend from foe? He had two opportunities to kill either the Blood Sabre Elder or Lu Tianchu. However, he would also have two opportunities of being killed by either of them as well. Hence, even though there were two experts watching from the sidelines, they could only watch with folded arms as their brother Lu fought the Blood Sabre Elder single-handedly. It was truly a case of being unable to find a solution. No matter how they jumped down, they would sink into the accumulation of snow and join the battle. And furthermore, based on the movements of snow on the surface, if they just jumped down, they might accidentally land on top of Lu Tianchu. Eventually, the snow on the surface stopped moving. From Hua Taigen and Shui Dai, who were on top of the valley, to Dai Yun and Shui Sheng, who were watching inside the cave, all of them were overcome with anxiety, not knowing the outcome of the battle. The four of them held their breaths in anticipation, their gaze fixed completely on the pile of snow. After a long while, the snow on the surface began to bulge as someone's head emerged from the snow. However, this person's head was covered completely in snow, and they could not distinguish who it actually was. As this person gradually made his way back to the surface, one could make out that it was a head full of white hair. It was Lu Tianchu. Shui Sheng was delighted and cheered in private. Dai Yun scoffed. "What is there to be happy about?" Shui Sheng replied. "Your grand teacher is dead now. It looks like you will be joining him soon." Even if she did not say this aloud, would Dai Yun not know this? In his recent past, he had joined up with the Blood Sabre Elder. A case of the one near vermilion becomes red. Some of the Blood Sabre Elder's violent and unreasonable temper had unwittingly rubbed off on him. Now that Lu Tianchu had emerged the victor, he would most definitely fall victim to his enemies. How would he have any chance of explaining himself? He was surprisingly angry and shouted, "If you speak again, I will kill you immediately." Shui Sheng sealed her lips and did not say another word. Her acupoint was sealed by the Blood Sabre Elder. Even though Dai Yun was crippled, he would still be able to kill her without much difficulty. As Lu Tianchu's head reached the surface, he gasped loudly for breath. He had to struggle with great effort to pull himself out of the snow. Shui Dai and Hua Taigen shouted in unison, "Brother Lu, we're coming for you." The two of them threw themselves down into the pile of snow and immediately scuttled their way out beside the large rock. Suddenly, they saw Lu Tianchu's head submerge into the pile of snow again, as if he was pulled down with a great force. After he sunk down again, he did not come back up, but the Blood Sabre Elder was nowhere to be seen. Shui Dai and Hua Taigen looked at each other and were filled with worry and anxiety. They saw how Lu Tianchu was pulled into the pile of snow at such a speed without any way to retaliate, a good chance that he had been ambushed by his opponent. All of a sudden, a large ripple erupted as another head emerged from the snow. This time the head belonged to the completely bald Blood Sabre monk. He laughed heartily and submerged into the snow again. Shui Dai cursed, "Bald thief!" and raised his sword intending to join the fray, when suddenly another head blasted out of the snow. This head was separated from the body. Covered with white hair, it was none other than the severed head of Lu Tianchu. The head flew outward several dozen feet before it landed on the pile of snow and submerged again. Shui Sheng was so startled by this horrific scene that she nearly passed out without even being able to cry out. Shui Dai was overwhelmed with grief and indignation. He cried, "Brother Lu, you gave your life away for your brothers. Your brother, I will avenge you." Immediately he was about to jump out when he was pulled on the left arm by Hua Taigen, who said, "Hold on, this evil monk is hiding inside the snow. He has the advantage of being hidden while we are plain as day. If we jump in without caution, he will ambush us for sure." Shui Dai knew that Hua Taigen spoke true words and sighed. Then what do we do?" Hua Taigen said. How long can he stay submerged in snow? He will have to come back up eventually, and when he does, we will attack him together. We will cut off throat and gouge out his heart as a sacrifice to our two fallen brothers." Shui Dai tried to hold back his tears as it slowly dropped down his cheeks. He thought, "I must cool down and regain my composure. I mustn't cry. Facing a powerful enemy in such circumstances, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment." However, he had lost two friends whom he had known for over a dozen years on the same day. How can he not be sad? How can he keep his emotions under control? The two of them knew that the Blood Sabre Elder would eventually resurface. They moved alongside each other and leapt past one rock then another, gradually making their way to Dai Yun and Shui Sheng. Shui Sheng looked askance at Dai Yun and schemed inside her head. As soon as her father was another several dozen feet closer, she would scream out so he can rescue her. If she screams too early, she was afraid that Dai Yun would kill her first. Dai Yun could tell from her expression that her gaze was unfixed and knew her intentions. He pretended to close his eyes to recuperate. Shui Sheng began to ignore him and fixed her gaze on her father. Suddenly, Dai Yun jumped up and pounced himself behind Shui Sheng. He raised his left arm and choked her throat. Shui Sheng was taken aback. She was just about to yell, but how can she let out any noise? She only felt Dai Yun's arm choking her and made her breathing difficult. Then she heard him whisper to her ear, "If you promise not to yell, I won't choke you to death." As he said this, he lessened his grip on her slightly and let her breathe. However, his rough and strong arm was clutched against her delicate skin. Shui Sheng reviled him deeply in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. Shui Dai and Hua Taigen crouched down behind a nearby rock, but saw that there was absolutely no activity in the valley and felt somewhat perplexed. They did not know what trick the Blood Sabre Elder was scheming. How could he remain under the snow for so long? Overwhelmed with grief and sorrow, they did not remember that the Blood Sabre Elder grew up in a world of ice and snow and was quite well acquainted with his surroundings. Previously, when he hid beneath the snow, he immediately carved a large hole with his blood saber and packed the snow firmly with his palm and created breathing room for himself. Lu Tianshu did not know of such an ingenious method. When he resurfaced to gasp for air, he slashed around mindlessly. Although he had an abundance of internal energy, it was not enough to overcome the Blood Sabre Elder's advantage of not having to hold his breath. So when the two of them fought beneath the surface, one of them had to occasionally resurface to take a breath, while the other remained underneath indefinitely. Eventually, Lu Tianshu could not hold his breath any longer and took a great risk to resurface. Immediately, he was hit consecutively 3 times and lost his life. Shui Dai and Hua Taigen became more and more anxious as they waited. The time it took to burn one incense stick had already passed, yet there was no sight of the Blood Sabre monk. Shui Dai said, "It is likely that the vicious monk suffered internal injuries and perished beneath the snow." Hua Taigen said, "I think this is likely as well. How would Brother Lu be killed by him without returning 2 slashes of his own? Furthermore, the evil monk had previously fought a tedious battle against Brother Liu. He should not be Brother Lu's match." Shui Dai said, "He must have used some sort of trick to defeat Brother Lu." As he said this, he could not hold back his sorrow and declared, "I will go down and take a look." Hua Taigen said, "All right then, but you must be careful. I will stay here and keep watch." Shui Dai held his long sword firmly in hand, inhaled a large breath of air, and executed his lightness martial arts. He slid across the surface of the snow for several dozen feet before his feet began to sink beneath the surface, and he moved even faster. The accumulation of snow all around this mountain peak was extremely deep and would not see the light of day for thousands of years. Although the bottom of the valley amassed a lot of snow, it had long been mixed with ice. It was like that of wet mud, and one would immediately sink should they jump on it. He used his lightness martial arts to slide across the surface in order to not sink in. Shui Dai's lightness martial arts were indeed impressive, and he began sliding faster and faster across the surface. He heard Hua Taigen compliment, "Excellent lightness martial arts. Brother Shui, the evil monk is nearby, be careful." He did not even finish speaking when someone emerged several dozen feet in front of Shui Dai. It was indeed the Blood Sabre monk. However, the Blood Sabre monk was empty-handed without his saber and shouted "Io," and did not dare to confront Shui Dai head-on. He floated westward several dozen feet and said urgently, "A gentleman seeks fairness in a competition. You have a weapon in hand, but I am empty-handed. How can we fight?" Shui Dai did not yet reply when Hua Taigen blurted, "Just kill the evil monk. Who needs to speak of fairness or unfairness at this point?" His lightness martial arts was not as good as Shui Dai's and did not dare to jump into the snow. He maneuvered himself around the large rock and attacked from the side. Shui Dai thought that the evil monk must have lost his blood saber in the snow during the battle with Brother Lu. This pile of snow was hundreds of feet deep. How could retrieve it? When he saw that his opponent was without a weapon, he took extra caution, for he knew that victory was in sight. However, he could not let him run too far away and hide in the snow again, disappearing without a trace. He shouted, "Shameless evil monk, where is my daughter? If you tell me, I will kill you in one slash and give you a quick and painless death. Otherwise, you will suffer endlessly." The Blood Sabre Elder replied, "The place that this little doll is hidden, even if you search for upwards of half a month, you still won't be able to find her. But if you let me go, I will tell you." As he said this, he continued running without stopping. Shui Dai thought, "I will deceive him into telling me first," and said, "We are surrounded by peaks in all 4 directions. Even if I let you go, where can you run off to?" The Blood Sabre Elder said, "This location is extremely odd. However, I have lived here for several years in the past and know this place like the back of my hand. If you kill me, you won't be able to find your way out and will have no choice but starve to death. Why don't we let go of our past differences and work together? I will return your daughter to you and lead you out of this place. What do you think?" Hua Taigen scoffed. "How can the words of a vicious monk be trusted? Kneel down and beg for mercy. We will decide how to deal with you. Do you think you still have any leverage?" As he said this, he continued his pursuit. The Blood Sabre Elder replied, "Very well then, your father, I must be excused." He increased his speed and ran in the northeast direction. Shui Dai shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He raised his sword and pursued in great haste. The Blood Sabre Elder ran away in great haste. After running for several hundred feet, he was about to reach the edge of the peak with nowhere left to go. At once he turned around and went the other way, slanting his body, running past Shui Dai. Shui Dai brandished his sword to attack, but missed his target by about a foot. The Blood Sabre Elder continued running the northwest direction. Shui Dai saw as he was retracing his path and thought, "He is just running back and forth around the valley. Where can he go?" However, to chase him around vigorously like this, both of our lightness martial arts are impressive. It will be no easy task. And I still don't know where Shenger is. He became anxious and increased his pace, closing the gap between his opponent by about a foot, when all of a sudden he heard the Blood Sabre Elder shout, "Io!" and fell forward, both hands clawing wildly as he attempted to get back up. It must be that his internal energy was completely exhausted. He could not even get back up after his fall. Dai Yun and Shui Sheng watched everything closely from the cave. One was in a state of panic while the other was delighted. Dai Yun looked askance at Shui Sheng and saw her face full of joy, and he became resentful. He could not help but increase his strength and tighten his arm around her. Shui Dai watched as the Blood Sabre Elder could not even get up. How could he let go of such a golden opportunity? Immediately he pressed forward and raised his sword to stab him on the butt. The intent of this was not to kill him, but rather injure him so that he cannot run away, and then torture him until he reveals his daughter's location. His long sword only moved about a foot when suddenly the ground beneath him collapsed and brought him down. He was standing on a deep hole. This was definitely a strange occurrence. How was the Blood Sabre Elder still able to execute such devious methods of sorcery? Hua Taigen, Dai Yun, and Shui Sheng watched as Shui Dai nearly reached his target but disappeared all of a sudden without a trace. Then followed that a long and miserable shriek was heard from beneath the surface. It was the voice of Shui Dai. He must have fell victim to some kind of extremely terrible trick. The Blood Sabre Elder jumped up at once, looking completely vigorous and nimble. It goes without saying that his struggles to get back up earlier were completely bogus. At once he jumped into the hole with both feet and just as quickly got back up again, carrying a person whom he tossed across the expanse of snow. This person was completely drenched in blood. It was none other than Shui Dai. Both his legs, including his knees, were completely cut off. It was not easy to tell whether he was dead or alive. When Shui Sheng saw her father in such a horrific state, she cried, "Daddy, Daddy!" Dai Yun could not bear to look at such a sight. He was so startled that he released his hold on Shui Sheng and comforted. "Lady Shui, your father is not dead. He is still moving." The Blood Sabre Elder brandished and raised his left hand. A dark red light shone brilliantly on top of his head, spiraling in a circle. He was holding his blood saber once again. It turns out that when he hid in the snow for such a long time, he secretly cut up a well in the snow and set up a trap. He put the blood saber horizontally across the hole, the edge of the blade facing upwards. Then he emerged from the snow and pretended to have lost his blade, casting away his opponent's suspicions. Then he boldly ran away and succeeded in luring his enemy to the trap. Shui Dai had roamed the realm for several dozen years. He was definitely not lacking in experience. It could be said that he knew of all traps that could be employed on land or water. However, in the land of ice and snow, he could not protect himself effectively. When he fell into the hole at such a speed with the blood saber placed across the diameter, his legs were immediately sliced off. The Blood Sabre Elder held his blood saber high in the air and shouted to Hua Taigen, "Do you have any guts yet? Let us fight for 300 stances." Hua Taigen watched as Shui Dai rolled around the surface in excruciating pain and became so intimidated and frightened that his heart nearly cracked open. How could he dare to press forward and attack? He held his short spear close to him and slowly retreated. The red tassel on the tip of the spear trembled repeatedly, revealing how afraid he truly was. The Blood Sabre Elder screamed ferociously and rushed forward 2 steps. Hua Taigen immediately retreated 2 steps, his arms trembling so much that he actually dropped his spear on the ground. He quickly picked it up and moved another 2 steps back. The Blood Sabre Elder had consecutively battled 3 experts without rest, surviving by the skin of his teeth each time. It was truly the case that he was completely exhausted. If he were to fight Hua Taigen now, he probably could not even last a single stance. Hua Taigen's martial arts were definitely not inferior. If he were to immediately press forward and attack, the Blood Sabre monk would definitely die. However, after he mistakenly killed Liu Chengfeng, he was completely dejected and his spirits decreased greatly. Now upon seeing Lu Tianchu beheaded and Shui Dai's legs cut off, he was so scared that his gall nearly exploded. He had not the slightest degree of fighting spirit left in him. When the Blood Sabre Elder saw how frightened his opponent was, he became even more complacent. "Ha ha! I have 72 evil ruses. Today I have only used 3, and that was already enough to kill 3 of your Jiangling elders. I still have 69 evil ruses left for you." Hua Taigen had experienced many crises in the realm. The exaggerations and boasts of the Blood Sabre monk actually did not swindle him, but at this point he had already become the bird afraid of the bow. He felt as if every word his enemy uttered, and every action he took was full of extreme cruelty and viciousness. He heard the Blood Sabre monk say he had 69 evil ruses that he intended to use on him, shouting, "I have 69 ruses, 69 ruses." Hua Taigen trembled even more as he heard this. At this point, the Blood Sabre Elder was completely exhausted and found it difficult to continue his bluff. He only wished he could collapse immediately and sleep for a full day and night. But he knew that he was in a life-and-death situation of utmost intensity and ferocity, definitely not less than what he experienced against Liu Chengfeng or Lu Tianchu. If he were to reveal his weakness even slightly, his opponent would see through his scheme and attack, which would cause him to exhaust his internal energy completely. At this point, if his opponent were to press forward with his spear, all he could do was have a vigorous state of mind and fight to the end. He began spiraling his blood saber in a playful manner, appearing completely at ease. He saw that Hua Taigen still did not run away and secretly urged, "Coward, run away. Just run away." But the truth was that Hua Taigen did not even have the courage to run away. Shui Dai's legs were completely sliced off from the knee. He lied down on the floor dying and gasping for breath. When he saw how scared Hua Taigen was, he was further filled with grief and indignation. Although he suffered fatal injuries, he could still tell that the Blood Sabre monk had clearly exhausted all his internal energy and only pretended to be vigorous. He gathered up his strength and urged, "Second brother Hua, fight him. This evil monk has truly exhausted all his energy. Killing him would be as easy as flipping your palm. It would be as easy as..." The Blood Sabre Elder thought, "This old man can see through my weakness. That is not good." He increased his spirit and pressed forward 2 steps and boasted to Hua Taigen, "He's right. My internal energy is truly exhausted. Let us go over to that cliff and battle for 300 stances. Whoever doesn't go is a turtle bastard's son." Suddenly, from the cave behind him, he heard Shui Sheng cry, "Daddy, Daddy!" The Blood Sabre Elder schemed in his head, "If I kill Shui Dai right now, I will only show my weakness. I should capture the little doll first and force Shui Dai to surrender. Then the one with the surname Hua will have even less will to fight." He grinned at Hua Taigen and said, "Are you going or not? How about 500 stances?" Hua Taigen shook his head and retreated another step. Shui Dai shouted, "Fight with him, fight with him! Are you not going to avenge big brother Lu and third brother Liu?" The Blood Sabre Elder laughed heartily and shouted, "Fight me, fight me! I still have 69 evil traps ready to be unleashed onto you." As he said this, he moved closer to the cave and grabbed Shui Sheng by the hair and dragged her across the floor. Even doing this caused him to breathe deeply, and he could not even say a word. He knew that Hua Taigen had impressive martial arts, so he had no other choice but to execute all kinds of cruelty towards Shui Sheng and her father in an attempt to scare Hua Taigen away from fighting him. At once he pulled Shui Sheng in front of her father and shouted, "You said I am out of life energy. Very well then, I will show you if I am really out of life energy." As he said this, he exerted his strength, and with a pull, ripped off a large portion of Shui Sheng's right sleeve, revealing her snow-white skin. Shui Sheng shouted in alarm, but because her acupoint was sealed, she was powerless to resist. Dai Yun ran off from the cave, and upon seeing such a tragedy, he felt really disturbed and shouted, Don't hurt Lady Shui." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. "Haha, my obedient grand disciple, you don't have to worry. Your grand teacher, I will not take her life." He turned around and slashed with his saber, cutting off a piece of flesh from Shui Dai's shoulder and asked, "Is my energy exhausted yet?" Shui Dai's shoulder immediately began to spray out fresh blood. Hua Taigen and Shui Sheng both cried out in alarm. Although Hua Taigen saw that the Blood Sabre monk's movements were hindered, he thought, "He could be feigning weakness in an attempt to trap me. This evil monk crafty and cunning, I must exercise extreme caution." The Blood Sabre monk swiped with his saber and cut off another piece of flesh on Shui Dai's shoulder, leaving a very deep scar. He yelled, "Why don't you call me Grandpa?" Shui Dai was in so much pain that he nearly passed out, but shouted, "I surnamed Shui would rather die than submit. Just kill me now." The Blood Sabre Elder said, "I won't let you die so easily. I will cut the flesh off your arm inch by inch. If you call me Grandpa 3 times and beg for mercy, I will spare your life." Shui Dai scolded, "Not even in your mother's wildest dreams." The Blood Sabre Elder saw that he was incredibly stubborn and presumed that even if he were to torture him further, he would not surrender, so he yelled, "Very well then, I will torture your daughter. Let's see if you call me Grandpa then." As he said this, he turned his hand and sliced off half of Shui Sheng's lower garment. Shui Dai was extremely furious. His vision was covered with darkness and he nearly passed out. He thought, "Brother Hua is scared out of his wits. I cannot die yet. No matter how much the evil monk harasses Shenger in front of me, I must keep my emotions in check and prevail to the very end." The Blood Sabre Elder laughed maliciously and said, "If the one surnamed Hua kneels down and begs for mercy, I will spare his life and allow him to tell everyone in the realm of how I stripped off Lady Shui's clothes completely." "Ha, wonderful, wonderful. Hua Taigen, you want to surrender? All right, I will spare your life. The Blood Sabre Elder never harms the ones who surrender." When Hua Taigen heard these words, his fighting spirit became even weaker. He fully intended to flee for his life, but to kneel down and beg for mercy would be much too shameful, although it is still better than having his flesh cut off piece by his enemy. What he did not realize was that if he were to fight right now, he would kill his opponent at once. He only felt that the Blood Sabre monk in front of him was horrifying and frightening to the extreme. He heard the Blood Sabre monk assure him, "Don't worry, you don't have to be scared. If you surrender to me, I will spare your life. I assure you I will not hurt you in the slightest." These words were spoken like gold to Hua Taigen, who felt an unspeakable amount of relief and comfort. The Blood Sabre Elder saw that his opponent's face showed a bit of hope and did not let the opportunity pass. At once he let go of Shui Sheng and walked towards him with his saber and said, "A gentleman can submit or stand tall as the situation demands it. Very good. If you want to surrender, throw down your spear first. Very good, I will not take your life. I will be your friend, my good brother. Throw down your weapon." His voice was somewhat soft and comforting. His words were spoken with an irresistible force. At once, Hua Taigen let go of his spear and it dropped on the ground. Now that he dropped his weapon, it was clear that he had surrendered. The Blood Sabre Elder smiled and said, very good. You are a good person. Your spear is not bad. Let me take a look. Move back 3 steps. Good, you are very obedient. I definitely won't kill you, be completely assured. Move back another 3 steps. Hua Taigen obeyed his every command and moved backwards. The Blood Sabre Elder bent down and picked up the spear. When his fingers made contact with the spear, he felt as if all the energy in his body was decreasing. He tried to channel his energy twice, but to no avail. He was worried as he thought, I have fought 3 consecutive battles against experts. I am truly exhausted. I'm afraid that it will take at least half a month for me to regain my vitality." Even though he now had spear in hand, he was still nervous. For even if Hua Taigen was to attack him barehanded, he would still be defeated immediately. Shui Dai could only watch as Hua Taigen surrendered his weapon. He realized that there was no hope left and said softly, "Shenger, kill me now," Shui Sheng cried. "Daddy, I can't do it." Shui Dai looked at Dai Yun and said, "Little monk, do a good deed, kill me now." Dai Yun understood his intent. He knew that Shui Dai would eventually die anyway. Rather than stay alive and suffer endless insults and humiliations like this, it would be better to just die a quick and painless death. He could not bear to take action. He wanted to end his suffering, but feared that if he were to take action, it would enrage the Blood Sabre monk. He knew how vicious and cruel this person was. He could not offend him at any cost. Shui Dai said, "Shenger, beg this little monk to kill me. If you delay any further, it will be too late." Shui Sheng was in a state of conflict and did not know what to do. She said, "Daddy, you can't die. You can't die." Shui Dai scolded. "I am better off dead than alive. Can't you see that?" Shui Sheng was startled, then declared, "Right, Daddy, I will die together with you." Shui Dai begged Dai Yun again. "Little monk, please be benevolent and merciful. Kill me now. To ask me to beg the vicious monk for mercy, how can I Shui Dai do such a thing? How can I watch my little girl suffer his humiliations?" Dai Yun saw the heroic qualities of this man and respected him greatly. He was in a state of moral indignation and finally whispered, "Very well, I will kill you. Even if the old monk blames me, I cannot care." Shui Dai was delighted by his words. Even though he suffered fatal injuries, his mind was still completely clear as he whispered, "I will curse you loudly, then you can kill me with one attack. The old monk will not punish you." He did not wait for Dai Yun's reply and shouted, "Little horny monk, if you don't change your ways, you will follow the path of this old monk and eventually suffer a slow and painful death. If you still have any conscience, then leave the Blood Sabre clan at once. Little evil monk, turtle bastard, repent your past mistakes and turn over a new leaf. Become a good person from now on." When Dai Yun heard Shui Dai's words, he could tell that he had the intention of admonishing him and thanked him greatly. He raised a large twig and swung it around several times, but did not stab him. Shui Dai became anxious and enraged that the little monk did not take action, and began to curse him even more profusely. He looked askance and saw Hua Taigen kneeling down and kowtowing to the Blood Sabre monk. The Blood Sabre Elder gathered up the remaining energy in his body and concentrated it all on the fingers on his right hand, intending to seal Hua Taigen's Lingtai acupoint. This finger was truly filled with all his energy. As soon as he sealed his acupoint, he had nothing left. Hua Taigen fainted as his acupoint was sealed, and the Blood Sabre monk too began to bend both knees. Shui Dai saw as Hua Taigen fell and his heart turned sour. He knew that once he died, there would be no one left to protect Shui Sheng and said inwardly, "My poor Shenger." Then he yelled, "Bastard, why haven't you killed me yet?" Dai Yun saw as Hua Taigen collapsed and thought that the Blood Sabre Elder would soon come. At once he clenched his teeth, and with all his strength he stabbed the twig right on Shui Dai's head. His skull was cracked immediately, the ill fate of the hero of his generation. Shui Sheng cried, "Daddy," and immediately passed out. When the Blood Sabre Elder heard Shui Dai curse repeatedly, he thought that Dai Yun could not keep his cool and decided to kill him. However, since Hua Taigen was already under his control, it did not really matter if Shui Dai was dead or alive. The Blood Sabre Elder was pleased with himself and laughed out loud. There were stutters in his laughter as he kept coughing in between and his legs became more limp and painful. He moved forward a few steps before finally collapsing on the snow. Hua Taigen saw this and regretted greatly. Brother Shui was correct. This monk is truly out of energy. If I realized this sooner, I would have killed him at once. Why would I have been scared to such an extent? And to kowtow and beg for mercy? He could be considered a renowned hero of the Central Plains of over a dozen years, yet he fell on my knees and yielded to this most despicable opponent. To only care about his own life was an act of a coward, truly shameless and despicable. As he thought back to this, he was so ashamed he didn't even want to show his face. However, his Lingta acupoint was sealed, and it would be 24 hours before it would release itself. Had the Blood Sabre monk not revealed his weakness, he would still have chances to live. But now no matter what he says is intolerable. As soon as Hua Taigen's acupoint is unsealed, how would he not kill the Blood Sabre monk at once? Indeed, he heard the Blood Sabre monk say, My grand disciple, kill him for me. This person is vicious to an extreme, we can't keep him alive. Hua Taigen shouted, You promised to spare my life. You said you never kill those who surrender. How can you go back on your word? He knew that he was powerless to resist, but in a life-and-death situation, he had to cling on to any hopes of survival. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed. The monks of the Blood Sabre clan have long turned trust and honor into that of dog shit. That you kowtowed to me and begged for mercy was your own decision. You fell into my trap, haha. My good grand disciple, kill him now. This person cannot be kept alive. It is extremely dangerous. He was extremely cautious of Hua Taigen, for he knew that the strength he used to seal his acupoint earlier was not even a tenth of his full power. It would not have pierced deeply into his channels. This person has formidable martial arts, so it could be the case that he would be able to break through his sealed acupoint in only several hours. At that point, the tables would have turned, and he would be at the mercy of his opponent. Dai Yun did not know that the Blood Sabre Elder had completely exhausted his energy and thought. Earlier, I only killed Hero Shui to end his suffering, but this hero Hua is a good man. Why should I kill him? He replied. He has already been subdued by you, Grand Teacher. I think it is better to spare him. Hua Taigen hurriedly replied. Right, this little monk speaks true words. I have already been subdued without any power to resist. Why would you have to kill me? Shui Sheng grieved unconsciously in her sleep and cried. Daddy, when she heard how shameless and despicable Hua Taigen was acting, she reprimanded. Uncle Hua, you are also a renowned figure in the martial world. Do you have no shame? You only watched as my daddy was tortured. My daddy. Her voice was filled with sobs and did not speak anymore. Hua Taigen said, These two monks have profound martial arts. We can't beat them. We should surrender and follow them and comply with all their orders. Shui Sheng spat in contempt. Bah, you are shameless. The Blood Sabre Elder knew that the longer he stalled, the more dangerous the situation. At this point, he was completely exhausted and could not even get up and move 2 steps. He said, My clever grand disciple, please listen to your grand teacher's instructions. Kill this man. Shui Sheng turned her head around and saw her father's head was badly mutilated and died an extremely painful death. As she thought of his affection and care for her, she nearly passed out again. Although Shui Sheng heard with her very own ears how her father begged for Dai Yun to end his suffering, at this point, she was so sad that she forgot it all completely. She only knew that Dai Yun was the one who killed her father with a stick, splattering his brains everywhere. She could no longer hold back the grief and indignation in her heart, and felt a surge of warm energy rise from her pubic region. Those who have cultivated their internal energy to a really high degree are capable of overcoming their own sealed acupoints through a surge of energy. But to practice to such an extent is no small task. Hua Taigen was not even capable of doing this, so how could Shui Sheng? However, when someone is faced with a calamity, an unusual extreme surge of emotions may cause one to release one's hidden capabilities. It is often the case that in a life-and-death situation, someone can perform a task that they would normally find nearly impossible. At this point, Shui Sheng was so miserable that her energy surged up and unsealed her acupoint. She did not know from where she got such a surge of energy, but immediately she got up and picked up the stick beside her father's corpse and aimed to attack Dai Yun. Dai Yun urgently dodged left and right. Although he managed to protect his vital areas, his face, shoulders, ears, and the back of his head were struck 12 or 13 times in succession. He extended his arms to block and said, Why are you hitting me? It was your father who begged me to kill him. Shui Sheng trembled as she heard this and realized that he was correct. She was stunned, and her surge of energy dissipated as she collapsed on the floor and wailed. When the Blood Sabre Elder heard Dai Yun say, It was your father who begged me to kill him, he understood the whole truth behind the story. He became furious and thought, This little brat dares assist his opponent. He is going against me. At once he wanted to pick up his blood saber to kill him, but even the slightest movement of his arm caused his entire arm and shoulder to be filled with pain. Under such paralysis, he remained calm and collected and said, My good grand disciple, look after this little doll and don't let her go crazy. She is yours now. You can do whatever you want to her. Your grand teacher will not say a word. Hua Taigen came up with an idea and shouted, Niece Shui, come over here. I have something to say to you. He knew that the Blood Sabre monk was completely exhausted and was no longer cause for concern, and Dai Yun was crippled. Of the 4 people here, she was the one with most energy, and he had to ask her to kill the 2 monks. However, Shui Sheng despised him greatly for his despicable actions and thought, "If you did not surrender your spear, my father would not have died." When she heard Hua Taigen's words, she ignored them completely. Hua Taigen continued, "Niece Shui, if you want to get out of this mess, there is only one way. Come over here, I will tell you." The Blood Sabre Elder cursed. "What nonsense are you speaking? If you don't shut up, I am going to kill you with my saber." Hua Taigen did not dare to confront him directly and winked at Shui Sheng consistently to signal her. Shui Sheng scolded, "Whatever you have to say, just speak up. Why be so secretive?" Hua Taigen thought. "This old monk is currently trying to channel and recover his energy. If he even regains a tenth of his strength, he would be able to pick up his saber and kill me. There's no time, I have to speak now." Then he said, "Niece Shui, look at this old monk. After so many battles, he has completely exhausted his internal energy. He can't even pick himself up." Even though he knew that the Blood Sabre monk was powerless to attack him, he still did not dare to disrespect him and only referred to him as old monk. Shui Sheng took a look at the Blood Sabre monk and saw that he indeed collapsed on the floor and looked to be in a very sorry state. As she thought of taking revenge for her father's death, she no longer cared whether Hua Taigen spoke true words or not. At once she picked up the twig and aimed to attack the Blood Sabre monk. When the Blood Sabre monk heard Hua Taigen repeatedly urge Shui Sheng, he already knew what was going to happen next. With a sense of great urgency, he came up with ideas in his head and thought, "If this little doll comes to attack me, what will I do?" He tried to channel his energy twice, but felt that his pubic region was completely empty and even felt weaker than before. He could not come up with a plan at once as Shui Sheng approached him, twig in hand. Shui Sheng was especially skilled with long swords and was not used to using sticks. However, urgently trying to take revenge for her father, she just concentrated on using her full strength to attack and revealed weakness on her underarm. The Blood Sabre monk slanted sideways, intending to strike with Hua Taigen's short spear that he was holding in his hand. However, he was indeed much too weak. Even turning the spear around proved to be a task too difficult to overcome. He could only exert all his strength to attack with the tail of the spear, aiming at her Dabao acupoint near her underarm. Shui Sheng, overcome with grief and sorrow, did not expect this counterattack. The twig hit its target square on the face and lacerated his flesh, but at the same time she felt a numbness in her underarm and lost all her strength and fell forward. The Blood Sabre monk was hit hard with the twig, which caused him to nearly pass out. However, his trick succeeded as Shui Sheng voluntarily made contact with the pole of the spear with her underarm and sealed her own acupoint. The Blood Sabre Elder laughed heartily. "The one surnamed Hua, you said I am completely exhausted of energy, then how was I able to subdue her?" The way he matched Shui Sheng's arm with the pole of the spear, causing her to seal her own acupoint, was obstructed by their two bodies. So Hua Taigen and Dai Yun did not see what happened and actually thought that he sealed her acupoint by force. Hua Taigen was completely startled and did not know what to say. "Elder truly has profound martial arts. I am merely an ordinary folk with the view of a frog. I truly did not expect this. Elder has such profound internal energy and could be said to be unrivaled in this world, truly unprecedented and matchless." His words were filled with flattery and compliments, but his words trembled. He had never felt so much fear before. The Blood Sabre Elder thought to himself, "Shameless!" He knew that he was safe for the time being, but he only sealed Shui Sheng's acupoint with external force and not with his own finger strength. He knew that this seal could not have penetrated deeply into her acupoint, and knew that her acupoint would release itself before long. Such a fortunate occurrence could only happen once and not again. If she were to pick up the Blood Sabre to kill him, even if he were to try and seal her acupoint with the spear a second time, he would have been beheaded a long time ago. He could only wait to regain a portion of his internal energy during this short period and kill Shui Sheng before her acupoint unseals itself. However, how could the recovery of internal energy be forced? In the face of a disaster, he did not say a word and lied down in a position to recover. At this point, it was not even possible for him to sit on his knees, nor did he dare to open his eyes. He was afraid of any distractions by the other three. Dai Yun's head, shoulders, hands, and legs all suffered injuries. He could only clench his teeth and groan inwardly. His mind was in a state of chaos and he could not think clearly. Shui Sheng lied down on the ground only a few feet away from the Blood Sabre. At first, because she was hasty, she did not know what the Blood Sabre monk was planning to do. Now after a good while, she saw that the Blood Sabre monk did not move and felt relieved. She could hardly bear the sorrow in her heart and could not wait to avenge her father. After a while, she drifted into a lethargic sleep. The Blood Sabre Elder was delighted as he thought, "Hopefully you will sleep for several hours. That will be enough." Hua Taigen looked at Dai Yun, not knowing whether he was feeling his own guilty conscience or confused as he did not harbor any intention of taking action, leaving all eyes on whether Shui Sheng would be able to kill the Blood Sabre monk before he recovers. He called out, "Niece Shui, don't fall asleep. These two perverted monks want to hurt you." But Shui Sheng was exhausted and moaned a few times in her sleep. How could she be awoken? Hua Taigen yelled, "This is not good, wake up quickly. The evil monk wants to take off your pants." The Blood Sabre Elder was enraged and thought, to let him shout and quarrel like this is extremely dangerous, and at once said to Dai Yun, "My good grand disciple, kill that old man with one slash." Dai Yun said, "This person has already surrendered, we don't need to kill him." The Blood Sabre Elder reasoned, "How has he surrendered? Listen to him make a racket, he wants to hurt the two of us." Hua Taigen added, "Little monk, your grand teacher is most vicious. Right now he does not have any energy left and can't move, that's why he's telling you to kill me. However, once he regains his energy, he will kill you for not listening to his orders. Why don't you make the first move and kill him?" Dai Yun shook his head and replied, "He is not my grand teacher, only that he has saved my life and has been kind to me. How can I kill him?" Hua Taigen said, "He is not your grand teacher, then you must take action at once or it will be too late. The evil monks of the Blood Sabre clan are ferocious and ruthless without any feelings and sensibilities. Don't you want to live?" In a moment of desperation, he no longer cared about showing any respect to the Blood Sabre monk. Dai Yun hesitated to take action. He knew that Hua Taigen spoke true words, but for him to kill the Blood Sabre monk, he could not bear to do such a thing. But upon hearing the consistent persuasions of Hua Taigen, he became impatient and warned, "If you keep talking, I will kill you first." Hua Taigen knew that the situation was unfavorable and did not dare to speak further. He only hoped that Shui Sheng would wake up soon. After a while, he shouted again, Shui Sheng, your daddy is alive, your daddy is alive." In a daze, Shui Sheng unconsciously heard someone shout, "Your daddy is alive." And full of delight, she immediately woke up and shouted, "Daddy, daddy." Hua Taigen said, "Niece Shui, which acupoint of yours has been sealed? This evil monk has no energy left, it is no big deal. I will teach you how to inhale and the technique to rush through your sealed acupoint." Shui Sheng said, "My left underarm and my ribs are numb, I can't move at all." Hua Taigen said, "So he has sealed your Dabao acupoint. That is easy then, just breathe and focus on your pubic region. Slowly channel your breath to rush through the Dabao acupoint on your left underarm. After you unseal your acupoint, you can avenge your father." Shui Sheng nodded her head and replied, "Yes." Although she still resented Hua Taigen greatly, after all he is still on her side and his techniques are beneficial. So she did as told and inhaled, focusing on her pubic region. The Blood Sabre Elder gazed attentively for any activity and saw that she nodded her head to Hua Taigen's words. He whined inwardly. This little doll nodded and will definitely rush through her acupoint. It won't even take the time of one incense stick before she is free. At once he focused his eyes on his nose and his nose in his heart. Whether Shui Sheng would be able to successfully take action that he had no control over. All he could do was focus on recuperating his own energy. The technique of channeling your energy to rush through an acupoint is indeed profound. Even Hua Taigen himself would not be capable of such a task. How could Shui Sheng be successful only after a few words of instructions? However, her sealed acupoint followed the flow of her blood vessels and had gradually unblocked itself automatically. It was not that she was able to channel her energy to rush through it. After a while, she was able to move her back slightly. Hua Taigen was delighted and said, "Niece Shui, this is good. Just keep using that technique and you will be moving in no time." Shui Sheng nodded her head and felt the numbness in her arm gradually decrease. She exhaled a deep breath and brought herself up. Hua Taigen said, "Excellent. Niece Shui, you must listen to my every instruction in sequence without any mistake. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to take revenge. First, pick up the curved saber on the ground." Shui Sheng slowly extended her hand beside the Blood Sabre monk and picked up the Blood Sabre. Dai Yun watched her every action and knew that the next step was to behead the Blood Sabre monk in one slash. But he saw that the Blood Sabre monk's eyes were tightly shut without paying any attention to his dangerous situation. The Blood Sabre Elder felt the energy in his hands and feet began to recover slightly. He would need another hour or so before he was able to use any strength and move freely. However, Shui Sheng had already picked up the Blood Sabre and was about to attack. At once he focused all the remaining energy in his body to his left arm. Hua Taigen said, "The second step is to kill the little monk. Go quickly. Kill him now." This command caused Shui Sheng, the Blood Sabre monk, and Dai Yun to all be taken back by surprise. Hua Taigen continued, "The old monk can't move. It is important that you kill the little monk first. If you kill the old monk, the little monk will try and stop you." Shui Sheng understood that he was correct. At once she raised her saber and walked in front of Dai Yun. She hesitated as she thought. "He helped end my daddy's suffering against the evil monk. Should I kill him or not?" She only hesitated for a moment before she decided, "Of course I should." She raised her saber intending to slash Dai Yun by the neck. Dai Yun urgently evaded the attack. Shui Sheng slashed a second time, but Dai Yun dodged again. He picked up a twig from the ground and defended against her saber. Shui Sheng hacked with her saber 3 times and broke the twig into 2 pieces. At once she wanted to attack again, when suddenly she felt tension around her wrist. Someone had grabbed her blood saber from behind. The one who took her saber was the Blood Sabre monk. He had limited energy and could not attack freely, but saw the urgency of the situation and exerted his energy to retrieve the blood saber. Further beyond expectations, he followed by brandishing the saber to slash her neck. Shui Sheng was startled as she evaded the blow. Dai Yun yelled, "Don't kill anymore!" He pounced himself forward, and with twig in hand, he attacked the Blood Sabre Elder by the wrist. If it was a normal situation, how could the Blood Sabre Elder ever be stricken by his attack? However, this was a special circumstance, and his martial arts was not even a 20th of what it normally was. His fingers retreated, and he dropped the blood saber. The two of them went to pick up the weapon at the same time. Dai Yun was first with his palm on the ground, grasping onto the handle of the saber. The Blood Sabre Elder raised both his hands, intending to snap his neck in half. Dai Yun choked and let go of his hold on the blood saber. He extended his hands and tried to struggle free. The Blood Sabre Elder knew that he did not have much energy left. If he could not strangle Dai Yun immediately, he would lose his life. He did not realize that Dai Yun had no intention of hurting him and was only attacking to protect Shui Sheng. Dai Yun's neck was being strangled by the Blood Sabre monk, and he found it increasing difficult to breathe and felt as if his chest was about to pop. He turned his hands over and exerted all his strength, hoping to push the Blood Sabre monk away. The Blood Sabre Elder thought that the little monk had the intention of rebelling. According to the rules of the Blood Sabre clan, he should first kill the traitor before killing his enemies. He knew that Hua Taigen could not join in the fight at this time, and that Shui Sheng was only a girl with limited capabilities. So he focused all his remaining energy to strangle Dai Yun. Dai Yun's face turned purple as he found it difficult to breathe. He had no energy in his hands to retaliate and slowly began to hang down with only one thought in mind. "I am about to die. I am about to die." When Shui Sheng saw the two of them rolling about on the snow like this, she knew that it was all because Dai Yun wanted to save her. However, she thought that for these 2 monks to massacre one another was not bad at all, hoping that the 2 of them would both suffer injuries and die together. After watching for a while, she saw that Dai Yun's hands and feet were dangling. He did not have any energy left to defend himself. She could not help but be startled and thought, "After the evil monk kills the little monk, he will kill me next. What can I do?" Hua Taigen called, "Ni Shui, this is a golden opportunity. Pick up the curved saber." Shui Sheng followed his instructions and picked up the blood saber. Hua Taigen continued, "Go over there and kill both monks." Shui Sheng raised her saber and walked forward a few steps. On one hand, she wanted to kill the Blood Sabre Elder, but when she saw him tangling with Dai Yun, she knew that the blood saber was capable of slicing iron like mud. If she were to strike, she would kill the both of them. She recalled that Dai Yun saved her life before. Even though this little monk was vicious, to kill the one who saved her was still an immoral action to take. Hence she decided to kill the Blood Sabre monk only, but her hands and legs were numb and she was not confident. Amidst her hesitation, Hua Taigen said, "You must take action now. If you delay any further, you will lose the opportunity to avenge your father." Shui Sheng said, "These 2 monks are tangled together and are inseparable." Hua Taigen scolded, "You are so silly. I told you to kill them both." He was a renowned hero in the realm and was the leader of the Eagle Claw Iron Spear clan. He was used to giving orders to people, expecting them to be followed. However, he forgot that at this moment he was helpless, and Shui Sheng also resented him greatly. When she heard such an egotistical and irritable command, she became frustrated and actually moved back 3 steps. She shouted, "HMPH, you are a hero and a towering figure. Why did you not fight a battle to the death against the Blood Sabre monk earlier? If you have any skills, kill him yourself." Hua Taigen knew that the situation was unfavorable and smiled. "My good niece, it is Uncle Hua who is confused. Please don't be angry. But you must kill those 2 monks in order to avenge your father. The Blood Sabre Elder is such a remarkable evil. If he dies by your hands and news of this spreads out, how would everyone in the realm not respect you as filial and the matchless heroine of the era?" However, the more he spoke of flattery, the angrier Shui Sheng became. She glared at Hua Taigen and moved forward. She aimed precisely at the Blood Sabre monk's back, intending to slash him twice. That way he would just bleed to death while Dai Yun remains unharmed. The Blood Sabre Elder did not let go of his grip on Dai Yun even slightly, and was also constantly turning his head, paying attention to Shui Sheng's every movement. When he saw that Shui Sheng brandished the saber, he realized her intentions and spoke softly. "If you slash me twice from behind, you must be careful not to hurt the little monk." Shui Sheng was startled by these words. She dreaded and feared the Blood Sabre monk greatly. When she heard him encourage her to attack him, she thought that he must have harbored malicious intentions and did not listen. However, she did not expect that the Blood Sabre monk was only telling the truth sometimes, while other times he was bluffing. She stared blankly and did not dare to attack. Dai Yun was strangled tightly by the Blood Sabre monk. His lungs gathered a breath of air in an attempt to exhale through his nose. But because the pathways on his throat were completely obstructed, once the breath of air reached his throat, it fell back down. This breath of air crashed and dashed left and right inside his body without any way of finding an exit. If it was an ordinary person, in such a circumstance that person would have gradually fainted, eventually dying of suffocation. However, at this moment he actually had no way of fainting and only felt his entire body suffer an extremely painful feeling of being trapped within itself. He thought, "I am going to die soon. I am going to die soon." All of a sudden, he felt an intense pain in the area between his chest and stomach. This breath of air bloated larger and larger and warmer, like that of steam bursting out of a filled cauldron, rushing out of his body until his stomach was about to explode. Unexpectedly, the Huiyan acupoint between his front and back appeared to have pierced a small hole by this warm surge of energy. He felt a faint surge of warm energy going from his perineum acupoint to the Changyang acupoint near the tip of his vertebra. In a person's body, the 2 acupoints of perineum and Changyang were separated by a distance of no more than a few inches. However, the perineum acupoint belonged to the Ren meridian while the Changyang acupoint belonged to the Du meridian. The energies of the 2 meridians were simply not interlinked. However, the energy inside his body, compounded by the inability to release his own energy at this point, caused a tremendous amount of energy to crash against each other. It went so far as to storming its way out in such a crucial situation, allowing him to open access and interlink his Ren meridian and Du meridian. This breath of air ventured into the Changyang acupoint and immediately acceded to the various acupoints of his lower back. The Yangmen, Mingmen, and Xuanshu acupoints followed the path of the vertebra and surged upward, flowing according to the various important acupoints of the Ren and Du meridians. Then it went down his spine, hitting the various Jiangshu, Jinsuo, Jiang, Lingte, Shendao, Shenju, Taodao, Dachui, Kumen, Fengfu, Neahu, Kaiyingjian, and Haoding acupoints until it reached the Beihui acupoint on the top of his head. During his time in prison, Dai Yun received the mnemonics to the heavenly glow from Ding Dayan. This internal technique was utmost profound and difficult to practice, and his martial arts aptitude was not exceptionally high. Later on, he no longer had Ding Dayan to give him pointers. He may not be able to master it even in another 20 or 30 years. Who would have thought that in a life and death situation he would be able to interlink his Ren and Du meridians? Firstly, it was because that his throat was being strangled that his breath of air could not exhale itself and had to find an exit at any cost. Secondly, he had previously practiced the unorthodox internal energy techniques in the Blood Sabre Sutra. The path through which his internal energy channeled itself was opposite that of the techniques of the Heavenly Glow Sutra, and it served to help him rush through with his energy and remove the obstruction. Once this surge of energy reached the Beihui acupoint, he felt a cool sensation on his face. A surge of cool air starting from his forehead down to the bridge of his nose and his lips, and down to the Chengjiang acupoint on his chin. This Chengjiang acupoint belonged to the Ren meridian and returned to the Du meridian. The various acupoints of the Ren meridian were placed at the front of the body. This surge of cool energy made its way down to the Zilian and Tiantu acupoints and followed to the Xuanji, Huogai, Zigong, Yudeng, Shanzhang, Jiangting, Jiuyue, and Juk acupoints. The three internal cavities of the stomach had moisture content. The Shenju, Qihai, Shimen, Guanyuan, Zhangji, and Quegu acupoints all returned to the perineum acupoint. For all his acupoints to link together like this without being shut caused an indescribable carefree sensation around his entire body. Initially, it was difficult for him to channel his energy this way, but with the Ren and Du meridians interlinked, the path became unhindered. The second and third time his energy was channeled at lightning speed, and an instant it had gone through his body 18 times. The internal energy techniques of the heavenly glow were matchless under heaven. He had practiced this for a while since his time in prison. At this instant, he felt completely unhindered. Every time his energy was channeled for a whole cycle, and his strength would increase by 1%. He felt the 4 limbs and hundreds of bones in his body all filled with vigor and strength, flourishing at copious amounts. He felt that even the roots of his hair were felt with an abundance of energy. How would the Blood Sabre monk know that even with his 10 fingers strangling his opponent, his body would go through such a tremendous change? He at once increased his grip on Dai Yun's throat, while at the same time being cautious of the Blood Sabre on Shui Sheng's hands. Dai Yun's internal strength became stronger and stronger. He felt very afraid and only wanted to struggle himself free. He clawed and scratched frantically, eventually hitting the Blood Sabre monk. His left leg kicked backwards frantically several times, when all of a sudden he managed to kick the Blood Sabre monk on his lower stomach. This kick was filled with tremendous power. The Blood Sabre monk had already exhausted all his energy beforehand. How could he have any power to resist? At once his body soared in midair like that of mist amongst clouds. Shui Sheng and Hua Taigen were both startled by the turn of events and did not know how it happened. They only saw as the Blood Sabre Elder was sent flying, rotating in midair before landing head first on the ground. His body submerged several feet into the snow, and only his legs could be seen above the surface, not moving the slightest.